one of the reasons why we are gathered here today. Prime Minister Modi, how can we support your philosophical vision of Amrit Kal and this Pravasi Divas to our diaspora nations and to all our people of Indian descent? I believe that this concept needs to be developed, promoted, and institutionalized in our nations and among our people. Therefore, today, I'm presenting you some ideas for further consideration. For example, for the Caribbean diaspora, an Indian diaspora institution can be established in the Caribbean region for training in Hindi language, training in culture, etc. An academy in the Caribbean for supporting of film industry where the talented diaspora youth can get the opportunity to showcase their talent, training in yoga, Ayurveda, and spirituality as a way of life. To enable this, a diaspora fund should be created for the diaspora projects and programs in the region. Also, founding of training centers, schools in different areas and places of our countries should be initiated to learn the Hindi language, our bhasha, but also learning about our religions and culture and our parampara, our tradition. The establishment of a Caribbean high-tech training institution in modern technology should be welcomed for the diaspora nations to support the IT skills among our citizens. My country, Suriname, is willing to host one of those institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, recently we initiated the idea to establish an innovation hub for the youth of the Caribbean for science studies, studying climate change and biodiversity, which can be integrated and applied Caribbean IT institutions. Another proposal is investing in companies creating semi-finished products where Indian companies can develop and produce products in our own region to strengthen the local communities and economy. This will develop and support our local industry, local content, for example, the local communities and economy from our country. This will develop wood furniture can be produced also locally, local content, for example, the local community. A regional enterprise for pharmaceuticals, wood furniture, produce affordable medicines locally for our people in the region, for example. And also developing renewable energies in the diaspora nations that should be supported and expanded. Affordable medicine energy security for our people in the region. Another idea, and also the establishment of renewable energies of Indian financial institutions and banks for ease of doing business and trade in our region. That will support financial inclusion of our business community and the people, but also to see this as a solution of financial exclusion by the threat of de-risking of several banks in the Caribbean nations by foreign banks, but also promotion of South-South cooperation, promoting connectivity through air and water connections for our nations, and creating and expanding joint markets for each other's products, and promoting movements of persons and goods through water and air connectivity. Supporting and promoting programs for the use of high technology by India for communication, education, and access to information to support knowledge and strengthen the human well-being for everyone in the community in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, very often, and you witness it every day, we are informed about the role and position of Indians in top companies of the world, in the health sector, in all modern medical institutions, IT world, and also the financial sector. The question is how we can benefit more from this wealth of knowledge and expertise in the diaspora community. Ladies and gentlemen, those are some thoughts. I see many opportunities for even a closer diaspora cooperation with Indian counterparts in all areas for the next 25 years. And I make use of this opportunity to invite all relevant actors from both sides to sit around the table and explore the new avenues of cooperation. Even on the highest levels of government, we should have more interactions and strategic dialogue to support and implement the vision of Amrit Kaal. Prime Minister Modi, my country Suriname is honored to mark the 150th anniversary of Indian arrival in Suriname in 2023, a significant milestone in the long and rich history of relations between our two countries. This is a memorable occasion. It's a time to celebrate the cultural ties forged between Suriname and India over the past 150 years and to reflect on how our two nations have worked together to promote understanding, cooperation, and mutual respect. The arrival of the immigrants from India and their progressive involvement in the Surinamese society cooperation has contributed and enriching cultural expressions and experiences. But they managed to keep their values, their dharma, and their identity, their pahichan. It is crucial to nurture these historical and cultural bonds and look ahead and chart a path towards broader economic and trade engagements and increased investment between our nations. With this in mind, it's now time that we benefit from a more mature type of diaspora cooperation, one that is also based on spiritual principles to eradicate poverty and also consciousness where real wealth is held. Despite the immense challenges of climate change, energy transition, and food security, we have to resolve all these challenges that we face as quickly as we can and with joint effort and commitment. We already have a solid partnership with many areas of cooperation, and with the relevant Indian authorities will undoubtedly advance the objectives of an enhanced and strategic partnership. Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm aware of the fact that all crises and challenges can be faced. I see possibilities and opportunities. India has proven to be a reliable partner in regional and global matters. I express our appreciation that we'll have the opportunity to advance the voices of the Global South during the upcoming South Summit. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming back to the theme of this event, Diaspora, reliable partner for India's progress in Amrit Kaal. I wish to remark that this is a very timely and opportune theme. I view Amrit Kaal as the beginning of a new era, starting now, the first month in 2023. The nectar is now available after many years of hardships faced by our ancestors. But only when we work towards our goals of sustainability with sincerity and smartness, this mission is accomplished. Prime Minister Modi, your leadership and vision for the G20 expressed by the theme, One Planet, One Family, One Future, is fully embedded in the philosophy, namely Vasudeva Kutumbakam Mahurbhava Janeyaya Jaivyam Janam. The world is one family. Human life is divine. Thank you. Dhanyabad. May the Almighty bless you. Thank you very much.
That is the way you were to look at it. We are producing goods, innovative goods, frontier technology goods at a cost which is far lesser than producing a film.
Ladies and gentlemen, we feel honored to invite our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, May I request you, sir, to
That
kindly
is the
address the
level at
August
which
gathering?
affordable technologies are being made in India. I'm sure with your participation, with your inputs, they can better be
Thank you
produced and better
very
find
much.
markets as well. I recognize that the remittances which come from abroad by Indians who migrated is about $100 billion for the year 2022. One of the highest remittances which is coming. This has gone up 12% between 21 and 22. Within a year, which is post-pandemic, people thought probably Indian workers will not go back abroad again. They have actually gone up, not only gone back, but more have gone, found very useful employment, and that the remittance numbers have gone up by 12% within 1 year. I want to put that before you just so that you recognize the contribution that the Indian diaspora is making to the Indian economy. Actually, India is focusing, I can say with confidence, for the next 25 years, India is focusing on 4 I's. 4 as a number and I's. In fact, I would even say 4 ins, I-Ns. First is infrastructure. We are focusing on that for the next 25 years. We need better infrastructure. Investment, therefore, the second I. Third is innovation. We want more innovation so that we can have in situ solutions for India's problems which have been festering us for several years, several decades. So infrastructure, investment, innovation, and finally, inclusion. All this will have to lead to inclusive growth, and that is where we need all the 4 I's, 4 ins, investments, infrastructure, innovation, and inclusion. We try to facilitate visit of people coming in and going out, e-visa. I don't want to elaborate on that. You know whether it is working well or not. But what I would project to you, even as we are trying to harness the potential of entrepreneurial skill of the Indian diaspora, is India is becoming a knowledge hub. There's just no doubt. And I can expand this in several ways. Other than the fact that most globally reputed and coveted awards are being won by Indians. The Nobel Prize, for instance. In the 21st century, we've already had 4 Indians get Nobel Prize. You must have heard of the names of V. Ramakrishnan, V.S. Naipaul, Kailash Satyarthi, and also Abhijit Banerjee. All of them have got Nobel. So with the Fields Medal for Mathematics, Magsaysay Award for Social and Public Work, Booker's Prize for Writing, Pulitzer Prize. So Indians are there getting some of the coveted awards. But if that is just for writing and speaking and so on, and also for science, you also have Indians making every component that is so desirable in one or the other industry. I'll just give you a couple of examples. 14 out of 15 diamonds which are cut and polished anywhere in the world is made and cut and polished in India by Indians. 14 out of 15 diamonds are being cut and polished by Indians. Similarly, for any car that you would buy and use abroad, there's at least one component which is going into it made in India. Any car. You also find that production itself is nowadays coming in India and doing even for the high-end goods. Lockheed Martin is producing the wings for F-16 aircrafts, fighter jets that is, in India. And from here, it exports to all those F-60 assembly points. Similarly, Airbus plans to manufacture C-295 aircrafts in Dholera and Gujarat sooner. They've tied it all up. So that manufacturing is also going to happen here. You also know that very many MROs are happening in India. The maintenance and repair of aircrafts are all going to be centered in India. So the global capacity centers are all being established in India. So that clearly tells you that the knowledge base emanates from India, and that is going to be the way it is for the next at least 25 years. In this most important point that I'd like to present before you, 2,000 chips are annually designed in India. It may be manufactured elsewhere, but they're designed in India by semiconductor companies which are here. And almost 90% of all chip makers have a design footprint in India. So it's not that low value items, but even the high value items are now being produced in India. Now the semiconductor design engineers, how many do you think are there in the world? Semiconductor engineers who are design engineers. Can you make a rough guess? They are about 6 lakhs or 600,000 to 700,000 design engineers globally. And 1/10 of that is in India. And I like to say, as a member of parliament from Karnataka, that the outer ring road of Bangalore, this might sound like a factoid to you, but I want you to know this. The outer ring road of Bangalore, you will find a concentration of 50,000 to 70,000 design engineers who are in semiconductor designing, all of them present in that outer ring road area of Bangalore alone. So they are semiconductor design engineers who are at the heart of the semiconductor industry. That's all in the area of Bangalore. And many of them are now spreading to other areas as well. Now, India's software engineers are also writing the code that controls everything in the cars that you buy, or if you have a smart home, that you switch the geyser on, or your food is getting warmed, even as you sit in your car and press the button. The codes are all written by Indian engineers. So let's not forget that is reflective in the fact that Mercedes-Benz, which has a R&D center in India, employs 7,500 such engineers, and also 4,000 contractors who are working for the Mercedes-Benz R&D. So essentially look at the number for one company and also look at one sector which has its engineers present in India. I'm using these data to underline the fact that India is becoming a knowledge hub of the world. I can go on one more point which is very important for electrical vehicles. Of the 100 million lines of code that is required for a driverless car, nearly 35% is written by Indians. But does it mean that we are centering everything in India and denying everybody else an opportunity that we can provide? Not at all. I quote the NASSCOM's report, which says, Indian IT industries have registered $396 billion in sales to date, creating 1.6 million jobs and contributing $198 billion to the US economy. So you're creating jobs there. Our IT companies are creating jobs there. So if anyone told you that everything is going off to Bengaluru, no, sorry, we are creating jobs in the US as well. Similarly, in 2021, again, this is a NASSCOM report, Indian IT companies in the United States directly hired 207,000 American employees in the American employees with an average wage of 106,000 US dollars and registering a growth of about 22% over what it was in 2017. So if you had this feeling that pandemic came and probably we are not contributing anymore, no, that's not true. It is registered nearly 22% growth post the pandemic compared to what it was in 2017. So we are even contributing post the pandemic in creating jobs abroad, IT industry's contribution. I also want to recognize the fact that Indian IT sector has actually made North Carolina in emerging as a tech hub. It's Indian IT companies which have contributed to that one whole area's state's growth as tech hub. And this is a singular contribution by one sector from one country. So I honestly appeal to the Indian real ambassadors, our diaspora, to speak of these kind of achievements of India as well. So it is the benefits are spread across countries, across the globe, and not just centered in India. I can speak similarly about the contribution of Indian pharmaceutical sector. 69% of all the vaccine requirement of the globe is serviced from India. 69%, it is not just COVID-19. Prior to that and after that, beyond that, vaccines are India's contribution to the world. 69% goes from here. Similarly, made in India medicines in the domestic Indian pharma market is now more than 80% compared to 5% in 1969. So India is emerging as a pharmacy of the world. So when I speak about knowledge hub, these are the areas in which India's expertise is contributing not just to Indian economy, but also to the universe. Similarly, I want to highlight that we have the world's second largest biotech professionals. Second largest biotech professionals exist in India, and they serve the world from here. That is why you find 1,400 World Health Organization recognized pharmaceutical plants in India. 1,400 of them exist here with WHO certification. 253 of them are even European Union certified. So it's not as if we are producing something, we certify ourselves and that's the end of the story. They are recognized by WHO, recognized by European Commission, and all of them do certify. And the one simple measure to understand how India's pharmaceutical sector is growing is outside of the US. If there is any one country which has the maximum number of FDA-approved producers of or manufacturers of drugs, it's India. I hope I have conveyed the intensity of this fact. Outside of the US, I'm repeating, outside of the US, FDA-approved manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, if there is any one country which has, outside of the US, the biggest number, it is India. Nowhere else you will find it. And therefore, India is becoming a medical tourism hub. 2 million patients visit India just for medical treatment annually. And they come from 78 different countries. It's not as if just one country, which is a neighbor, sends 78 different countries they come from. So without, of course, adding more, the point is India is certainly the rich ground for knowledge-based activities. Whether it is IT, it is pharmaceutical, it is engineering, it is aircraft, aerospace, or it is medical treatments, India is becoming the knowledge hub of the world. So the next 25 years, what are the strengths which we are going to play upon? We are going to play upon three things. One, the digital capabilities and the achievements which we have done by scaling up things, scaling up to such extent that very many countries are surprised that India can prove that it can scale up digital capabilities, be it in education, be it in health, CoWIN app, or even payments, or in the financial technology areas. So you'll be playing on the digital. We'll certainly be playing up on the demographic, because India is going to have nearly 68% of all its population in the working productive age group by 2030. So if all of them are going to contribute to the engine of growth for India, India certainly can be the engine of growth for the rest of the world as well. So we are going to make that difference in the revival of the global economy, and no wonder we are the fastest growing economy today, this year, as well the next year. And I see that probably being a very powerful engine for the global growth. On the climate concerns that you have, I just want to put in one word as to how India is committed. India has 17% of the world's population. Just please seize the number that I'm telling you. The numbers that I'm telling you, please seize them. 17% of the world's population lives in India. But we have only 5% of the global emissions from India. Only 5% of the global emission is emanating from India, which has 17% of the global population living here. But what about our commitment to climate action? 100%. We've already fulfilled what was committed in Paris, and towards fulfilling what has been committed in Scotland by Honourable Prime Minister, we are scaling up on renewable energy, be it solar, be it wind, be it also nuclear and hydroelectric. So we are well on course in achieving the nationally determined commitments. One last word on the diaspora and its strength. You know, the world has been talking about China +1. So can that +1 be India? Now I'm hearing EU +1 as well. So people who are invested in China may want to continue there, but may also want to find another source from where they can produce and be a part of the global value chain. So India is that, and we would like to pit India as that +1 country when it comes to considerations of those manufacturers who want to get out of China or have one more place from where they can produce. So China +1, we are actively making sure India becomes that successful +1. But European Union as well, if they were going to go through a recession, which is a probability, which many people are now saying highly probable. So there is this temptation for many of the manufacturers who are located in Europe also to look at +1. China +1 is ongoing. European Union +1. And that +1, again, can India fit in that role is the effort of the government of India to make sure that we are able to attract industries which are looking for also setting up elsewhere other than being in Europe. So if all this is happening with the presence of Indians everywhere, 58 globally leading companies have Indians heading the positions. They are corporations from 11 different countries whose revenue earnings cross $1 trillion and who actually have a market capitalization of $4 trillion. If 58 of them can have Indians, I'm sure many more of them can have Indians as well. But even more importantly, if this is where India is looking for talent pool and also contributing to the global talent pool. It will also be for India to serve, being from India, but for the rest of the world as well. I've spoken about the digital thing already. We've achieved a lot. We would certainly like to have that available for the entire globe. In just one number, which will tell you the scale to which we have achieved, the UPI, the total transactions in UPI in 2022 was 125 lakh crores within 1 year. And how many transactions did it involve? 7,400 transactions took place, amounting to 125 lakh crores of Indian rupees. So that is the extent to which the digital payment portals have succeeded. So in conclusion, I just want to tell you that because of India's efforts, Honorable Prime Minister's effort to highlight the fact that for a healthy living, you need to have very many things which were inclusive of yoga being taken to the global scale. The year of millets, which is what is going to be this year, 2023, is also because India wants to highlight that if you found a quinoa from Latin America, there have been traditional cross grains in India, ragi, jawar, bajra, and so on, which are also very good for healthy living. So we are promoting that. This year, we shall also have the presidency of the G20, in which we've given a call that for very many consideration, whether it is harmony, whether it is climate action, India believes that it is one earth, one family, and therefore one future for all of which all of us will have to be committed. So the spirit is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and I appeal to all of you, the Indian diaspora, the brothers and sisters who are representing India, carrying India's brand all over the world, and showcasing how exemplarily Indian communities living abroad can lead their lives. To all of you, my humble appeal, do participate in the Amrit Kal. Do participate in building that India which all of us can be proud of by the year 2047. And I thank the Honorable Prime Minister for giving us that kind of leadership which brings in stability, which brings in vision for a future, which believes in untiring hard work, which wants to give the people of India a corrupt-free, transparent, and an efficient government. So thank you all for being here today. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for such encouraging words and for listing out the achievements of India and the role the Pravasi Bharatiya, who we will now be calling the brand ambassadors of India in the world during the Amrit Kal. With your kind permission, ma'am, I will now like to extend 6 invitations to women we should call the Shakti Punj, or the orbs of power. Ladies and gentlemen, this session's Super 6, Ms. Meetu Bhaumik, Director of Mind Blowing Films and Director of IFFM, she has come from Australia. Ms. Sajini Anaka Reddy, co-founder and executive director of Vision Care Group of Companies and CEO of Savi Beach Resorts. She has come from Zambia. Ms. Kavita Parmar, founder and director of IOU Project from Spain. Dr. Poonam Gupta, OBE, UK entrepreneur and CEO of PG Paper from the United Kingdom. Ms. Devaki Kimji, Managing Director of Al Turki and Al Tasneem Groups from Oman. Ms. Maria Siddiqa Ashraf, Director of Contofield International School from Tajikistan. These women in their new homes, ladies and gentlemen, have brought joy as well as welfare. Inke kartavya path kahin bhi ho, Atma mein Bharat hai. They have delivered in different parts of the globe. Spirit is incredible, India. We are not only celebrating some entrepreneurs in India, we are showcasing the success stories of women and the families who have invested in them. So now we will be beginning the panel discussion, and after a brief introduction of all the panelists, the floor will be open for the audience. In case you have any questions for our guests, please go ahead.
I'm a mere sutradhar, ma'am. I would like to request each one of them to tell us their story. They went to other parts of the world as wives, as daughters, but have come back as entrepreneurs and making all of us very, very proud. With your permission, I'd like to request Dr. Poonam Gupta to tell us her struggles, her life's journey. With your permission.
Hello. Hi, I'm Poonam Gupta, namaskar, and thank you for a very motivating and informational speech, if I may say. I moved to Scotland 20 years ago. I was born and brought up in Delhi. I did what has just been mentioned, followed as a wife, my husband who is Scottish Indian. Started looking for a job there, and despite my double degree, nobody was offering me a job because I had no experience in the UK. So I thought about it, worked on multiple ideas which failed one after the other. And then at the time, people were talking about waste paper and how do we recycle. And being a keen reader, I started learning about them. And I managed to convince some manufacturers in Italy to sell me some of their products that I could sell to India. So in 2003, my business was born, PG Paper Company Limited, which is now operating in over 60 countries around the world. And COVID's been tough, but what we looked at, when we looked at COVID, we looked at India, and we started exporting products and manufactured in India. And we export over from 18 companies in India to now 27 countries around the world. We are also, and may I just mention that most of these products that I work in are all in sustainability, are environment friendly. I'm an entrepreneur, and an entrepreneur likes challenges. So I went into multiple fields. Today, I am in hospitality. I have investments in India. In fact, I am participating in the Amrit Kal in India, as I have multiple investments in startups in India, both in Mumbai and Bangalore, and in fact will be visiting Bangalore in next couple of days. I took really unwell back in 2006, 2007, actually preparing to die. I was misdiagnosed with a 1-year-old child. But I've learned one lesson. I came through that period. I'm here now. That when we focus our energy on positivity, you know, it can help us get through life. At that time, it was my daughter and my young business which kept me going. And I never thought about what was actually wrong with me, even though I was terminally ill. Today, I have offices in 7 different countries, and I sit on multiple boards, including being the chair of FICCI India UK Trading and Manufacturing Council. I take a lot of these positions with a single point agenda, connecting UK and India, and with this FTA, which is currently undergoing between the 2 countries, I hope that 2 of the nations will actually work stronger together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Pitu Bhaume.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here with us today. Good afternoon to you, Honorable Minister. And before we start, can I just please extend a huge thank you for the wonderful hospitality to the Government of India and the state government, and also a huge round of applause to the volunteers and the staff workers who've been on their feet, working tirelessly, making us feel so welcome. Thank you. And thank you for the amazing street art, food, everything that we have experienced. My name is Meetu, and I have a film company based in Melbourne, which I started around 15 to 16 years ago. My background is films, arts, no business management at all. I got married and, like a good wife, followed my husband to Melbourne. I went very resentfully, I must add, because I had a good job here, promising career, lots of friends. And like you, my first job in Melbourne was clearing tables at Crown Casino because nobody would recognize the work that we did in India. And India was not so cool at that time. Like India now, everybody wants a piece of India. But at that time, most people's point of reference for India was Tendulkar and Taj Mahal. So it was a tricky time. But I loved watching movies. And when I went to watch a film in Melbourne, it was in an obscure theatre, and there were two cardboard boxes. One had samosas, and in one you just put your money and you went in. And at that time we still had 35mm reels. So halfway through the film stopped because the film was playing at another cinema and the reel was coming from there. So it was really like worse than watching a film in a village, you know. And I just felt so frustrated that I kept thinking there has to be a better way to watch films. We have to watch films, the films that we all love and that kind of unite the diaspora in a way, in cinemas, the way other films are being watched. So that's how I started pushing and pushing and pushing the Australian cinemas to start playing our films. Nobody wanted to know Indian films because we are very chaotic and disorganized. We've improved a little bit, but getting there. But thankfully, one of the chains allowed us, and since then, there's been no looking back. And I feel really proud to say that today, Australia is number 3 for Indian cinema in the international platform. Our films are regularly in the top 10 Australia box office, all Australian box office. Any cinema you go to in Australia, you will have not only Hindi films, but Tamil, Telugu, Punjabi, Marathi films screening there. And I feel so proud that our little company, which is all run by girls, is the only company in Australia that has won the highest grossing foreign film award in Australia. And the good thing about this is that whatever money we generate at the box office, a large part of it comes back to India, comes back to the film industry here. Today, as of today, almost 200 million Australian dollars is being generated at the Australian box office annually just by Indian cinema. And I'm sure that this will only grow. The other thing that our company does is the Indian Film Festival of Melbourne. And I'm very proud that that's the biggest festival of Indian cinema outside India. And the best thing about it is the cultural integration. I like to call it the cultural imperialism of India. And not only do Indian diaspora, but the whole subcontinent, people from other races, second-generation Indians with their Australian friends, they all come and celebrate. We have a flag hoisting at Federation Square, where everyone, right from our premier to ministers to local film lovers and Indians come. And that to us is very joyful because that is celebrating India, celebrating our heritage and culture, and giving back to the country that we might not be living in, but we dearly love. So thank you for having us here, and thank you for being such great hosts.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kavita Parmar from Spain.
Hi. First of all, Namaskar Indore. Thank you so much, and thank you to MEA staff for inviting us here. This has been quite amazing. I haven't been back in India for 4 years. I did not realize how much I missed it. You could take a girl out of India, but you can't take India out of a girl, clearly. I was missing the smells, the sound, the sight, and even the crowds of India. I also wanted to thank you, Honorable Minister. As a young girl, what I wanted to be was like you. I wanted to be a politician. My parents thought it was not a good thing for a girl to be. I applied to London School of Economics, got through, but I wasn't allowed. So I left home, a very rebellious Army Air Force officer's daughter, and luckily fashion found me. I ended up going into the world of craft, learning how to handloom weave around all of Southeast Asia. I made clothes for pretty much everyone that you can imagine, Ralph Lauren, Calvin Klein, all the big brands, making production in India, China, all over, and very quickly realized how that was actually not helping the handloom industry at all. I moved to Spain. My husband works in AI and machine learning. He went to MIT, and I got very fascinated with technology. I'm not a tech girl. That's not my background. I write. I'm an arts and craft girl. But technology fascinated me, and I saw it as an opportunity in which I could really do something for the handloom weavers that I loved. So we started a project called the IOU project, where we wanted to give traceability and technology back to the weavers. Every single piece carried a code. You could scan it, and you could get to see who the weaver was who made your piece. Why? Everyone knows the designer, but no one knows the name of the weaver. And that's why no young people want to be weavers. Everybody wants to be a designer. So for us, it was really important to use technology for those that we had left behind. As you said about knowledge-based, India has the largest knowledge base of traditional textiles. And it is a very complex and a very exquisite knowledge, and we cannot lose it. Knowledge is not just learning how to code, which is wonderful and we should all learn, but at the same time, knowledge has to do with all this amazing indigenous craft. IOU project won a lot of awards around the world. We made a film, which you can go online and see. It's quite wonderful because it's about Mahatma Gandhi and the weavers of India, and how India is the largest sustainable luxury textile company in the world as a country. We have more than 34 lakh weavers just in South India itself. So I think it's really important that the second generation learns how to weave. So we've now started as an entrepreneur. I was a woman on my own. I felt there was not enough mentoring around. So we've started a platform supported by the Majorcan government, where we organize one of the largest festivals of sustainable textiles of the world. We bring people from all over. We do mentoring, we do education, training and teaching people of the next generation how maybe going forward has something to do with taking a look behind. There is knowledge from our ancestors that should not be discarded, that is way more sustainable. I always tell the West, where I'm living, that don't come to India and tell us what is sustainability. Let us teach you, because that is how we grew up. That is how we learned. If I go to a weaver's workshop in Bhuj, that is the most sustainable place, no electricity, making the most beautiful products in the world, using locally grown cotton that uses no water. So that's the work I do, and I'm excited to be here and share with you, and would invite all of you to come to Mallorca if you can, to come and see it, and I'm hoping I can bring the festival to India where it belongs. Thank you.
I will now like to invite Ms. Sajni Anaka Reddy and tell us in brief her story.
Namaste, India. Thank you, Indore, for hosting us with your warm welcome, warm reception. Honorable Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman Garu, distinguished members of the panel, esteemed dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and humility that I stand before you as a women entrepreneur of the Indian diaspora from Zambia. Many of you may not be knowing about Zambia. It is in Southern Africa. I hail from Hyderabad, Telangana, and I am a microbiology and genetics graduate. And I started my entrepreneur journey at a very young age. I got married at 20 years, and then I had to travel following my husband to Kenya, and from there to Uganda. And then we wanted to relocate to Zambia. After living in a couple of countries, then we thought of venturing into Southern Africa. According to our survey, back in 2004, there was immense potential in Zambia due to lack of skilled eye care professionals and relevant facilities. It presented us with the opportunity to administer affordable and professional eye care services to the people of Zambia. Many of you may not be familiar with my Karambhumi, Zambia. Let me just brief you. Zambia is a landlocked country which is very rich in minerals, semi-precious stones, the emeralds which we wear in the jewelry, 70% of them are coming from Zambia. It is famous for copper mining, and it has got exploitable deposits of manganese, lithium, cobalt, nickel, and gold. And the population of Zambia is over 19 million. Zambia is one of the fastest growing economies in Africa. And it is one of the best travel destinations, boasting many wildlife sanctuaries and the legendary Victoria Falls, which is one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. The English is the main official language in Zambia, and 72 other ethnic languages. And glad to say that the local government allocate 10.5% of its annual budget towards people's healthcare. When it comes to women's rights, Zambia is much ahead compared to many other developed countries. Similar to India, Zambia showcases their diversity in every province. Zambia respects Indian culture and values. The Indian education system, they also trust the Indian medical system and doctors. In fact, there are many Zambian students pursuing their education in many universities in India. There is a saying in Sanskrit, Sarvendriyanam Nayanam Pradhanam. Eyes are important among all the senses. My husband being my side, a senior consultant optometrist, we co-founded Vision Care in 2005. As I begin my work in the eye care industry, I realized that my educational background did not offer me the technical edge that was required in this field, and hence I decided to study clinical optometry as my second degree. So as a practicing optometrist, I can be able to deliver the services effectively in addition to my very demanding administrative responsibilities. I'm very proud to say that Vision Care now is a group which has 8 companies under its umbrella with 32 branches in a couple of countries, and then in Democratic Republic of Congo also. So we are successfully delivering comprehensive eye care. Sorry about it. Eye care examinations and dispensing services with fully fledged optical lab to offer personalized prescriptions. Along the line, we have realized that we need to enhance our services and offerings to the needs of the patients with age-related eye problems and conditions that needed surgical interventions. So in 2008, we decided to introduce hospital services that offered wide range of surgeries. To be honest, it has not been a smooth endeavor, but satisfaction of being a part of something very big than myself was worth the effort. Post-COVID, we have decided to leverage the raw material supply chain from China to India due to the ease of doing businesses and single taxation approach. At the same time, we are contemplating to invest in medical tourism and lifestyle opportunities in India to enhance Make in India and offer the potential for exports and employment. As it is said in Sanskrit, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This means the world is one family. We strongly believe that it is important to give back to the community which embraced us with open arms. More than 1% of Zambian population is suffering from avoidable blindness. As a corporate social responsibility, Vision Care conducts community outreach activities in many parts of rural Zambia to sensitize and treat those with no proper access to basic eye care and medical facilities. We have conducted free cataract surgeries to vulnerable people, creating awareness through our branch network. We offer free eye examinations to diagnose their eye problems. Accordingly, necessary eye treatments are sought. We are a strong team of over 150 trained Zambian nationals and as well as 30 Indian nationals, qualified eye care specialists, including doctors, optometrists, and technicians, whose expertise in this field has made a tremendous difference in the lives of Zambian community and revolutionized the eye care industry in Zambia. I would remiss if I did not take this opportunity to thank my husband for his invaluable support. We also found an opportunity, and happy to say that we are also the corporate owners of 80-roomed lakeside luxurious resort situated along the banks of Lake Kariba, which is the largest man-made lake in the world, located in Siawonga, Zambia. Savi Beach Resorts employs about 70 service-friendly work staff and skilled Indian management staff. And as an Indian woman, by nature, is extremely resilient, innovative, spiritual, and industrious with a strong sense of duty. Right. And I find that to be especially true with the women of Indian diaspora in Zambia. Not only are they committed to community service through many avenues, especially to build the image of India.
Right. In fact, I'm sure Madam Finance Minister will be very, very happy to hear what she mentioned, that ease of doing business that you've been talking about has been helping the entrepreneurs in different parts of the world. Thank you very much for telling us what you do. And I will now like to invite the next speaker, Ms. Maria Siddiqa Ashraf, Director of Conterfield International School from Tajikistan.
Good afternoon, Honorable Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, and distinguished guests. It is my great privilege to be a speaker for this session, harnessing the potential of women diaspora entrepreneurs towards an inclusive approach to nation building. I feel truly honored and humble to have been given this opportunity to share my thoughts in front of this gathering of distinguished guests. It would sound impressive if I would begin by saying that I had been nurturing this passion and dream since a long time. To be honest, I had no plans to own a business or to start. It was my circumstances that moved me to strike out on my own. I would like to quote American talk show host, the famous Oprah. She said, "Challenges are gifts that force us to search for the new center of gravity. Do not fight them, just find a new way to stand." And I did find a new way to stand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Maria Ashraf, and I'm an Indian entrepreneur who has built from ground up and organically nurtured the Conterfield International School in Dushanbe, Tajikistan. Just for your information, Tajikistan is a small country in Central Asia near Uzbekistan. Coming back to the challenge that brought out the entrepreneur in me, well, let me begin from the beginning. I traced my roots to Bahraich in Uttar Pradesh and learned my high degree in the area of education from the University of Awadh. As my father was in army, I have lived in many parts of India. My marriage to an NRI took me to shores abroad. As motherhood came calling, there was unbridled joy. The arrival of my firstborn son filled me the love I never knew resided within me. To every mother, their child is a special, and mine is very special. He's a special child with a lot of difficulties. Because he was with me and we as a family, we were so happy with him that he didn't realize that he is a special child. So when he became 4 years old, I was looking for a kindergarten for him, play school. And I took him to a play school, and he refused to go to that play school because he thought he's a normal child. And then what I thought, मैं तो माँ हूँ ना, मुझे तो उसके लिए सोचना था कि अगर उसने रिफ्यूज़ कर दिया उस स्कूल को जाना, और जिस कंट्री में मैं थी वहाँ पे मिक्स स्कूल नहीं था कि स्पेशल बच्चे और नॉर्मल बच्चे एक साथ पढ़ रहे हो, तो मेरे बच्चे ने तो स्पेशल स्कूल में जाना रिफ्यूज़ कर दिया। तो मेरा घर बहुत बड़ा है और मेरे पास काफ़ी हेल्पर्स हैं, तो मैंने सोचा कि नेबरहुड से बच्चों को बुला के घर में ले आऊँगी और उनको पढ़ाऊँगी, और साथ में मेरा बच्चा जो है वो भी उनके साथ पढ़ेगा और खेलेगा। मुझे नहीं पता था कि ये जो मेरी छोटी सी बिगनिंग है ये एक बड़ा स्कूल का शेप ले लेगी। वो बच्चे जो नेबरहुड में थे, मेरे यहाँ आते थे, उन्होंने कहा ठीक है प्ले स्कूल फिनिश हो गया, अब हमारे बच्चे ग्रेड 1 में जाएंगे, लेकिन हम बहुत हैप्पी हैं आपके किंडरगार्टन से, तो आप स्कूल क्यों नहीं खोल लेती। तो फिर विद हेल्प ऑफ माय हस्बैंड मैंने जो है एक छोटा सा स्कूल खोला टिल ग्रेड 1 और 2। फिर वो बच्चे जब ग्रेड 2 के 3 में आए तो पेरेंट्स ने कहा हम दूसरे स्कूल में नहीं ले जाएंगे, इसी को एक्सपैंड कीजिए। तो अब हमारा स्कूल ये एक्सपैंड करते करते 12th ग्रेड तक हो गया है। मेरा स्कूल दूसरे स्कूल से क्यों डिफरेंट है, वो इस वजह से क्योंकि मेरे स्कूल में सिर्फ मेरा बच्चा एक स्पेशल चाइल्ड पहले था, फिर एक पेरेंट ने अपना बच्चा मेरे स्कूल में भेजा जिन्होंने पहले से नहीं मुझे बताया कि वो एक स्पेशल चाइल्ड है, वो ADHD उसको प्रॉब्लम थी। उन्होंने बोला मेरा बच्चा जो है वो थोड़ा सा एक्टिव है तो प्लीज़ टेक केयर ऑफ हिम। तो हम लोगों ने सोचा बच्चे तो एक्टिव होते ही हैं, कोई बात नहीं। धीरे धीरे रियलाइज़ किया इन अ वीक और 2 कि इस बच्चा सिर्फ एक्टिव नहीं है, इसको और भी कुछ हेल्प चाहिए। अब मैं तो माँ हूँ, मैंने अपने बच्चे के लिए स्कूल खोल दिया, तो मैं किसी के दूसरे बच्चे को कैसे कह दूँगी आप दूसरे स्कूल ले जाइए। तो मैंने क्या किया, अपने टीचर से बात की और मैंने कहा कि क्या हम इस बच्चे को, क्योंकि हमारे टीचर स्किल्ड नहीं थे, तो हमने कहा अगर हम अपना 100% डालें इसमें और इस बच्चे को एक चैलेंज की तरह लें और इस बच्चे को अपने स्कूल में पढ़ाएं। तो सबने कहा रेडी, वी आर रेडी। तो हम लोगों ने उस बच्चे को अपने स्कूल में एडमिशन दे दिया, मतलब पहले से ही एडमिशन था, उसे हटाया नहीं। फिर अब चैलेंज एक था कि नॉर्मल बच्चे जो हैं उनके पेरेंट्स क्या कहेंगे कि ये तो बच्चा बहुत एक्टिव है, कभी कभी जो है स्कूल में भागना ये सब शुरू कर देता है, क्लास में एकदम से खड़ा हो जाता है, उसका क्या करेंगे। तो हमने एक असिस्टेंट टीचर क्लास में रख ली जो उसकी टेक केयर करती थी उस बच्चे की, और वो धीरे धीरे बच्चा जो है मंथ में नहीं डेज में वो चेंज होने लग गया, क्योंकि उससे पहले उसके कोई फ्रेंड्स नहीं थे। अब क्योंकि वो बच्चा जो है वो नॉर्मल बच्चों के साथ रह रहा था, तो उस बच्चे को बर्थडे पार्टीज में इनविटेशन मिलने लग गए, उस बच्चे के साथ लोग फ्रेंडशिप करने लग गए, और वो धीरे धीरे बच्चा चेंज हो गया। और उसकी मदर ने फिर ट्रांसफ़र नहीं लिया किसी और कंट्री में, क्योंकि वो चाहती हैं टिल ग्रेड 12 वो बच्चा यहीं रहे और पढ़े, क्योंकि उन्होंने चेंज देखा उस बच्चे में कितना है।
What a wonderful story. And I would like to go to Honorable Finance Minister, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, for this very quickly. Doesn't it remind you of what Honorable Prime Minister had told each one of us when pandemic came, that turned this crisis into an opportunity, something that she very nicely could do?
Absolutely. This is a classic case of how you see an opportunity and make it easy for yourself, but eventually you see that there's a larger purpose that you can serve. And that's where it's commendable, the work that you have done, and immensely appreciation worthy.
We'll now like to invite Ms. Devki Khimji, Managing Director of Al Turki Al Tasneem Groups, who's come from Oman, to briefly tell us what her journey has been like, what were her struggles.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for having me. It's a huge honor and privilege to be here. I know it's lunchtime, but give me 6 minutes of your time, and if the men here have daughters that are, going to be entrepreneurs or want to be, or some of the women here, I think you'll like to hear my story, which I believe will be, I'd like to inspire you all with it. My name is Devki Khimji. I'm the Managing Director of Al Tasneem group of companies. It's a construction company and a mining company. 30,000 Indian employees' lives depends on what I do every day. I wake up every morning with the conviction to do well because those many lives depends on what I do, right? I'd like to tell you that this journey was not easy. India and in the rest of the world, a lot of work has been done with women education and equal opportunity for jobs. But female entrepreneurship, there's a lot of work to be done. I think it's just begun. Female entrepreneurship has just begun, right? There are lots of challenges. We know about those, investment, support from institutions, family support. But the biggest challenge we face today is courage and confidence. Our belief system is pivoted with fear and lack of confidence because of centuries of negative comments and lack of a robust support system, right? I'd like to share my story so that, I can inspire the lovely women here or the fathers of daughters that want to start their businesses on how I started. So when I came out of college, I was exploring career opportunities, and I asked my father, can I come to Oman and be part of your construction company? He refused that opportunity because he said that construction is a man's world, and Oman, being a Middle Eastern country, is, female employees are not there. Forget about female leaders. That was 25 years ago, and look how far we've come. I decided that I wasn't going to give up. This comment from my father drove me, and I wanted to start my own business. So I decided, I was interested in fitness, so I decided that I was going to make a business plan, and I made a robust business plan. I was confident of my idea, and I spent a long time trying to answer every single question an investor would want. Of course, I went to my father and I asked him for money, showed him the business plan. He refused and said that it was too risky for him. Of course, he didn't say anything much, but encouraged me that if, of course, I was very determined. He said, he encouraged me to go and get it from other financiers, but was clear that he wasn't going to give me a personal guarantee. I worked 1.5 years with different institutes in India to get a loan. I was refused that for 1.5 years, not because my business plan wasn't good, but because, what if I get married? The loan officers would say, this is too risky. What if you get married and your husband doesn't allow you? But I wasn't going to give up because I was confident of my business plan and my idea. So I went and I was driving one day and I saw this billboard with IDBI promoting loans for women. I got hold of a branch manager. He was very excited with my idea and he wanted to support me but didn't have a fitness product. So he took me to the managing director of IDBI, Mr. Guneet Chadda at the time, and I prepared for hours. I was, waiting for that meeting, so thinking that he's going to ask me all these questions. And he asked me only one question. Why should I give a 22-year-old a loan that has no experience and her father, even though he has the ability to fund her, doesn't want to do so? My answer was simple. I was confident of my capability and my plan, and with my father not funding me, I was even more determined to be successful. He smiled, he looked at that bank manager and said, I don't know why, but this young lady has convinced me. He signed the loan approval there and then in the meeting, and off I went. I paid back the 3-year loan in 6 months. I got funded by NSDC, Skill India, after Skill India mission by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2015. I have fitness academies. I went on to IT. Then I started India Circus and sold it to Godrej. And finally, of course, after seeing all of this, my father was so proud, he invited me to Oman to run his construction company.
That's a very, very inspiring story, and Honorable Finance Minister, if would like to say something on this, because access to finance is a very, very big concern here in India. Also, you've come out with a number of policies to ensure all entrepreneurs, not just women entrepreneurs, get the access to finance. How better the scenario is today, ma'am?
I was just listening to the story and I was telling myself as to what am I hearing, and of course all of us are familiar with this kind of a story, but here's the question which links me to this experience and making it more relevant for all of us to be seated together talking into each other's experiences. You know, this is exactly the kind of problem which every woman, irrespective of the background she comes from or irrespective of the kind of business she wants to do, faces. Now, here was somebody whose father could have given her the assistance. Probably he was also drawing that, spirit in her to fight it out and prove herself, whatever be it. But here was a family of father, mother who could have supported. There are immense number of women whose parents can't support, who do not have the wherewithal to support. Even they have an aspiration. Even they have a dream. And as much as our friend here, these women can also prove themselves and be successful. And this is where I do take this opportunity to say, I remember when PM Mudra scheme was launched. It is a scheme through which women who are doing businesses, men also, but both women and men, who cannot give any security or pledge any asset or put any, guarantor behind, to come forward to support her or him, who wanted to do a business, who wanted the banks to give them working kind of capital or some loan so that they can do their business forward. Otherwise, in India, in majority of the rural areas where people know one another by their face, less in urban areas, but wherever, the middlemen were giving money at very high interest rate for businesses to do. And these kind of small businesses can't even afford it, but they had no other go. And I know from my personal experience that when I was living in a town, small town, vegetable vendors in that place, which is actually very rich and green and very fertile area, vegetable vendors would go every morning to a middleman and say, today I need to buy vegetables for around 500 rupees, sell it through the day, and in the evening I'll pay you back. The system was well entrenched. So for the 500 rupees, he would already cut some money and then only give them. If I were to say it in 100 rupees, so you'll be able to calculate the percentage. So 100 rupee worth of vegetables I want to buy and sell and come back in the evening to pay you back, he would give you only 90 rupees in hand. So the vegetable vendor will get only 90 rupees, although his borrowing is 100 rupees, meaning 10 rupees is already cut. 90 rupees he'll go to the market, buy wholesale market, he buy the vegetables, come sell, and in the evening he go and he'll pay back 100 rupees. So every day for 100 rupees borrowed, he would pay 10 rupees. If this is calculated, what will be the annual rate of interest, you can imagine. So that is how usurious this kind of middleman's business was. So when Prime Minister Modi launched PM Mudra scheme, it was aimed at helping street vendors, small fellows who are going on a cart and selling vegetables, fruits, flowers, or some kind of knickknacks for the children or for the women in the house. They didn't have huge capital. They didn't have a moneylender who can give them without interest or without security. They knew them, so they would give it. But through the public sector banks, the Prime Minister made a statement. You don't need to give any security. The Prime Minister is the security for this. And then extended the Prime Minister Mudra scheme, wherein I'm glad to say more than 50% are going to women small entrepreneurs. 70% now, I'm glad to be corrected. So then, these small street vendors, small merchants, who did not have to fall prey to the middlemen, are now getting, without security, loans from the bank so that they can do the business. In between, there was this thing about, oh, these mudra loans are becoming non-performing assets, meaning people are not returning the money in time, nor are they servicing the loan in time, and so on. No. The data shows that the NPAs are the minimum, less than 5%. So people are absolutely doing their business with this kind of help and servicing their loans. So that help which is so needed, in which they can't bring in securities, which they don't have guarantors to give, Indian government, because it has kept its ears to the ground, has understood this need and fulfilled this requirement for small businesses to thrive with bank support. Thank you.
Ma'am, with your kind permission, could we also take some questions from the audience? Just a few questions. Kindly raise your hands. Two requests, keep the question very, very short, and please identify yourself first. Okay, the gentleman here. Yes, yes.
Hello. Yeah. Kudos to all the women sitting there. I think a round of applause for all of you. And quickly, I would just would like to thank Honorable Finance Minister for bringing all the data. And also, ma'am, as you said, India could be China +1 or EU +1 under your leadership. We would look forward to people saying we could be India +1 at a later date.
Thank you very much.
My question is something related to the global INR trade that India had opened with Russia and everybody else. I am Kishore Reddy, the president of the Sri Lanka India Society and the vice chair of the Indian CEO Forum. And I thought this would be a great opportunity to get your views. Because in terms of Russia, of course, there is excess of rupees that they would purchase from us. So we have balance of trade in favor of Russia.
Okay.
And we could use it. How could we use in terms of Sri Lanka? Because there would be less money coming in. How can the women set up something here which could actually
Thank you.
be
Let's take one more question. The gentleman here in the second row. Yes, sir. Can you have the mic, please?
This 180 or whatever number of days has to be relaxed for people who are held up in India during the COVID period. That's the only request and special appeal from the NRIs.
Thank you very much.
So this is Rahul from Shekunj. My question is to Dr.
Excuse
Poonam.
me, please ask questions related to the session. This is not a session where you can ask questions on any topic. There is a theme, there is a topic, and please ask your questions related to the topic. And please be brief. I'm sorry for interruption, but this was needed.
My question is to Dr. Poonam. Dr. Poonam Gupta, you have already supported in the time of COVID, and you have allotted some concentrator, right? I just wanted to know, as a woman entrepreneur, you are doing a lot as a CSR activist. what is your plan for, as a woman activist, what is your plan for the next CSR activities in India? Do you have something?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. I'm always working on multiple things, especially in women education and entrepreneurship. So, as I told you, I'm the chair for FICCI, India UK Manufacturing and Trading Council. Currently, we are looking at multiple projects across India where products can be made in India with women and exported all over the world. And these products are not necessarily in the traditional women industries. We are looking at IT, we are looking at robotics, and I'm working with multiple organizations to see where all we can harness the entrepreneurship in India and connect our diaspora across the world with them so we can actually do much more business in India internationally. Thank you.
You also had mentioned in your opening remarks, it's an aspirational India looking at participation in the world, and our aim should be to be engine of growth for the rest of the world. You heard these 6 wonderful women telling us their stories. There used to be a time when India used to give the world engineers, doctors, but now it seems India is giving the world entrepreneurs. So what kind of role can they play for nation building? How can they give it back to the society from where they went and became the leaders?
Well, that's an area which is very wide. Certainly each one of them can contribute from their experience abroad as to what can be done in India, which can again have an audience or a market elsewhere. That is one simple abstract way in which I can put it, but in concrete action-oriented ways, they can always be joint ventures. They can always be mutually assisting. Some can be technological assistance, which we can provide, or financial assistance in terms of equity capital, which can come in from investors abroad, which are Indian diaspora investors. Or you can always look at that district to which you belong and come and support the program of the government there for promotion of one of those products. The one district, one product is something which I purposely put before you. After all, somewhere you will trace your origin to one of the districts in India. So you may want to come and see how that particular product can find market in the place where you live. Simple as that. Or even you set up production centers here and find markets elsewhere. So there are ever so many opportunities for that kind of an entrepreneurial collaboration between Indian diaspora and India.
Any questions that our guests here who are present today on the stage have for Honorable Finance Minister? Anything that you want the country to do so that you can be the real brand ambassador? Because now you all have a huge responsibility. Let's start with you. Yes.
So I do believe that as a country, as a world, we're doing a lot for, as we said, institutional loans or equal opportunity. I think there's a lot to be done as far as confidence and courage that women need to have. We all, including myself, comes from what I call a traditionally progressive family, right? It sounds like I'm putting 2 contradictory words together, but that's what I mean. The choice of career, lawyers are too argumentative, doctors get called in, it's got to be family worthy. These are things that all women hear all the time. If these kind of things are ingrained, we lose that confidence and courage. So as a country and as parents, as women, we should celebrate stories, success stories, because courage is contagious, right? And hope has a life of its own. Thank you.
And I remember a couple of days back only, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman was speaking to a young girl in Kota who asked her specifically about the ups and downs she faces on a regular basis. And it was a very beautiful message that ma'am gave to her. Would you like to say that and, maybe inspire those who are listening to you right now?
Not so much for the message that I gave. This was one young girl, maybe in 11th class or 12th I mean, as you would call 11th grade or 12th grade, and trying to enter into medical education. It was, I mean, I felt some, you know, something tugging at my heart when I saw her speak. She had tears in her eyes. But she was so expressive to say, look, there are just too many ups and downs. I'm preparing to become a doctor, enter into medical college. But it's so challenging. Some days are so bad, some days are so good. And it was like everybody in the audience, similarly placed, mostly girls who are trying to get into engineering or medicine. All of them were hesitant to ask, but she dared to say, look, this much of ups and downs, it's sometimes disorienting. I feel very down sometimes. So all that I could tell her was, it's first of all supremely courageous of her to stand up and ask this question while the rest of them didn't. And the fact that she stood up and asked itself says that she's identified the problem, that there are challenges, there are ups and downs, not every day is the same thing. So all that I could tell her was, you've identified the problem, that itself is half the bridge crossed, and I'm sure with the kind of confidence with which you're standing up and speaking here, you'll be able to do the rest. And the one thing which was so personal to me, because it really touched my heart, so I said if I were close to you, I would have come and given you a tight hug, because it's such a, you know, live, standing up and speaking and saying, look, it's not easy, it's so trying, it is so hard sometimes, so much of ups and downs for a 16, 17-year-old girl. So I said, don't worry. I mean, that was the conversation. But I thought it was so evocative of how every teenager feels, because the challenges are so much. Parents' expectations are so much. Investment in that education is so much. They get burdened within 16th year to think, can I make it? Will I fulfill the dreams of my parents? Actually, it is the fulfillment of their own dreams which they have to look at. But of course, the education system being what it is, parents' expectation being what it is, we all put it on the children saying, no, you should become a doctor, you should become an engineer, otherwise you don't have a bright future. But look at the women here. They've all had beautifully designed career for themselves. I wish we invest in our children to tell them, do what you feel like, do that which you dream, and we are with you. We'll give you the confidence. You'll make it big, don't worry. That's what I think we should do to our children.
Beautiful. Closing comments, yes, Kavita.
Fantastic advice, I think, for anyone. If you do what you love, the world will be a better place. But I also think as women entrepreneurs, what we bring, obviously men and women are not the same, but what is beautiful about women is we bring a nurturing culture into society. What you just said, I would go hug someone, the way we care for human beings. And I think the world needs nurturing right now. We need to build a 100-year business plan and not a 3-year business plan. We need to think long term, and that's what we women bring to the table. But thank you, yes.
Thank you. It's only a word of encouragement, I think, that is required. The confidence, you know, that a person really needs whenever there are ups and downs. But that was a beautiful message, and that's the reason why I wanted to speak about it today, because the women who are sitting with you, ma'am, today here on the stage, they had that courage. But life wasn't really easy for them. They were very, very young, most of them, who went abroad, left their own homeland, but today they are back here as the entrepreneurs. Thank you very much, all of you. With this, we would like to conclude this session. It was the last plenary session of this event. Lunch follows, and of course, there is a big event after that as well. Thank you very much, all of you.
Shri Amitabh Kanji and Shri Shingla ji to please join us here on the stage to begin this town hall session. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत. Respected Shri Amitabh Kanji, G20 Sherpa, we extend a very warm and hearty welcome to you. Respected Shri Harshvardhan Shringla, Chief Coordinator G20 Secretariat, I would like to invite you as well, sir. एक बार जोरदार तालियों से हमारे मेहमानों का स्वागत करें. I would like to invite Ambassador Shri Muktesh K. Pardeshi, OSD G20 Operations, and Ambassador Shri Abhay Thakur, Additional Secretary G20, to whom we extend a very warm welcome. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आज के इस कार्यक्रम में, टाउन हॉल सेशन में. मिस्टर अमिताभ कांत doesn't need any introduction, पर मैं ज़रूर छोटा सा उनके बारे में बताना अपनी जिम्मेदारी समझती हूँ. The G20 team is led by respected Shri Amitabh Kant ji, India's G20 Sherpa. Respected Shri Amitabh Kant ji is a government reformer and a policy change agent for India. आप कई फ्लैगशिप नेशनल इनिशिएटिव्स के की ड्राइवर भी रहे हैं. स्टार्टअप इंडिया, मेक इन इंडिया, इनक्रेडिबल इंडिया, केरला, गॉड्स ओन कंट्री, एंड द एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स, etc. So may I now invite respected Shri Amitabh Kant ji to kindly speak on the occasion.
Can I have the presentation quickly, please?
This may not be the one that you...
Who's managing the screen?
This is not your presentation.
Hi.
Is this
Can we have the presentation, please?
It's up, but it's not up there. This is the one. Very odd, thanks.
Whoever is managing the screen, can we have the presentation, please? G20 is being held in India for the first time. This will be under India's presidency, and the Prime Minister will be the leader of the G20. It's a meeting of all the G20 leaders. Now, G20 is important because G20 comprises of about 85% of the global GDP. It accounts for about 78% of the global trade. It accounts for about 90% of the patents. And it also accounts for almost 2/3 of the global population. And therefore, G20 is the most important global grouping in the world. It is important because the United Nations is too large a body of 186 nations. It's very difficult to arrive at a consensus. Okay. G7 is a body of some rich nations, and therefore the only forum which is able to put the developed and the developing countries together is the G20. Therefore, as you see on the screen, it is more powerful than United Nations and G7. And it's a very major body. It's a very powerful forum for bringing the developed and the developing world together. Now, G20 in the past have had major success stories. Every time there's been a crisis of growth, there's been a challenge of recession, if there's been a challenge of the East Asian crisis or the Russian ruble or the Mexican peso crisis, the G20 has acted. And therefore, G20 has had very major impact earlier. Now, this time when we hold the G20 in India, it will be the largest ever gathering, because in addition to the G20 countries, there are the 9 special invitees, there are several international organizations, and in fact, there will be 43 leaders of the world who will be in Delhi when we hold the G20 meeting in September 9th and 10th. So this will be the most powerful gathering of the world on September 9th and 10th in New Delhi, comprising of 29 countries and about 14 international organizations which are listed here. Now, when India assumes the G20 presidency, we would have seen several challenges. We would see the challenge of climate. We would have seen the challenge of very slow sustainable development goals. Instead of progressing, we have regressed. 2030 is the time by which sustainable development goals were to be achieved. We are midway through. 200 million people have gone below the poverty line. 100 million people have lost their jobs. There's a challenge of the COVID crisis, the post-COVID era. There's a challenge of almost 75 countries facing debt crisis. There's a geopolitical crisis in Europe. And then there is a crisis of food, fertilizer. There's a crisis of, all these are big crises, and therefore that is a challenge before India. And this is a challenge before the world. But every crisis, there is an opportunity, and this is a huge opportunity for the world and the global leaders to bring prosperity. Now, how we do the G20 is dependent on 3 things. One is the political narrative, as you will see. The second is about how we build up the issue, that is, how do we build the content around G20? And the third is the administrative and the logistic issues, which my colleagues, very distinguished colleagues here, Mr. Shingla and Mr. Muktesh Pardeshi are dealing here, and Mr. Abhay Thakur, who's seated here, is dealing on the content side. So all these are very critical to the success of a G20. Now, India has a very strong political will. The Prime Minister has elucidated that this is an opportunity to really face the world today by solving all the crises together. He's talked about that India's G20 presidency will advocate the oneness of all. Our theme is, our motto is, and our slogan is one earth, one family, one future, because we are all part of same cosmos. There is unity in diversity. We may have different political systems. We may have different ideologies, but we come from the same cosmos web, and therefore we should advocate the oneness of all. So there is a very strong political will led by the Honorable Prime Minister, and we are also the fastest growing large economy in the world at about 7%. We have sound macroeconomic fundamentals. We have robust public finances. We have strong manufacturing and export growth. We are the top FDI destination. We are a leader in climate change. So all these are driving our growth, and this establishes our leadership. In addition to that, we are the fastest growing large economy. We have smartphone data consumer. We are the #1 in the world. We are the #1 in terms of global fintech adoption. And we are #2 in terms of global retail development index. We are #3 in terms of startup ecosystem in the world. And therefore, if you see, even #3 in terms of the size of the economy by PPP, we are the #2 mobile manufacturer in the world. And therefore, India has really demonstrated to the world that we are leading in terms of technology, and we are poised towards becoming a high-income country by 2047. In addition to that, we've done some remarkable things, one of which is, as you would see here, that we've demonstrated that we've opened about 40 crore new bank accounts since the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana started in 2015, which is equivalent to the entire population of the United States of America and twice the population of Russia. We started the Unified Payment Interface, the UPI. I have not used my debit card, credit card, we use our mobile, which is the bank my mobile bank in India. And for the last 4 years, last year we did 4,860 crore worth of transaction, which is 3x of China's, almost 7x greater than the combined digital payments of USA, Canada, UK. We've given about 36.7 crore LED bulbs, which is like giving LED bulbs to every citizen of USA. We gave affordable houses to 3 crore citizens, which is like providing every single citizen of Australia with a new home. We built 10.9 crore toilets, which is greater than the population of Germany. We built 81 crore households. We provided water connection to 8.1 crore households and 24.3 crore people, which is like providing every single citizen of Brazil with water connection. We've built over 55,000 kilometers of highways in the past 7 years, which is like taking 1.5 rounds of the entire earth. And we have provided over 2 billion COVID-19 vaccines, which is 6 times the population of USA, 5 times the population of Europe, 2.5 times the population of EU and USA combined. And we cover over 50 crore people in the form of Ayushman Bharat scheme, which is more citizens covered than the entire population of European Union. Now that has been the achievement in the last 7 to 8 years of India, the size and scale of which you will understand. And all of you as overseas Indians and NRIs are really the people who should market and promote what the size and scale to which we have done the transformation of India. Now G20 is a whole of government approach. It has the finance minister and the central bank governors, their meetings, there's a Sherpa track, there's a foreign ministers meeting, there are almost 11 engagement groups. So we have over about 215 meetings in 56 cities of India. So the Honorable Prime Minister said that this is an opportunity to clean up our cities, much like Indore has got transformed because of Pravasi Bharti and it has become the cleanest city in the world. This is an opportunity to make 56 cities of India the best cities of the world. This is an opportunity to promote our soft power, that is all our cultural heritage. It is an opportunity to promote our handicrafts through one district, one product. And this is an opportunity really to showcase India to the world. We are, as Mrs. Shingla will talk at length, we are doing this in 56 cities. There are several ministerial meetings being held. And in addition to that, there are within the Sherpa track, we are doing several working groups meetings across various cities of India. And the whole of government approach means that every single ministry is involved, the finance ministry is involved, and then there are various engagement groups, which is non-governmental nature. That is engagement groups where civil society is involved and they are driving development and change. They are promoting the brand value of India, they're promoting the goals, so they support the Sherpa track in many ways by their recommendations. This year we started a startup group, which is very important, startup engagement groups, because India's the number 3 best ecosystem for startups. We have about 80,000 startups. We've developed about 110 unicorns. Their value is about 340 billion. We are doing about 80 startups a day now. When we started the Startup India movement in 2016, there were just about 116 startups. Today we have 80,000 startups. In India, we are creating 4 unicorns a month. There are only 6 months to a unicorn, whereas in other countries it's taking 3 to 4 years. And therefore, one of the key engagement group is the startup group. Now, our shared priorities are very important because we want to shape an inclusive future. We are sharing India's experience during G20. We want the world to benefit on key global issues from India. And therefore, as you will see, what are India's priorities? Our priorities are that how do we accelerate growth, inclusive and resilient growth? How do we bring in technological transformation? How do we push digital public infrastructure, which India has built up? How do we do women-led development, because more than 50% of the world is women? How do we drive accelerated progress on sustainable development goals? How do we bring in live green development, climate finance? And how do we build multilateral institutions for the 21st centuries? And how do we face the challenge of fuel, food and fertilizer, which are major challenges before the world today? So these are India's G20 priorities, which we'll push all through our G20, and these are key priorities for the world as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in one of the key issues about digital transformation to the world is that the Bank of International Settlement has said that India in the last 7 years has made progress which would have taken 50 years to achieve. We have achieved this in about 7 to 8 years. If you look at the world, we have achieved this in 50 years progress in 7 years. But if you look at the world, there are 400 crore people who do not have a digital identity. Everybody in India has a digital identity. Everybody in India has a bank account. 200 crore people do not have bank, they are unbanked. And 133 countries in the world do not have a digital payment system. So how do we create the India model for the rest of the world is a very major challenge, and that is what we will try and push. The other is India's digital payment infrastructure, which has been built up, which has been talked all over the world. Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai were all here, they were all talking about it. If you look at it, in 2013, we had done direct benefit transfer of only 10,000 crore. In 2020, we have done transfer of 5.5 lakh crore. So we were able to help 47 crore people during the COVID phase by putting money directly into their bank account. So this was the key. And that is how the digital public infrastructure has helped the people of the world. Now what India has done is to create the best digital public infrastructure model, which is the JAM Trinity, the UPI, the CoWIN, the Bharat Bill Pay, our tax collection is all digital, Swayam, Diksha in education, digital health, e-governance services, digital toll system. So the digital transformation has enabled India to technologically leapfrog in many, many ways. And that has been the hallmark of India's growth story in the last 7 to 8 years. How do you build railway tracks on which we've allowed private sector to innovate and take it forward? Similarly, the great story of India is the story of health architecture, because we have provided health insurance to over close to about 500 crore people, which is more than the population of Europe. We are the vaccine capital of the world. We are the pharmacy capital of the world. We've provided vaccines to 75 countries in the world. We are the generic drug capital of the world. We have converged Ayurveda and yoga with our health, and these are key challenges. These are the big ticket things that we have pushed in the world as far as health is concerned, and we built a robust inclusive health model for India, which can then be taken to the rest of the world. Now, the Prime Minister wants us to do, this to be a complete whole of government approach. So we are doing several things. We are linking up with festivals, doing outreach, on which Mr. Shingla will talk about it at length. We are linking this up with festivals of India. He'll talk about it. But our objective is that we create a unique Indian experience, which is very spiritually elevating, which is culturally enriching for every visitor who comes from abroad, which is mentally rejuvenating and physically invigorating. Our objective is that every visitor who comes from abroad may be a representative of his country, must go back totally spiritually as an Indian when he comes here. And that is what we'll try and do. That is what we've done when we took the ambassadors to Andaman. We taught them yoga. They went to the cellular jail to get a feel of India's great independence movement. they did the Shankhnad, they actually cleaned the beaches in Andaman. When we took them to Udaipur, Udaipur was a transformed city. We welcomed them. We cleaned, the whole city was cleaned up, but we gave them a Rajasthani-style pagdi welcome. They all did digital shopping, completely digital experience. They did the camel rides. Their shopping was all completely unique of Indian handicrafts. They interacted with the school children. And this is the meeting which we had in Udaipur, which was excellent, and we shared a lot of millets, because India is attempting, this is the year of millets, and therefore our focus was on millets. We took them to Kumbhalgarh, which is the biggest wall, one of the greatest forts in the world. It was totally lit up, and we did some great cultural programs there. And this is the city palace, which was lit up. So just giving you a glimpse of how we did our branding, and we said that starting with Udaipur, we'll see you soon in another city of India, and then we took them to Mumbai, where all the roads were cleaned up, all the potholes were cleaned up, the city was whitewashed completely, it was lit up, and there was a huge cultural experience all over, and they had a great experience of the heritage sites there, and the interaction was similarly in Bangalore. We are using this as an opportunity to demonstrate our culture, our cities, and as the Prime Minister said, our presidency would be inclusive, it'll be ambitious, it'll be action-oriented, and very, very decisive. And that is how we'll steer it, but we'll put a great Indian experience. Now, what do we expect from this is a huge unparalleled opportunity for India and the world, and the next decade, as Morgan Stanley has just said, that the 4 trends of demographics, digitization, decarbonization, and deglobalization are favoring New India. This is what Morgan Stanley has just said about a month back, and therefore we will use the growth process of India, the dynamism of India, the demographics of India, the digitization of India, the decarbonization of India, all to drive the story. And all of you are really the brand ambassadors, as the Prime Minister said in the morning. And therefore, members of the diaspora have a huge role to play in G20. They can share our values and help further the presidency efforts abroad. You can spread awareness about India's financial inclusion and technological transformation model. We'll be very happy to share this with you. You can help us to popularize global initiatives that resonate with our culture and our G20 presidency. You can promote India's narrative globally on all the digital transformation that has taken place, on Swachh Bharat, on Life, on UPI, on CoWIN, on Aadhaar, on millets. There can be nobody better than to push for digital transformation, for women-led development, for sustainability, climate-based initiatives. You can vocalize the Indian narrative. All of you have a very major role to play, and you are our brand ambassadors for G20. And therefore, you can promote issues and initiatives prioritized. You can be our cultural ambassador. You can popularize all our initiatives such as yoga, Ayurveda, lifestyles, digital payments, and you can organize events and activities in your respective countries to highlight issues taken up by India during its G20 presidency. All of you have a major role because you can support businesses and initiatives that align with the goals and priorities of our G20 presidency. You can start discussion on issues that India will take up through your conferences, workshop, and other events, and you can engage extensively with media and share India's G20 priorities. We will welcome all of you to play a major and key role in this. So, ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to be the brand ambassadors of India G20 presidency. We'll be very, very happy to handhold you, to work in partnership with you, and to assist and support you in making India's G20 presidency a unique experience for the rest of the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request my colleague, Mr. Shingla, who's been our Foreign Secretary. He's been our ambassador in Washington, in Thailand, in Bangladesh, who's managing all, the chief coordinator on all G20 issues. May I request him to kindly make his presentation. Mr. Shingla, please.
Namaskar and good evening. I'm just trying to see if I can speak without using the microphone. Can we just raise the volume here? I hope you can, I'm not sure if people can hear me. Okay, so let me just go back. I do have a remote mic, but I think we'll have to rely on technology as it stands. First of all, let me say how happy I am to see so many of our friends here, and we welcome you both to India and to the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. Sherpa Shri Amitabh Kant has already given you a very detailed perspective on how we intend to conduct our G20 presidency. We have to remember one or two things. First, that this is the first time India has ever become president of the G20. It's a unique opportunity for us, not only to place our narratives on the global agenda, but also to showcase our development, our experiences, our cultural heritage, our diversity, and also our tourism potential. So much of what our planning is about the G20 presidency is linked to some of this, I would say, background in terms of our presidency objectives. So the Prime Minister has already said, he said that this is a big opportunity in the Amrit Kal. It's unprecedented curiosity in the world to know India. He's spoken about, that G20 presidency is a matter of pride for every Indian, and that this is an opportunity to take India's development to the world. I mean, I paraphrased it earlier, but the Prime Minister has put the rationale behind our G20 presidency. Now, Sherpa, just a short while ago, said that what we would like all of you to be is our G20 brand ambassadors. I think there is no better group of people who could articulate India's presidency and its own goals and ambitions, and other than what we have in terms of the delegates who are here at the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. So I think I just want to say a few words on what could be the possible involvement of our diaspora. First, of course, is to introduce the world to India's thinking. I think our narrative is something that has been outlined by Amitabh ji, and I think something that is what you could articulate when you go out and into your countries and the places where you're based. Of course, G20 has 2-3 structures. One is a government-to-government structure, but the other is also non-governmental engagement groups, what we call them. There's the Women 20, Youth 20, Urban 20, there is Think 20, Civil 20, Business 20. And I think in each of these engagement groups, you will find your niche and you will find your area. And we're most happy if you can be represented from your countries and come and participate here. And of course, you could also organize activities that coincide with G20 meetings in your own countries. As Sherpa said, we'd be more than happy to support you in that endeavor. But more, I mean, I think that really the larger perspective is that we would like you to be our G20 ambassadors in the wide world out there, and especially in the G20 countries, but also, of course, in the countries that are not G20 countries, because for India, the view of the global south, the developing world, is very important. And in a few days from now, we will have this summit on the global south, which will take into account the views and perspectives of countries from the developing world, so that those can be reflected in the way we approach our presidency in the G20. You've seen this briefly. Essentially, the general philosophy and the general, I would say, vision of the Prime Minister is that the G20 presidency of ours should not be confined to Delhi. As you know, that in the past, when we've had summits such as the CHOGM and the NAM summits in 1983, or the India-Africa Forum Summit, they were in Delhi. But the G20 has 200 odd meetings that we'll be organizing, and the Prime Minister feels that they should be organized in every part of India. So you will see that we'll be organizing 215 meetings until we reach the summit in September this year, in every state and union territory of India, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from Kutch to Kohima. You will find that there is a G20 meeting in every part of our country. Now, what is the philosophy behind having it all over the country? What is the objective? I think one major objective is to ensure that every part of our country feels a certain involvement in the G20 process. It is not something which is remote and which is held in Delhi, and most people in our country don't know what it's all about. It's essentially the idea of taking it to every part of the country is to ensure that every state is a stakeholder, every citizen of India is a stakeholder, and that the message of India's G20 presidency is intelligible to every citizen of India. And I'll come down to that also as we go along. So here you see, at a comparative level, many other G20 presidencies have also tried to broad-base their G20 presidencies by having meetings in many cities of their country. Indonesia held it in 25 cities. In 2016, China held it in 12 cities. But in 2023, we are going to hold it in 56 cities, and this is a record in the G20. And I very much doubt any country in the world will be able to match this record of 56 locations in which G20 meetings will be held. Of course, it is a great opportunity for India, but this we've already gone through. I mean, it is an opportunity to showcase our development, tourism potential, culture, also our business-to-business contacts, and of course, promoting our narratives such as lifestyle for environment, sustainable development, and other areas that are important. This also Sherpa has focused on, but let me try and give you the perspective. Jan Bhagidari is the mode by which we will take the narrative of our G20 presidency down to the grassroots level in India. In other words, we will make sure that every part of our country is familiar with what India's G20 presidency is, what our objectives are, what we are seeking to do, and every person in our country feels that he's a part of this G20 presidency. So this is a mass movement, I would say, that involves all the way from universities to schools, to festivals, through quizzes and essay competitions, through marathons, essentially anything that captures the popular imagination, where there are large numbers of people. There will be branding on G20, there will be information on G20, and people will be involved with the G20 process. Even while you came to the Pravasi, you would have seen a number of branding initiatives speaking about the G20, and that is how we intend to take it out to the entire country. So it's a very important domestic objective to ensure that it is something that is comprehensible to each and every person in our country. So what are the instances? I'll just give you some examples of Jan Bhagidari by which we have taken G20 to the rest of our country. One of the very, very pertinent examples is when we tried to develop a logo for the G20. Now, how do you develop a logo? There are many ways, but here is a unique way. We used crowdsourcing. In other words, we made it open to everybody who could enter into a competition and who could actually give ideas about what our logo should be. And through crowdsourcing, we got 2,000 entries, and some of the best entries were used. And I think the logo that you see before you is actually a synthesis of a number of ideas that have come from the public. So the public has been involved right from the beginning in creating our logo. And if you think that logo represents our ethos, then it is really coming from the grassroots level, right from the citizen himself. And the Prime Minister himself released the logo in a virtual address. And I think this is popularized all over the country. People got to know what India's G20 logo is, what the theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future meant. Here you can see that on the 1st of December, when we actually took over our presidency, here is the famous sand artist of India, Sri Patnaik in Odisha, in the International Sand Art Festival, who created this model G20 presidency on sand. And here you can see that on the 1st of December, 100 prominent monuments in India were lit up with the G20 logo, right from Mahabalipuram to Sanchi Stupa in Madhya Pradesh, from Nalanda to Red Fort in Delhi, and from Kumbhalgarh in Rajasthan to Butterball in Mahabalipuram again in Tamil Nadu. And what we did is that we organized a selfie competition. Public was invited to participate, to take selfies in front of these monuments with the G20 lit up, and the best photographs were uploaded on the website. The idea was to involve the public, to get them associated and to make them feel that they're part of this overall exercise. It's not a remote exercise, it is one that involves each and every citizen. And here we can see that on the 1st of December, there is something called the University Connect, This program was organized in Delhi, but 75 universities all over the country, including in the 56 locations where we'll have our G20 meetings, participated in full force. And students from all over the country were very happy to be part of this process. And when we've also asked them to be student brand ambassadors for the G20. You can see the marathon, marathons like the Mumbai Marathon, quiz and essay and slogan writing competitions in schools have become very popular. And universities, as I said, will continue to have sessions which will debate the G20. So we have a model UN. We also have a model G20. And that will be increasingly, I think, discussed in schools and participated by students all over the country. Here you see festivals. One festival which is in Northeast, which is the Sangay Festival in Manipur. Our Minister of External Affairs, Dr. Jaishankar, was there, interacted with youth, with students. There was a selfie booth of the G20. So this is the first time that people got to know, in these parts of our country what the G20 was about. The 1st of December also had the inauguration of the Hornbill Festival in Nagaland. Again, G20 was the theme. Here you can see the Kite Festival inaugurated yesterday on Makar Sankranti in Ahmedabad in Gujarat, where the G20 kite was very prominent, and many of our participants flew the G20 kite, including Consul General from the G20 countries from Mumbai participated in this exercise. Khajuraho Dance Festival is there. We also will release G20 coins and stamps. So please look out for these coins and stamps. They will be released in the stamps, of course, will be in the public domain, but there will be special commemorative G20 coins which will be out fairly soon. This just gives you a sense. Look, in every meeting there are 3-4 facets of participation. I'll run through that in the next slide. But here is an example of the welcome that G20 ambassadors received when they came to the Andaman Islands, a very special part of our country. So this is Port Blair, where they've just landed in an aircraft and they're being received in a very distant part of our country, distant from the mainland, but yeah, nonetheless, I think very, very important part of our country, and this is an example of their welcome. This you've already seen in Udaipur when they arrived. Here is a sense of how a G20 conference hall looks like. You have to have a very large table which can seat 43 representatives, all equally seated, so that there is no distinction between G20 members and others. And of course, you need a very large space to have a conference of that magnitude. Some of the activities we organized, beach cleaning, yoga, these are delegates who are there, and I think all of them have enjoyed these activities thoroughly. This is an excursion, just an example of an excursion where in Port Blair we took them to the cellular jail where many of our freedom fighters were incarcerated. And again, a good example of iconic places where we want to take delegates and show them our history, our culture, and our heritage. This is an example of the Indian experience. The Prime Minister has said we want to hold an impeccable and uniquely Indian G20 presidency. And that is our effort, to make it a uniquely Indian presidency. When you go to Rajasthan, this is, the lady you can see here is the Sherpa of Saudi Arabia. She's clearly, thoroughly feeling what India's color and vibrancy is all about. The other lady feels the culture, in Rajasthan. And here in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, many of the delegates partake in the festivities. And India Gate, the gateway to India, was lit up in G20 colors and also was made a very special occasion when the development working group took place there. This photograph you've already seen. This is a gala dinner cum cultural program. This is the Kumbhalgarh Fort. And here are cultural programs in Rajasthan, which are typically folk dance from Rajasthan. The idea is that every state and union territory we take our guests to. If that meeting is going to be held, say, in Tamil Nadu, then we'll try and give them a taste of Tamil culture, Tamil cuisine. If they're going to be in Jammu and Kashmir, they will be given a sense of what Kashmiri food is all about, what Kashmiri culture is all about. They'll be taken to the prominent sites in that state. So we promote India, we promote it holistically, but we also promote it regionally. And we give these states an opportunity to market themselves and to make them their attributes well known to our very, very prominent visitors from the G20 countries. So branding, we do a lot of branding, and I've already said what sort of branding that we do. But essentially, the objective is to ensure that the message of G20 goes around widely, and delegates also feel welcome that there is an attention on the G20. So these are some examples of branding that we've had in Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and other places. This you've already seen, a very unique sense of branding. When delegates leave the city, they're told, we hope to see you in another part of India. Now, one aspect of it is merchandise. We are developing T-shirts, caps, this lapel that this young girl is wearing, water bottles. All of this we hope to merchandise soon, and I'm sure OSD Muktesh Pradesi will be able to speak more on that in the Q&A. But the idea is that this sort of merchandising should be available on a very wide scale, and whoever wants to access it can access it. We're also encouraging corporates, schools, others to take up G20 merchandising and branding so it becomes more popularized. Here are some examples of delegate kits. What do we give the delegates when they come to India? You know, they get a millet box with millets that are traditionally part of our cuisine. They get colorful delegate kits. They get, this is not standard. This varies from meeting to meeting because we don't want every meeting to have the same product. But this just gives you a sense of what we're giving delegates when they come here. What are the items? What are they made of? There's a lot of thought that has gone into what items should constitute delegate kits. For example, for the water bottle you see there, we are using Kani work from Jammu and Kashmir. There's a shawl art which from Himachal Pradesh that is used to make bookmarks. There is the Patin Patola from Gujarat that is used to make the folder. And there's a Kantha from West Bengal for the scarf. And similarly, from Tamil Nadu, you have the Kanjivaram silk, which makes the outline of the bag that you get, the delegates get, and Madhubani art from Bihar for the mugs that are there. And these are just examples, don't take them literally, but I'm trying to give you a sense of what goes into making products that G20 delegates will receive and will see. And as the Sherpa mentioned, each delegate will get a gift from that particular state or district that he's based in. Based on our one district, one product initiative, essentially that wherever you are, you will get the best product of that area. And I think that will represent the state or the district in which they are holding the meeting. Training is very important. We have trained our people to equip them to deal with the G20 presidency. Not only are there people being trained at different levels. Here you can see a training program for drivers in foreign languages. Here you can see a meeting for liaison officers from all the ministries that are going to host G20 meetings. There are about 1,000 officers who are trained in how to deal with foreign delegates. Here's a security training program for police, soft skills for police. How do you have non-intrusive policing? How do you ensure security but at the same time not inconvenience delegates and the local populace? These are parts of the training that we're imparting. Here you can see guides being trained in Kolkata, guides, taxi drivers, different elements that go into what people would be associated with or those who would come into contact with G20 delegates. We are also, I think Sherpa did mention that one of our objectives when we host the G20 in every part of our country is to create capacity. 56 locations, many of these locations have limited infrastructure. Many of these locations also have never been internationally exposed. They've never had conferences of this nature. We're taking the G20 to the furthest corners of India, but in doing so, we're telling all the states and all those who are hosting these meetings that please develop capacity, transform the state, transform the locations that these meetings are being held, use this opportunity to make the change that is essential. In Udaipur, we saw that roads were repaired, places was cleaned up, a lot of work had been done, similarly in Mumbai, and we want to see that all over the country, that the beautification that you see in Indore is something that we will replicate all over the country. So this is essentially just a short sense of how we will organize the G20 presidency. What are the salient features? One is that it is a unique experience for us. We have never done this before. There is no casebook or copybook from which we can get a sense of precedence about how it's done. It's the first time we're doing it, but I can assure you that this G20 presidency will be the best ever, and no country would have ever done a presidency of the nature that we have done, both substantively and logistically. We count on your support. Please do support our initiative. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, respected Sri Shringla. So we are going to play a film. For India, the beginning of the Amrit Kal also marks another historic first as it takes over the G20 presidency. So we now present audiovisual in front of you of India's G20 presidency. So let's have a look. This is about the theme.
As the world arrives in India to shape a common global future, India leads the way with its own golden period of inclusive and sustainable growth, the Amrit Kal. A new era signifying India's development from its 75th year of independence to its 100th. An epic journey towards becoming a beacon of global growth. The Prime Minister's call for inclusive development in the Amrit Kal will be further substantiated during India's G20 presidency through our theme of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. One Earth, one family, one future. A vision that aims at bringing people together to build a better future for everyone. To achieve that goal, significant national priorities were charted out and set in motion. India's technological and digital innovation will become engines for the future of inclusive growth and connectivity. Our environment initiatives, including LIFE, will ensure true prosperity by promoting sustainable lifestyles through individual and collective action to protect and preserve the environment. Through inclusive economic growth, India will spearhead universal benefits that serve long-term interests of people with compassion, equality, and solidarity, leaving no one behind. India's focus on women-led development will continue empowering women into contributing to the larger economy. With the promise of peace, harmony, and security, India will build a world where every individual finds a perfect ground to blossom fully.
हम वो लोग हैं जिसने दुनिया का कल्याण देखा है। लोग जब दुनिया की कामना करते हैं तब कहते हैं सर्वे अपि सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामया।
The importance of collective action is stronger than ever before, and G20 India shall strive to build a collective and inclusive shared future. India's G20 theme holds these national priorities together like the petals of the lotus, blooming victorious from the pool of challenges, holding our planet in a warm embrace, blossoming into a better tomorrow.
आज मैं ये आश्वासन देना चाहता हूं कि भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता इंक्लूसिव, एम्बिशियस, डिसिसिव और एक्शन ओरिएंटेड होगी।
Our G20 meetings are planned in different cities and states of our country to provide an enriching experience of India's amazing diversity and inclusive traditions for our guests from different corners of the world. We wish for each and every one of you to participate in this unique celebration that is India. Welcome to G20 India. One Earth, one family, one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
तो अब हम एक रीकैप आपके सामने प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं, रीकैप ऑफ द इवेंट्स फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट मंथ ऑफ इंडियाज G20 प्रेसिडेंसी. सो लेट्स वॉच.
इस आयोजन को एक जन आंदोलन बनाना है.
We have to make the world India ready. Today is a watershed moment for India and her 1.41 billion citizens.
Our perspective is that we should have a win-win collaboration between all of us.
This is just the beginning. There is a lot lined up in 2023 under India's presidency, under our theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future.
And this is your very favorite segment, that is question-answer segment. So we have amongst us Shri Harshvardhan Shringlaji, Chief Coordinator G20 Secretariat. And we have also with us Ambassador Shri Mukesh K. Pardeshi, OSD G20 Operations, and Ambassador Shri Abeta, Co-Additional Secretary G20. So the floor is all yours, and may I have the questions, please? We have 3 dignitaries on the desk. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Amitabh Panji, thank you so much, sir. It was very insightful, and I congratulate first of you that India has got G20. Myself, Shweta Ajmera, chartered accountant and lawyer. That's why I have more interest in this field. I would first request you to please allot Indore for the 56 cities. My personal request that we will do it a grand success in Indore. And second thing, the question which I would like to ask is that how digitalization would be taking place in the G20 thing?
Amitabh Kanji has left already, so we are 3 dignitaries, as I told you. So your question is to?
Sorry, I didn't saw the, yeah.
Mrs. Shringlaji, you can answer this question, I believe. आप cordless यहाँ पे दे दीजिए एक. We need a cordless here so that he can answer from there.
That I can answer, sir. Public digital infrastructure.
One cordless, please. It's there.
It's working now. It's working now.
No, thank you, Shwetaji. I think that's a very good question. First of all, we do recognize that we have come to the cleanest city in India, Indore, and that factor weighed in heavily. I mean, as both Mukteshji and Abhayji will tell you, while we were planning the locations of cities where we would hold G20, one of the indexes was Swachh Bharat Index. That means that where do locations stand in that index? And Indore came first, so we couldn't possibly have left Indore out in the meetings of G20. So we will certainly have at least one meeting, if not more meetings here. And you can be sure that Indore will be the center of attention at some stage in our G20 presidency. With regard to, the digital side of it, what we are saying is that our record in digital transformations, the Prime Minister in Bali said that 40% of the globe's digital transactions came from UPI. In other words, 40% of digital transactions anywhere in the world is from India. So financial inclusion and the use of digital means for financial services has become almost a way of life in our country. So, look at the digital platforms that we have for digital public good, whether it is, it is CoWin platform, whether it is, for the Arogya Setu platform for the COVID pandemic, or whether it is platforms for financial inclusion, direct benefits transfer, in whichever way possible, we are reaching every part of our country through the digital process. The digital divide no longer exists in India. So today we are saying that we will highlight and showcase our digital achievements and try and replicate this at scale in the rest of the world, especially the developing world. And we want the G20 to assist us in that process. In other words, it is through the means of the G20 we will take it to the rest of the world. And a lot of work has been done in that regard, and I think we will use this as a very strong priority in our presidency. Digital transformations, digital public goods, digital services will become a very, very important part of our priority of our G20 presidency. Do you want to say anything on this further, Abhay?
No, thank you, sir. I will only add that, digital health, digital agriculture, digital tourism, you name it. And the idea that public digital infrastructure could be the foundation on which private sector can innovate and have so many startups that our Sherpa spoke about. If we can universalize this model and get it, adopted with national conditions in different countries, this will be a huge message from India of financial inclusion, of enabling hundreds of millions to be lifted out of poverty across the globe, as well as promote our IT sector, our IT industry, and really position India as a unique digital superpower. And G20 can be a vehicle for that, which we will leverage to the maximum. Thank you.
The next
Hello,
question.
Sir. Hello.
Too many hands.
Hello, sir. Amok here. So firstly, I want to thank you, and I totally agree whatever you said, because it would definitely give a global exposure.
Please stand. We are not able to trace.
Yeah.
Okay, you're there. Okay.
Yeah. So firstly, I want to thank you, and I totally agree on whatever you just said, because I have also worked in technology and I'm working abroad, and I've asked my company to expand to tier 2 cities like Indore, and they have never heard of it. So as a global exposure, it adds, and I can easily demonstrate. One question which I want to add is, how can the youth contribute to this? So, like if you need any digital platform or any other suggestions you have for youth, that would be very useful. How can we connect to it?
Yeah. So, both to showcase how startups can work on a public digital infrastructure. This is one, area where youth can bring a lot of digital, public goods are really being popularized and understood better by the youth. It is not just about, a computer with a few, gimmicks on it. There is so much more that the entire economy and the entire digital public good platform can be run, and in this the youth have a massive involvement. So for example, involvement of the startups, involvement of all the new innovations that are going across universities in the digital sector, digital agriculture, digital health. All of this, I think youth are the natural connection with this. IT universities across the world, as IT, business chambers across the world. I think there is no limit to how much everyone, in particular the youth, can connect with the digital narrative.
Agreed. And sir, want to add matlab just one more thing. Something I've seen studying and working abroad would be good if we can add a global talent program so we can get talent from there which can contribute to learning of society in India and vice versa.
Next question.
Hello, sir. Here. My question is on UPI and the central bank digital currency that you're going to launch next. It is a fantastic piece of innovation. I mean, not only for developing nations, even for developed nations to adopt that technology is a massive feat. Because I went to Canada the technology that we have here is one of the world's leader. How can we be brand ambassadors of this technology? And how are you able to provide this technology at almost no fee in India, which is fascinating? And if some country has to adopt this, would you be charging a fee? How would it work? And how can we be brand ambassadors of this payment technology, whether it be UPI or whether it's going to be the CBDC that you're going to launch very soon? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be quick. So what we are trying to do in the G20 is to get a framework, guiding framework for countries to be adopted, what can be called as a high-level principles of public digital infrastructure, which will encompass all of this, that the platform should be open source, that the platform should be accessible, that it should be consent-based data with, access to bank accounts, with digital transfers, while at the same time having a digital legal architecture that also protects the privacy. So in India, we see it already a hugely successful model for a country of 1.3 billion. So if we can universalize this model, we have framed some high-level principles. We hope that it will get adopted in the G20. Whereafter, it will be much easier to take it to countries across the world. And we will make sure that we develop a win-win kind of approach where big tech can ride on the rails of public digital infrastructure. So it's work in progress. I think by July, August this year, we would have very clear idea of how this model of public digital infrastructure will be universalized, and thereafter all of you could come into play. But in the meantime, talking about RuPay cards, for example, talking about UPI, and sheer, I would say, advocacy platforms until the summit should be a priority for the diaspora as well. Thank you. And very quickly, global skill mapping is very much a priority to what the earlier colleague mentioned, including for talent visas in both STEM and arts and culture. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. I'm Pradeep Kedia at your 1 o'clock here. So it was a real nice video, and that gave me goosebumps when it was about Jan Andolan. And I reside in Abu Dhabi, and last 5 to 6 years I've witnessed a lot of global preparation, whether it is T20 World Cup or even in Qatar, the FIFA World Cup. And I come from Odisha, which is my home state, and I was lucky enough to even witness the hockey preparations at the Hockey World Cup. And one common observation when we see about the host cities is the preparation, like the whole Qatar was dug out until few months, until the preparation happened. And even in Bhubaneswar, I witnessed that from the airport to the destinations, those were the only areas which were uplifted. And I can totally understand, because that's what probably in the limited time and the limited resources we could do. But when I heard about the Jan Andolan, I thought probably this is the time we are doing things a bit differently, whether we don't shy away from even showing the areas of improvement, like we don't do cover up, and we probably have a better involvement of the local administration, so that the host cities do a great job, not only hosting the guest, but also the entire journey of that particular host cities and India. They feel contributed and not just harassed, or maybe not just that we just uplift the limited areas which are hosted, but the upliftment of the cities in total.
Yeah, we got the idea. So
thank you.
Let's answer.
Well, the whole idea is not to conceal anything. If we had to conceal, we would not take international delegates to 56 locations. The idea is we have an opportunity before us and we prepare our cities and towns to host international delegates. In that process, lots of focus is given on infrastructural preparedness. At the same time, we also would like to present the regional culture, cuisine, crafts, and tourism potential to its best. So that's the idea. And of course, when we are planning these meetings at 56 locations, we are adopting best practices which we learn from outside and within the country.
Yeah, next question.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Harsh Sethi from Bangkok, Thailand. Harshvardhanji Shringla, sir. We have met you, we have been associated with you in Bangkok, Thailand. It has been a pleasure, and we are really proud to see your progress being an ambassador in Thailand to now the G20 Sherpa convener, sir. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. My question is that having lived in abroad in Thailand for 35 years and associated with different chambers of commerce, how could we contribute and associate it with the G20 initiative, sir? Thank you.
Let me say what a pleasure it is to reconnect with you, Harshi.
Thank you, sir.
I remember a lot of the initiatives you took in Thailand to promote business-to-business ties. And actually in the G20, you know, as I mentioned earlier, there are a number of engagement groups. And these engagement groups are non-governmental in nature, and they cover a very wide spectrum of many of the areas of profession and interests that could be there. You could be involved, in gender-related issues. You have the W20, which is the Women's 20. You may be involved in youth issues. You have the Youth 20. You might be involved in urban planning. You have the Urban 20. Or you might be in business like yourselves, and there's the B20. So there is a scope to involve yourself, but keep in mind that this is a limited membership. The G20 includes, 19 countries and one organization that are sort of, cover a very broad spectrum of the world's economy and world's population and the world's trade. So not all countries are involved in that, but it's an inclusive process. We have invitee countries. We also invite some countries for certain meetings, etc. I would certainly suggest that at the level of the chambers in Thailand and any other country, you should organize parallel events that are linked to our B20 process. And our interlocutors, I'll also ask Ambassador Abhay Thakur, who is dealing with the B20 process, or the CII, which is our nodal organization B20, to see how we can involve chambers even if you're not members. But the G20, by its very nature and by the Prime Minister's vision, is to make it inclusive. So involve as many sections as possible within our country and outside our country. So that is why we've had this meeting today, try and get a sense of your thinking and to see how we can best involve you. And I'm sure, we can take it up from there.
So the question, thank you, sir. The question should be.
Just a second. I mean,
Just wanted to say the question should be very precise, to the point, please.
The question is to Shringla Sahib. It's Prameet Makode from Boston. So 3 years back, we have hosted you and invited you to Boston Center of Excellence. And I'm originally from Indore, so now we are welcoming you here. So thanks, sir. So now about G20, you already given enough insight on the digital initiative. So one question is about how G20 is going to help the developing African nations, because there are more than 40 countries out of 57 countries which are really in a state where they need a lot of help. So how India, under its leadership, can help Africa, and as I said, digitally, aapne bataya, and particularly in the agriculture sector, there is thousands and thousands of acres of agricultural land that we can help, and also on the deforestation and the carbon credit side. So if you could throw some light and give us some insight, that would be helpful, sir.
Thank you so much, Amitji. It's good to see you here. Africa is a very important and priority continent for us. Not only because a very large number of developing countries are there, but a lot of the issues that we dealt with in the presentation that Sherpa made, 4 billion people who are without identity cards, the exclusion aspect is very prominent in Africa. Which is why in our presidency, I think we have the largest representation of Africa that has ever been there in any G20 presidency. We have 6 African countries that will take part under our presidency. South Africa is already a member of G20. African Union will be there, so that's African Union President will be there. NEPAD President, which is Rwanda, will be there. We've invited Nigeria, we've invited Egypt, and we've invited Mauritius. So we'll have 6 countries from Africa, the largest representation ever. I did mention that in a short while we will have the Voice of the Global South, in other words, a summit that involves the developing countries. Our idea is to garner the views of the developing world and to see what the thinking is and to factor that thinking into our presidency. And Africa again will be an important part of that. Recovering degraded land, for example, as you mentioned, is a very important objective in successive G20 presidencies from Saudi Arabia. And we will be taking up some of these issues. I'll also ask if my colleagues want to, I think Abhay, you want to say something?
Like on the organic farming or
Yes,
agriculture
I mean,
side?
yeah, very quickly, debt crisis, this is something that is facing the world, largely many African countries. So this is going to be right on top of the agenda of G20 on what to do with the common framework for, on debt in terms of how the finance ministers can deal with it. In addition, in terms of agriculture, the whole idea of a food security initiative, not only connecting farmer to the marketplace, agriculture market information system, nutritious food, talking about, global food security with carve-outs or regimes which will facilitate freer food and agriculture trade and investment. So this whole, whole global food security initiative, together with digital agriculture, climate smart agriculture, are very important themes for G20, which will help Africa. The other important point is the new, collective quantified goal for climate finance. That is another major area, expansion and enhancement of the mandate of the multilateral development banks, international financial institutions, so that they can fund green projects, credit enhancement for projects in developing countries, including largely in Africa. So I think credit enhancement, climate finance, international food security, financial inclusion, 6 countries of Africa, being invited. I think there's a very major focus on Africa on the whole.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Always a pleasure.
Hello. Sir, here, my name is Satish Kota from an international engagement platform, Navatize. My question is, what is the future of G20? Are we looking at undermining UN, which is being controlled by the top 5? Are we going to divide the influence of those 5 and set it out to others, and the rest? The world is expected to do that. Otherwise, UN is always been controlled by the big 5, and the rest of the countries has no value around that.
No, in fact, I think that's the very, I would just pick that word because it was provocative. There's no of undermining any other institution. That's not at all the case. In fact, the idea is to strengthen and multilateralism and make it more effective. That is what the G20 is all about. Also, there is a fundamental difference between G20, which is a group. It's a group of 20. It is not an international organization in itself. Unlike the UN or the IMF or the World Bank or the WHO or the WTO, the G20 is a group of leaders of 20 top economies of the world which come together to deliberate on global issues, on how global challenges should be dealt with. So therefore, it provides direction, it provides guidance, it complements and supplements the work of the international organizations, it strengthens them and makes them more effective, whether it is credit enhancement for multilateral development banks, whether it is talking about WHO recognition of pharmaceuticals, collaborations, whether it is talking about the enforcement of the dispute settlement mechanism of the WTO, All of these are strengthening the multilateral system and making it more effective so that they can deliver the public goods that they set out, that they were created for. So that is what the G20 is doing. It is not competing or undermining any other organization. It is a guidance body of top 20 leaders of economies of the world which strengthen multilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Yeah, hello. This is Seema Aluwalia. I would like to congratulate you, sir, and would like to know if there is a quorum for G20 women cell which we can contribute. Like, I'm an automobile engineer, so I would like to be part of active G20 forum. So for the women in as a woman cell. Thank you. That's my question, sir.
Thank you. G20 essentially an intergovernmental forum, but to supplement the work of the intergovernmental forum, there is a very vibrant and active track called engagement groups. And there are more than 10 engagement groups, including one focusing on women. Let me share with the audience, and you would like to follow G20 activities through our website, Twitter handle, Instagram, and Facebook. Most of the engagement groups have set up their own websites and they have social media handles. So you could connect with the activities of the Women 20. There is additional activity on women track. It's called Empower. So there are two groups exclusively devoting on women issues. There are several other focusing on youth, startup, science. So please feel free to connect with, particularly those who live in G20 countries. But there are opportunities for those who are not from G20 countries. There are several methods of connecting with the activities of these G20 engagement groups.
Hello. Hello, my name is Balarama Varanasi. I'm an American graduate and I'm currently in Hyderabad, but I'm supporting two American enterprises in their outreach, US Global Business Forum and Academy for Global Business Advancement. I am interested in seeing, I would like to congratulate for Youth Pravasi Bharat Divas. Likewise, I would like to see Professional Pravasi Bharati Divas. Like in NRIs, we have ATA, NATA, all cultural language type association. I would like to see professionals based on all project management professionals of Indian origin across all nations being together. All engineers from all nations being together. This, what we can do is, like a corporate economy, like several American associations that manage fair competition in American homeland, they are not very active among Commonwealth nations. When we create these professional association, the same level can be created at G20 like that. I would like to, request your cooperation and how to go about. I'm interested in creating that.
This is the last question we are taking, so please answer. I'm sorry, dinner is ready, so this is the last question. I'm sorry.
An excellent idea how to involve professional groups with the G20. We take the idea and we'll discuss with some of the engagement groups where professional bodies are involved.
So thank you so much. Thank you all the dignitaries on the dais, respected Mr. Shringlaji and all our guests. Thank you so much for being with us and answers all the queries. Thank you so much. The dinner is awaiting you, waiting for all of you. So please join us for the dinner. Thank you, मुक्तेश जी, अभय जी एंड श्रृंगला जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आज के इस सेशन में पधारने के लिए और अपना G20 के बारे में जितनी भी क्वेरीज थी उसको सॉल्व करने के लिए. तो कल हम ज़रूर से फिर से मिलने जा रहे हैं. ऑनरेबल एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, ऑनरेबल फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमण जी होंगी और फिर वैलिडिटी फंक्शन में माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया होंगी. तो प्लीज़ भोजन पर पधारिए. Thank you so much all the dignitaries for joining us, gracing this occasion. नमस्कार, good night, शब खैर, कल फिर मिलेंगे. जय हिंद.
She has made the world sit up and take note. In 2022, for the fourth time in a row, she has been in Forbes' World's 100 Most Powerful list. Rewind to January, February 2020, perhaps the most ferocious pandemic had hit the world. Since then, ladies and gentlemen, she has provided the finance for adequate food grains for staggering 80 crore people, and that is equivalent to the population of Europe and North America put together. The pandemic hit the economy, manufacturing, trade, exports, revenues, all were down. Inflation was up, employment was threatened. And today, ladies and gentlemen, in January 2023, the GST revenues are at the highest level since July 2017. Manufacturing is back on rails. Inflation is better tamed in India than anywhere else in the world, despite a hostile conflict that has impacted supplies. And today, almost every rating agency and financial institution agree on one thing: India is the best recovery story. That's Nari Shakti. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome India's Finance Minister, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman. Ma'am, can I please request you to come on stage here for your opening remarks?
Good afternoon. I'm extremely happy to be here marking the final day of Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. And I've been requested to talk on a particular topic. I'll try to make it as simple as it can be, although the topic says harnessing the potential of diaspora entrepreneurs towards an inclusive approach to nation building. So essentially, harnessing your potential in making sure that India has an inclusive growth, and that growth leads to a nation building, a nation which is reaching 100 years of independent India in the next 25 years. So, first let us recognize that India today is very aspirational. There was a time between 47 and let us say 1990s when India thought it's our destiny to be slow in our growth. We will go slow, but we'll have to now toil to match up with the world's expectations, and so on. But post-1991, we opened ourselves at least somewhat to the globe. And when we opened ourselves, we saw many more talents coming into India, investments coming into India, and expectations that we should match the world standards in very many issues, be it in the products that you produce, be it in the processes that you have, be it in the way in which decision makings will have to happen. So I'm playing on this word global standard even as in 1991 we were trying to become opened, bring in the world, and we also produce and serve the world. But that, even as it started where we were expecting to match up with global standards, kept changing. And today, I'm happy to say, and I'm sure many of you all already recognize, that on very many scores, we are setting the standards. So where were we in 1991 and where are we today will show that the movement from a reconciled position of, there is a certain limitation to the extent that we can grow. There's a certain limitation about the level of technology that we can use. There's a limitation about the resources that we can have and demand services. From then to today, because of the aspirational engine that is operating from among us, the way in which we've progressed is far speedier and also setting standards. So it's an aspirational India which is looking at participating in the world move forward. But in the recent last 2 years, we've had the challenges posed by the COVID. But however, recognizing that you're 32 million Indians abroad, many of whom still carry your Indian passports, but many of whom, whether you carry the passport or not, are looked up to as the model community, that model community, that exemplar community, which lives subsuming itself into the newer society into which you've been living for some generations, some of you for generations and some of you for decades. But you've subsumed yourself, you absorbed the local culture and you're living there well and contributing to the economy there. At the same time, you've not forgotten the Indian roots that you have, and therefore people who look at you as exemplar communities who contribute very well, who live in a law-abiding way, and above all, also maintain your original land of origin contacts. So you've been very, a community which has made India very proud. You're 32 million in numbers, not small at all. If the world's largest diaspora that you are, you're also making significant contribution towards India's own development. And that is where holding Pravasi Bharatiya Divas or Pravasi Bharatiya Meet is of very important significance for India to stay connected with you who are all over the world today. And I think there's no part of the world where there isn't an Indian community which is vibrant and active. So if that is the way in which today's realities are, and India surely strives to keep that touch with you, connect with you, and you love to keep in touch with your own homeland, it is natural, it's only natural, therefore, Honorable Prime Minister sees you all as the real ambassador for India. You're the ones who speak for India, represent India, carry the Indian brand forward, and it is you who build an image about India, that you're hardworking, you're law-abiding, that you contribute to the societies in which you live, and above all, set standards for ways in which an immigrant community can go and contribute to any one country without causing any disruptions or wrong, let's say, ruptures in the society. So the real ambassadors are before me, and I'm very happy to address you because the way in which Honorable Prime Minister has been speaking about the next 25 years as Amrit Kal, you know the word Amrit. There cannot be a better word of saying what it's going to be. It's the time when it's going to be nectar-like for every one of us to energize ourselves from the nectar and equally joyfully enjoy that taste, that spirit, that sense that we're going through a good period. So if you, the real ambassadors, are before me and we are talking one-on-one and also to a group, and I'll also be further engaging with a certain group of diaspora from among you to whom I'll have a lot more informal interactions. So within India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi repeatedly says, anything that we do, any policy that we make, any action that follows, and also the execution, keeping an alert, a watch on the administration, all that is enabled by Jan Bhagidari, meaning by people's participation. So if Jan Bhagidari is the one which is going to play a very big role in keeping the administration alert, nimble, and also to deliver, I think Jan Bhagidari also has a component of the real ambassadors who are before me. Your Bhagidari, your participation is very important in India's next 25 years. So even as he talks about Jan Bhagidari, the role of government is not in silos. The government functions as one. Whole of government approach is taken. It's not as if one minister can say, no, that belongs to whatever department, or this one belongs to rural development. All of us put our ideas together and work together in such a way that government's decision is one whole decision, and it comes with everybody's input. Each of us take our responsibility, and the delivery, therefore, is of this government. Then in the collective effort, therefore, the participation of the Indian diaspora will also have to find its own channels, so that you come in to give us inputs on the way in which policy has to be made. You come in to say how it's being affected in the ground, and further also to tell us whether it is helping you to have greater connect and integration or not. So in a way, it means we expect, and you also would want to feel, that next 25 years, if India has to have a wholesome growth, it needs Indianness everywhere. It also has to have greater standards brought into India's administration. So in a way, you are playing the role of the real ambassadors. It means you're going to promote India, promote Indian brand. And for that brand to be promote-worthy, you're going to give us the inputs to say, please do this, please don't do this, so that the brand actually becomes a valuable brand, and that you will be very happy to promote. And in the process of also using the brand, you will also, where possible, make sure use India-produced goods and services. Where possible, you will look up to or look around to make sure that you get the India products, India services, so that even as you promote Indian brand, you're also seen around possessing, using, and dispensing India-made goods and services. Even better, to serve the topic that I'm talking about, the harnessing of the potential of Indian diaspora entrepreneurs, particularly women, and for the purpose of an inclusive development in nation building. The next point that I would like to tell you or put forward for your consideration is, even as you promote the Indian brand India, even as you surround yourselves with India-made goods and services, I would invite you to partner with Indian businesses, small, medium, big, nano, partner with them, so that India, the next 25 years, gets your potential for the entrepreneurial skills that you may have. So Indian businesses here get that advantage from you, and together we build that India which can be developed by 2047. For this, you really don't have to search around as to how you do this, how would you achieve that. Yes, we will buy Indian goods and services. Yes, we'll promote brand India, but how do we at all partner Indian businesses? Simple things which I put forward before you. Large businesses, of course, search for their partners and get it because of the sectoral specializations that they have. But today, the way in which Prime Minister has promoted India in every bit of it, by taking up, for example, one particular thing that I put before you. Prime Minister actually suggested that India doesn't have to look at what products it produces, one thing which is big, one thing which is known, but every district in India has one or the other product which is unique in its own case and which is sought after for some special qualities it has. It can be a natural produce like basmati rice, but it can also be handicraft products like very many of you are familiar, whether it is the Banarsi silk, whether it is the Kanchivaram silk, whether it is the Mysore silk, or whether it is handicrafts, the bronze work of Moradabad, or the bronze again from south, which comes with beautiful iconography, or whether you're looking at spice-based products. So every district today has been identified for that one unique product which it has. So both the central government and state government are working together. You have one district, one product identified for active promotion of exports of that particular product. Now, there are several participatory roles which I can envisage for the Indian diaspora. You can look at coming and giving them technology that is required. You can look at how handmade products can be promoted by better packaging. And you can identify the local area in which you live, whether they would want to buy more of it. I'll give you the example. I visited Nagaland. They do wonderful bamboo-based materials. They're also very good at weaving, hand weaving of materials. And when I went there, probably in October, they were making wonderful Christmas tree decorations, also tableware, the runners and placemats and everything of such quality. And they were selling it or exporting it to countries which wanted them in bulk for their Christmas celebrations. Similar was the way in which some handmade knitted products from South. You know, machine-made knitted products are finding bulk markets, but unique market products which are handmade are also finding. So you would probably have more acquaintance with the districts from where you have gone abroad to identify those products and be of some contribution to help them to see how they can improve, how their packings can be better done, and how they can find markets and so on. Similarly, I also want to talk about how low-cost and very affordable technologies emerge from India, be it the mission, the spacecrafts that we make. They are, in fact, some of them very catchily told me once that the cost of the Chandrayaan, which goes to the moon, is far lesser than a Hollywood film. So if that is the way you were to look at it, we are producing goods, innovative goods, frontier technology goods at a cost which is far lesser than producing a film or even building a small unit which can produce certain goods or services, or even a good holiday for an entire football team abroad. So if that is the level at which affordable technologies are being made in India, I'm sure with your participation, with your inputs, they can better be produced and better find markets as well. I recognize that the remittances which come from abroad by Indians who migrated is about $100 billion for the year 2022. One of the highest remittances which is coming. This has gone up 12% between 21 and 22 within a year, which is post-pandemic. People thought probably Indian workers will not go back abroad again. They have actually gone up, not only gone back, but more have gone, found very useful employment, and that the remittance numbers have gone up by 12% within 1 year. I want to put that before you just so that you recognize the contribution that the Indian diaspora is making to the Indian economy. Actually, India is focusing, I can say with confidence, for the next 25 years, India is focusing on 4 I's. 4 as a number and I's. In fact, I would even say 4 ins, I-Ns. First is infrastructure. We are focusing on that for the next 25 years. We need better infrastructure. Investment, therefore, the second I. Third is innovation. We want more innovation so that we can have in-situ solutions for India's problems which have been festering us for several years, several decades. So infrastructure, investment, innovation, and finally inclusion. All this will have to lead to inclusive growth, and that is where we need all the 4 I's, 4 ins, investments, infrastructure, innovation, and inclusion. We try to facilitate visit of people coming in and going out, e-visa. I don't want to elaborate on that. You know whether it is working well or not. But what I would project to you, even as we are trying to harness the potential of entrepreneurial skill of the Indian diaspora, is India is becoming a knowledge hub. There's just no doubt. And I can expand this in several ways. Other than the fact that most globally reputed and coveted awards are being won by Indians. The Nobel Prize, for instance. In the 21st century, we've already had 4 Indians get Nobel Prize. You must have heard of the names of V. Ramakrishnan, V.S. Naipaul, Kailash Satyarthi, and also Abhijit Banerjee. All of them have got Nobel. So with the Fields Medal for Mathematics, Magsaysay Award for Social and Public Work, Booker's Prize for Writing, Pulitzer Prize. So Indians are there getting some of the coveted awards. But if that is just for writing and speaking and so on, and also for science, you also have Indians making every component that is so desirable in one or the other industry. I'll just give you a couple of examples. 14 out of 15 diamonds which are cut and polished anywhere in the world is made and cut and polished in India by Indians. 14 out of 15 diamonds are being cut and polished by Indians. Similarly, for any car that you would buy and use abroad, there's at least one component which is going into it made in India. Any car. You also find that production itself is nowadays coming in India and doing even for the high-end goods. Lockheed Martin is producing the wings for F-16 aircrafts, fighter jets that is, in India. And from here, it exports to all those F-60 assembly points. Similarly, Airbus plans to manufacture C-295 aircrafts in Dholera and Gujarat sooner. They've tied it all up. So that manufacturing is also going to happen here. You also know that very many MROs are happening in India. The maintenance and repair of aircrafts are all going to be centered in India. So the global capacity centers are all being established in India. So that clearly tells you that the knowledge base emanates from India, and that is going to be the way it is for the next at least 25 years. In this, most important point that I'd like to present before you, 2,000 chips are annually designed in India. It may be manufactured elsewhere, but they're designed in India by semiconductor companies which are here. And almost 90% of all chip makers have a design footprint in India. So it's not that, low value items, but even the high value items are now being produced in India. Now the semiconductor design engineers, how many do you think are there in the world? Semiconductor engineers who are design engineers. Can you make a rough guess? They are about 6 lakhs or 600,000 to 700,000 design engineers globally. And 1/10 of that is in India. And I like to say, as a member of parliament from Karnataka, that the outer ring road of Bangalore, this might sound like a factoid to you, but I want you to know this. The outer ring road of Bangalore, you will find a concentration of 50,000 to 70,000 design engineers who are in semiconductor designing, all of them present in that outer ring road area of Bangalore alone. So they are semiconductor design engineers who are at the heart of the semiconductor industry. That's all in the area of Bangalore. And many of them are now spreading to other areas as well. Now, India's software engineers are also writing the code that controls everything in the cars that you buy, or if you have a smart home, that you switch the geyser on or your food is getting warmed, even as you sit in your car and press the button, the codes are all written by Indian engineers. So let's not forget that is reflective in the fact that Mercedes-Benz, which has a R&D center in India, employs 7,500 such engineers, and also 4,000 contractors who are working for the Mercedes-Benz R&D. So essentially look at the number for one company and also look at one sector which has its engineers present in India. I'm using these data to underline the fact that India is becoming a knowledge hub of the world. I can go on one more point which is very important for electrical vehicles. Of the 100 million lines of code that is required for a driverless car, nearly 35% is written by Indians. But does it mean that we are centering everything in India and denying everybody else an opportunity that we can provide? Not at all. I quote the NASSCOM's report, which says, Indian IT industries have registered 396 billion US dollars in sales to date, creating 1.6 million jobs and contributing 198 billion US dollars to the US economy. So you're creating jobs there. Our IT companies are creating jobs there. So if anyone told you that everything is going off to Bengaluru, no, sorry, we are creating jobs in the US as well. Similarly, in 2021, again, this is a NASSCOM report, Indian IT companies in the United States directly hired 207,000 American employees in the American employees with an average wage of $106,000 US dollars, and registering a growth of about 22% over what it was in 2017. So if you had this feeling that pandemic came and probably we are not contributing anymore, no, that's not true. It is registered nearly 22% growth post the pandemic compared to what it was in 2017. So we are even contributing post the pandemic in creating jobs abroad, IT industry's contribution. I also want to recognize the fact that Indian IT sector has actually made North Carolina in emerging as a tech hub. It's Indian IT companies which have contributed to that one whole area, state's growth as tech hub. And this is a singular contribution by one sector from one country. So I honestly appeal to the Indian real ambassadors, our diaspora, to speak of these kind of achievements of India as well. So it is the benefits are spread across countries, across the globe, and not just centered in India. I can speak similarly about the contribution of Indian pharmaceutical sector. 69% of all the vaccine requirement of the globe is serviced from India. 69%, it is not just COVID-19. Prior to that and after that, beyond that, vaccines are India's contribution to the world. 69% goes from India. Similarly, made in India medicines in the domestic Indian pharma market is now more than 80% compared to 5% in 1969. So India is emerging as a pharmacy of the world. So when I speak about knowledge hub, these are the areas in which India's expertise is contributing not just to Indian economy, but also to the universe. Similarly, I want to highlight that we have the world's second
भारत की राष्ट्रपति महामहिम परम आदरणीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी आज इस मंच पर हमारे साथ विराजमान गायना के राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय डॉक्टर मोहम्मद इरफान अली साहब, सूरीनाम के हमारे राष्ट्रपति महोदय आदरणीय चंद्रिका प्रसाद संतोखी जी, हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के राज्यपाल आदरणीय मांगू भाई पटेल साहब, मध्य प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी, देश के
क्योंकि सदैव याद दिलाता रहेगा। वे अपने हाथों से लगाए इन पौधों के माध्यम से सदैव न सिर्फ हमसे जुड़े रहेंगे, बल्कि मध्य प्रदेश की प्रगति व विकास के साथ पर्यावरण संरक्षण की दिशा में भी उनका नाता हमसे बना रहेगा।
नवरत्न हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों को मैं झुककर प्रणाम करता हूं। आज इस मंच पर हम भारत के राष्ट्रपति महोदया, गायना के राष्ट्रपति महोदया, सूरीनाम के राष्ट्रपति महोदय और आप सबका मध्य प्रदेश के मां अहिल्याबाई की नगरी में जो इतिहास, परंपरा, संस्कृति, अध्यात्म और आधुनिकता सभी का एक संगम है, इस इंदौर में आपका तहे दिल से हम स्वागत करते हैं। और हमें विश्वास है कि पिछले 2 दिनों में इस अतुल्य संगम राष्ट्रपति का एहसास आपको जरूर हुआ होगा। परम आदरणीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, एक लोकतंत्र में असली ताकत आज इस मंच पर लोक माने जनता विराजमान और वैसे ही के राष्ट्रपति किसी भी व्यक्ति की पहचान इरफान अली साहब, उसकी माटी और उसके देश से हमारे राष्ट्रपति महोदय, भारत के संदर्भ में एक पुरानी कहावत है, there's an age old adage, हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के राज्यपाल take an Indian out of India, आदरणीय मांगू भाई पटेल साहब, never take India out of any Indian। मध्य प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री और भारत का कोई भी शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी, कोई भी पुत्र देश के यशस्वी विश्व के किसी भी कोने में रहे हों, आदरणीय जयशंकर साहेब जी, वो भारत का सपूत, पुत्र पुत्री, विदेश राज्य कभी भी भारतीयता, आदरणीय मुरलीधरन साहेब, और इसी सोच और विचार हमारे सामने बैठे हुए भारत के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जगत में चमकते हुए भारत के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी प्रवासी भारतीयों को मैं झुककर प्रणाम करता हूं। 2002 में प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस की शुरुआत की। आज इस मंच पर और हम भारत के जब प्रवासी भारतीयों का गायना के भूमिका राष्ट्रपति महोदय 1998 में जब भारत ने पहली बार और आप सबका पोखरण में परमाणु ब्लास्ट मध्य प्रदेश के मां अहिल्याबाई जो नगरी में अनेक देशों ने भारत के विरुद्ध सैंक्शन जो इतिहास अगर परंपरा स्तर पर वो रुख बदलने का कार्य किसी ने किया था भारत के प्रति अध्यात्म, तो हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों ने और आधुनिक जग जग में देश सभी का एक संगम है। इस इंदौर में आपका तहे दिल से हम स्वागत करते हैं। और आज 21 साल बाद मेरे भाइयों और बहनों, और हमें विश्वास है कि पिछले 2 दिनों में 17वीं प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस हम मनाने जा रहे हैं। इस अतुल्य संगम केवल एक तारीख तक सीमित का एहसास आपको इट इज नॉट लिमिटेड टू एन इवेंट, इट इज नॉट लिमिटेड टू अ डेट। एक लोकतंत्र में लेकिन 2014 से जब से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कार्यभार संभाला है, माने जनता हो इसी संबंध को और वैसे ही एक वैश्विक और एक नई सोच और विचारधारा और एक नई रिश्ता और एक नई रूप देने के लिए उसकी माटी और उसके देश से सदैव होती है। और एक सेतु का स्थान भारत के संदर्भ में हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों को सशक्त करने के लिए उनकी अहमियत और उनकी कोशिश और दैट यू कैन टेक एन इंडियन आउट ऑफ इंडिया, और इसके आधार पर बट यू कैन नेवर टेक हम आज देखें आउट ऑफ एनी इंडियन कि भारत का छाप हमारे प्रवासी भारत और भारत का कोई भी सपूत, चाहे हम कोई मल्टीनेशनल कॉर्पोरेशन देखें, विश्व के किसी भी कोने में रहे करने वाले लोगों को देखें, चाहे हम विशेष भारत का सपूत, पुत्र पुत्र, चाहे हम एक एक सेक्टर में भी भारतीयता से जुदा, चाहे यूके के प्रधानमंत्री ऋषि सुनक जी हों और इसी सोच, चाहे हमारे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के सीईओ सत्य नडेला हों, भारत के इतिहास में पहली सुंदर पिछाई हो, चाहे आयरलैंड के राष्ट्रपति पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने, यह अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी अगर 2002 में प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस भारत और भारतीयों को उभारने का काम प्रवासी भारतीयों ने किया और उस समय से नहीं जब प्रवासी भारतीयों का भारतीयों का कार्य भी हमारे प्रवासी एक अहम भूमिका रही। और 1998 में जब भारत ने पहली बार केवल 135 पोखरण में परमाणु ब्लास्ट किए, भारत की जनसंख्या और उस समय में जो करोड़ है, अनेक देशों 3 करोड़ भारत के हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों की जनसंख्या, अगर विश्व स्तर पर वो रुख बदलने का कार्य किसी ने किया भारत की भागीदारी, तो हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों भारत को जग जग में बनाने के लिए अनिवार्य है। आपकी भागीदारी और आपकी साझेदारी भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए अनिवार्य। मेरे भाइयों और बहनों, और इसी दृश्य के पीछे जब 17वीं एक शिल्पकार भारतीय दिवस हम मनाने जा रहे हैं, तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी तारीख तक सीमित नहीं, जिन्होंने अपनी सोच और विचारधारा के साथ इवेंट और विदेश नीति के साथ, लेकिन 2014 से जब से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कार्यभार संभाला है, हमारे प्रवासी संबंध को एक नया सम्मान का स्थान बनाने का संकल्प, नई सोच और विचारधारा और एक नई रिश्ता और एक नई रूप देने के लिए यूके में हम संकलित रूप से पिछले बार जब बैठक हुई थी और एक सेतु का साल ये तय किया गया कि 3000 हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों को सशक्त करने के लिए उनकी वर्क वीजा यूके में दिया जाएगा और उनकी पूर्ण जब पहले बार कोविड आया वैश्विक और इसके आधार पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने खाड़ी देशों के सभी राष्ट्रपति या प्रधानमंत्री भारत का छाप हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों ने कहाँ नहीं छोड़ा है। उनका हालत और उनकी स्वास्थ्य सुविधा सुनिश्चित, चाहे हम कोई मल्टीनेशनल कॉर्पोरेशन यूक्रेन और रूस के बीच में, चाहे हम देश के नेतृत्व करने वाले लोगों को ने ऑपरेशन गंगा के आधार, चाहे हम विशेषज्ञों 23,000 प्रवासी हमारे, चाहे हम एक एक सेक्टर घर लाने की पहल लगाकर उनको संगठित और सुरक्षित रूप से प्रधानमंत्री ऋषि सुनक जी हों, तो इसलिए मेरे भाई, चाहे हमारे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के सीईओ सत्य नडेला हो, सुरक्षा, चाहे गूगल के सीईओ सुंदर पिचाई हो, उनकी समृद्धि, चाहे आयरलैंड के राष्ट्रपति 3 पॉइंटेड कार्यक्रम लियो वार्डकर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की, ये अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी हमारे प्रवासी भाई और बहन देश भारत में न रह रहे हो भारतीयों को, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का काम प्रवासी और उनकी सरकार के दिल में सदैव रहते हैं। ये विश्वास आपको हम दिलाना विश्व को उठाने का कार्य भी हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों ने सदैव हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों ने, और इसलिए मैं भारत का सहयोग भारत की जनसंख्या भारत के विकास में सहयोग दिया है, केवल 195 करोड़ तक सीमित नहीं है। जब इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस की जनसंख्या 138 करोड़ है, समय जो रेमिटेंस करोड़ हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों की जनसंख्या प्रवासी भारतीय ने भेजा था, आज हमारे आपकी भारत आपकी भागीदारी 3% हो चुका है। भारत को विकसित बनाने के लिए अनिवार्य जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हम भागीदारी भेजा था, आपकी साझेदारी यूक्रेन और रूस से हमारे बनाने के लिए अनिवार्य वापस लाने के लिए, और इसी हमारे एक प्रवासी भारतीय ने एक शिल्पकार रोमानिया भेजा गया इस देश में, वहां बैठ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र दिन देखा न रात देखा, सेवा भाव सोच और विचारधारा के साथ चला रहा है, कोई टेंट और विदेश नीति खाने पका रहा है, हमारे एक विद्यार्थी को लाने के लिए दिन रात हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों ने साथ बनाकर, तो आज आप सबको प्रवासी भारतीयों को और आपको मैं सलाम सम्मान का स्थान बनाने का आज के दिवस पर प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच और विचारधारा है। चाहे यूके में हम विश्व में ये ऐलान हो, पिछले बार जब बैठक हुई थी, भारत के बिना हर साल ये आगे किया गया कि 3000 भारत के हमारे एकीकरण के लिए को प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो सोच और विचारधारा है, जहाँ एक पहले बार कोविड आया, वैश्विक महामारी आई, वन सन वन वर्ल्ड और वन ग्रिड ने खाड़ी देशों के सभी राष्ट्रपति प्रधानमंत्री बोरिस जॉनसन जी हमारे सारे प्रवासी भारतीयों को उन्होंने उस क्षेत्र में उनका हालत और उनकी स्वास्थ्य सुविधा सुनिश्चित करवाई। और अभी जब यूक्रेन और रूस के बीच में लड़ाई हुई, प्रधानमंत्री ने ऑपरेशन गंगा के आधार पर 23,000 प्रवासी हमारे जिस प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वापस घर लाने की पहल लगाकर उनको संगठित कर रहा, सुरक्षित रूप से घर आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के वर्ष में, इसलिए मेरे भाई और बहन भारत आज हमारे प्रवासी पर उजागर हो रहा है मेरे भाई और बहनों, उनकी सहूलियत G20 की अध्यक्षता समृद्धि किस सोच और विचारधारा के साथ 3 पॉइंटेड कार्यक्रम, वन अर्थ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, वन फैमिली, भले हमारे प्रवासी भाई और बहन देश में न रह रहे हों, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की और उनकी सरकार के दिल में सदैव रहते हैं, ये विश्वास आपको हम दिलाना चाहते हैं। आज आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के वर्ष सदैव हमारे प्रवासी 2013-14 में भारत का सहयोग किया, भारत आर्थिक के विकास में सहयोग दिया है, विश्व में 13 नंबर की शक्ति थी जब इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस, आज भारत 5वें नंबर की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था विश्व में बन चुकी है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। आज 2030 तक भाग का 3.5% हो, विश्व की तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगी जब जर्मनी और जापान से भी आगे निकलकर मेरे भाई और बहन, यूक्रेन और आज से हमारे आप सब लोगों से निवेदन वापस लाने के लिए हमारे एक प्रवासी ग्रोथ स्टोरी में भागीदार, मुझे रोमानिया भेजा गया, प्रधानमंत्री जी के संकल्प को मजबूत कर, दिन देखा न रात देखा, जन्म सेवा भाव के आधार जुड़े रहे, गाड़ी चला रहा है, कोई टेंट लगा रहा है, कोई खाने पका रहा है, हमारे एक विद्यार्थी कराने के लिए मेरा दिन रात हमारे प्रवासी संदेश कार्य किया। तो आज आप सबको मैं सलाम करता हूँ, आपको मैं सलाम करता हूँ। लर्न आज के दिवस पर प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच और विचारधारा, डू रिटर्न, और विश्व में यह ऐलान हो चुका है कि भारत के बिना विश्व आगे नहीं, लर्न अर्न एंड डू रिटर्न, विश्व की योर डेस्टिनी इज हियर के लिए विद मदर इंडिया। प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो सोच है कि आपकी भागीदारी के साथ एक तरफ इंटरनेशनल भारत सोलर अलायंस सदी होगी, इसी भावना के साथ और वन भारत माता की। इस कार्यक्रम में बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद। तत्कालीन राष्ट्रपति यूके के, उन्होंने कहा था इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस, वन सन,
बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय आपका।
वन ग्रिड।
अपने ऐतिहासिक कार्यकाल में मध्य प्रदेश का चेहरा बदल देने वाले न्यू इंडिया की विकास गति के साथ साथ मध्य प्रदेश का हर कदम बढ़ाने वाले मध्य प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी से हमारा निवेदन है कि कृपया सभा को संबोधित करें। नाउ द ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश विल एड्रेस द गैदरिंग।
मेरे भाई और बहनों, और वो G20 की अध्यक्षता किस सोच और विचारधारा के साथ, वन अर्थ,
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। महामहिम
पूरा
राष्ट्रपति,
विश्व एक परिवार है।
हमारे देश की गौरव
आज आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के वर्ष
माननीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी,
2013-14 में भारत आर्थिक
गुआना के
स्थिति में
राष्ट्रपति, महामहिम
विश्व
राष्ट्रपति
में 13 नंबर की शक्ति थी।
डॉक्टर मोहम्मद इरफान अली जी,
आज भारत 5वें नंबर की सबसे बड़ी
सूरीनाम के
अर्थव्यवस्था विश्व में बन चुकी है,
महामहिम
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में।
श्री चंद्रिका प्रसाद
और
संतोषी जी,
2030 तक भारत
मध्य प्रदेश के
विश्व की
कर्मठ गवर्नर
तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन
आदरणीय
जाएगी,
मंगू भाई
जर्मनी
पटेल
और
जी,
जापान से भी आगे निकलकर मेरे भाइयों।
हमारे
तो आज
प्रिय
के इस दिवस
विदेश
पर आप सब
मंत्री,
लोगों से निवेदन है,
कल जिनका
भारत की
जन्मदिन भी
इंडियन
हमने
ग्रोथ
मनाया,
स्टोरी में भागीदार बने,
तुम जियो
प्रधानमंत्री
हजारों
जी के
साल।
संकल्प को मजबूत करें,
आदरणीय
अपने
जयशंकर जी,
जन्मभूमि से जुड़े रहें
हमारे सिविल
और हमारे
एविएशन
युवाओं को जो
मिनिस्टर
बाहर देश के बाहर कार्य कर
श्री
रहे हैं,
ज्योतिरादित्य
मेरा एक
सिंधिया
ही
जी,
मंत्र है, एक ही संदेश है,
हमारे विदेश राज्य मंत्री
LER,
श्री वी मुरलीधरन
Learn,
जी
earn,
और मेरे
learn,
प्रिय
earn and do return.
प्रवासी बहनों, भाइयों, भांजे, भांजियों,
Learn, earn and do return because your
एक बार
destiny is
फिर
here
मध्य प्रदेश
with
का
Mother
प्रणाम,
India. मुझे विश्वास है
इंदौर
कि
का
आपकी
प्रणाम और
भागीदारी के
मामा का
साथ
प्रणाम।
भारत की यह सदी होगी। इसी भावना के साथ
ये
भारत
दुर्लभ
माता की
अवसर है।
धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
आज एक मंच पे 3 महामहिम राष्ट्रपति विराजमान है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय आपका।
एक बार ताली बजा के स्वागत कीजिए भारत के राष्ट्रपति जी का,
मध्य प्रदेश का चेहरा बदल देने वाले
गुआना के राष्ट्रपति
न्यू
जी
इंडिया
का,
की
सूरीनाम
विकास
के
गति
राष्ट्रपति जी
साथ साथ मध्य प्रदेश का हर कदम बढ़ाने वाले मध्य प्रदेश के माननीय
मेरा मन आज
मुख्यमंत्री
भाव विभोर
श्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी से हमारा निवेदन है कि कृपया सभा को संबोधित
आनंद और
करें।
प्रसन्नता
नाउ द
से
ऑनरेबल
भरा
चीफ
हुआ है।
मिनिस्टर ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश विल एड्रेस द गैदरिंग।
लेकिन दिल के किसी कोने में गंभीर उदासी भी छा रही है। 3 दिन तक आपका साथ रहा भारत माता की, भारत इंदौर माता आपसे की एक रूप हो गया। भारत की सचमुच में इंदौर ने तैयारी वैसी की जैसे महामहिम राष्ट्रपति की तैयारी करते हैं। हमारे देश की गौरव माननीय श्रीमती अपनी बेटी की शादी जैसा गुआना के राष्ट्रपति, महामहिम राष्ट्रपति सत्कार डॉक्टर मोहम्मद इरफान जब बेटी की विदाई होती है सूरीनाम के, तो फिर मन में तकलीफ। महामहिम राष्ट्रपति श्री चंद्रिका प्रसाद 3 दिन आनंद के, उत्सव के, उमंग के, मध्य प्रदेश के कर्मठ गवर्नर 3 दिन के आदरणीय मंगू भाई पटेल जी, हमारे प्रिय विदेश मंत्री, कल जिनका सोच का भारी हो रहा है कि आप चले जाओगे, तुम जियो हजारों साल, जाओ ना। आदरणीय जयशंकर जी, जो बात इस जगह है एविएशन नहीं, मिनिस्टर श्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी, मेरे प्रिय बहनों और भाइयों, हमारे विदेश राज्य मंत्री, कल मैं गया था श्री वी मुरलीधरन जी हमारे घर कार्यक्रम में, और मेरे प्रिय वहां संस्मरण सुना बहनों, भाइयों, भांजे, भांजियों। एक बहन ने सुना कि पहले तो मैं डर रही थी, दूसरे घर कैसे जाऊं कि नहीं जाऊं। एक बार फिर मध्य प्रदेश का प्रणाम, इंदौर का प्रणाम और मामा का प्रणाम। भाव विभोर थे प्रवासी हमारे साथ, और उनसे ज्यादा ये दुर्लभ अवसर है, मेहमान से ज्यादा मेजबान। आज एक मंच पे ऐसे लगा 3 महामहिम मिले हो, 2 देशों को जोड़ दिया हो। एक बार ताली बजा के स्वागत कीजिए भारत के राष्ट्रपति जी का, 3 दिन से गुआना के राष्ट्रपति जी का, सूरीनाम के राष्ट्रपति, इंदौर की चर्चा हो रही है, मध्य प्रदेश की चर्चा हो रही है। मेरा मन आज भाव में भारत की चर्चा हो रही है। आनंद और मैं सच कहता हुआ है, ये कार्यक्रम केवल सरकार का कार्यक्रम नहीं, कोने में गंभीर जयशंकर जी की टीम लगी थी, विदेश मंत्रालय मध्य प्रदेश दिन तक आपका साथ रहा, लेकिन इंदौर की जनता ने इंदौर आपसे जुड़ के ये कार्यक्रम किया। इंदौर की जनता ने सचमुच में इंदौर ने तैयारी वैसी, प्रधानमंत्री जी कह रहे थे शादी की तैयारी करते। इंदौर स्वच्छता की राजधानी, इंदौर स्वाद की राजधानी, अपनी बेटी की शादी जैसा, और जोड़ रहा हूं, इंदौर जन भागीदारी और जन सहभागिता की भी राजधानी है। लेकिन लेकिन जब बेटी की विदाई और जाने के पहले हमने आपसे पेड़ लगवाए, तो फिर मन में तकलीफ भी होती है। हर देश की प्रतिनिधियों ने पेड़ लगाए, आनंद के, उत्सव के, उमंग के। आपको हमने प्रेम के बंधन से तो बांध ही था, पेड़ के बंधन से भी बांध नहीं चला। ये पेड़ सदैव आपकी याद दिलाएंगे। और जिनने पेड़ लगाए हो रहा है कि आप चले जाओगे, कोड भी हम दे रहे हैं, अरे यहीं रह जाओ ना। आप स्कैन करेंगे तो आपका लगाए वो पेड़ आपको दिखेगा। जो बात इस जगह है कहीं पे नहीं, उस पेड़ को हम बढ़ाते रहेंगे। वो पेड़ आपको हमारी याद दिलाता रहेगा। कल मैं गया था, आज पधारो हमारे घर, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने होम जो मंत्र दिया वसुदैव कुटुंबकम का, वहां संस्मरण सुना रहे थे। भारत का मंत्र है धर्म की जय हो, अधर्म का नाश हो, प्राणियों में सद्भाव ना हो, और विश्व का जाऊं कि नहीं जाऊं कल्याण, विश्व के कल्याण के साथ। लेकिन उस घर में रह के विश्व का कल्याण तब होगा जब पर्यावरण बचे। भाव विभोर थे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पंचामृत, और उनसे ज्यादा भाव विभोर थे, इसलिए हमने भी पर्यावरण मेहमान से ज्यादा मेजबान ऐसे लगा। ये पेड़ के दो परिवार नहीं मिले हो, दो याद दिलाता रहेगा दिया हो कि भारत का संदेश है, प्रधानमंत्री का संदेश है, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मां कश्चित् दुख भाग भवेत्। इंदौर की चर्चा हो, सब निरोग हो, सबका मंगल हो, मध्य प्रदेश की चर्चा हो, ये भारत का संदेश, भारत की चर्चा हो रही है। आज भारतीय समुदाय का कल्याण का काम करने वालों को ये कार्यक्रम केवल सरकार का कार्यक्रम पुरस्कृत करेंगी। जयशंकर जी सबको मैं बधाई देता हूं। विदेश मंत्रालय आज सवेरे एक सत्र हुआ था महिला उद्यमियों का राष्ट्र के निर्माण में, लेकिन इंदौर की जनता ने जी जान से जुड़ के ये कार्यक्रम किया। इंदौर की जनता ने, बताना चाहूंगा, वो योजना प्रधानमंत्री जी कह रहे थे इंदौर स्वच्छता की राजधानी, हम कोई भी कार्यक्रम शुरू इंदौर स्वाद की राजधानी की पूजन से। लेकिन मैं एक और मध्य प्रदेश में इंदौर जन भागीदारी और जन सहभागिता की भी राजधानी है। तो हमने योजना बनाई लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना, और जाने के पहले कर दिया कि बेटी अगर पैदा होगी, हमने आपसे पेड़ 30,000 रुपए के बचत पत्र उसके नाम से खरीद के हर देश की प्रतिनिधियों ने पेड़ रख लेंगे। और जब बेटी 5वीं पास करके 6वीं में जाएगी तो 2000, 8वीं पास करके 9वीं में जाएगी तो 4000, 10वीं पास करके 11वीं में जाएगी तो 7,500, 11वीं और 12वीं में 6,000 रुपया। और सदैव आपकी याद दिलाएंगे होगी तो सीधे 1 लाख रुपया और उसको मिल जाएंगे। मध्य प्रदेश की धरती पर बेटी लखपति पैदा होगी। आप ये लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना, तो आपका लगाए वो पेड़ पैदा हो तो लाडली लक्ष्मी, स्कूल जाए तो किताबें निःशुल्क, साइकिल निःशुल्क, पेड़ को हम बढ़ाते रहेंगे। अब तो लाडली लक्ष्मी 2 में हमने जोड़ दिया है, मेडिकल इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में भी अगर एडमिशन हो जाएगा तो इस प्राइवेट में हो चाहे सरकारी में हो, उन बेटियों की फीस मम्मी पापा नहीं भरवाएंगे, मामा ही भरवाएगा। जो मंत्र दिया वसुदैव प्रदेश की सरकार भरवाएगी। भारत का मंत्र है महिला सशक्तिकरण के नए युग का प्रारंभ, सद्भाव ना हो, और विश्व का। और मैं एक बात और बता दूं, मध्य प्रदेश की ग्रोथ रेट विश्व के कल्याण के साथ 19 का कल्याण तब होगा जब पर्यावरण बचे ज्यादा। प्रधानमंत्री भारत की जीएसडीपी में हमारा योगदान को, इसलिए हमने भी पर्यावरण 3.6% हुआ करता था, 4.6% है। ये पेड़ और आज फूड बास्केट है मध्य प्रदेश हिंदुस्तान का। भारत का संदेश है, प्रधानमंत्री का संदेश है, छोड़ दिया है। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु। एक नहीं अनेक उपलब्धियां हैं, विस्तार में नहीं जाऊं। सुखी हो, सब निरोग हो, सबका मंगल हो, सबका कल्याण हो, ये भारत का संदेश। खेती के मामले में हमारा बासमती राइस, आज भारतीय समुदाय का कल्याण का काम करने वालों को चिन्ह और चावल राष्ट्रपति पुरस्कृत करेंगी। मध्य प्रदेश उन सबको मैं बधाई। गवर्नेंस में, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, आज सवेरे एक सत्र हुआ था महिला मध्य प्रदेश लगातार आगे बढ़ रहा है उनकी भूमिका पर। और इसलिए आज मैं एक योजना जरूर आपको मध्य प्रदेश की बताना चाहूंगा। मध्य प्रदेश के प्रथम सेवक के नाते लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना, आपसे कुछ निवेदन कर रहा हूं। हम बेटियों, हम कोई भी कार्यक्रम शुरू करते हैं तो बेटियों की पूजन से। और मध्य प्रदेश में थोड़ा निवेश रेशियो गड़बड़ा रहा था, बेटे ज्यादा पैदा हो रहे थे, बेटियां कम पैदा हो रही थी। कई लोग मुझसे मिले, तो हमने योजना बनाई लाडली लक्ष्मी, अभी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट में तय कर दिया कि बेटी अगर पैदा होगी तो कई लोगों ने बचत पत्र उसके नाम से खरीद के आप खुद भी निवेश कीजिए। रख लेंगे, और जब बेटी 5वीं पास करके 6वीं में जाएगी तो 2000, 8वीं पास करके 9वीं में जाएगी तो 4000, 10वीं पास करके अच्छा हम में और आप में कोई दूरी नहीं है, तो 7500, 11वीं और 12वीं में 6000 रुपया और एमपी पोर्टल बनाया, 21 साल की होगी तो सीधे 1 लाख रुपया और उसको मिल जाएंगे। मध्य प्रदेश की धरती पर बेटी लखपति पैदा होगी। www ये लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना, फ्रेंड्स ऑफ एमपी, बेटी पैदा हो तो लाडली लक्ष्मी, स्कूल जाए तो किताबें निःशुल्क, साइकिल निःशुल्क, प्रस्ताव भेजिए तुरंत। और अब तो लाडली लक्ष्मी 2 में हमने जोड़ दिया है, मेडिकल इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में भी अगर एडमिशन हो जाएगा तो इस प्राइवेट में हो चाहे सरकारी में हो, अगर निवेश उन बेटियों की फीस मम्मी पापा नहीं भरवाएंगे, मामा ही भरवाएगा, बाहर दूसरे प्रदेश से भी प्रदेश की सरकार भरवाई में एक बार जरूर अपने गांव या महिला सशक्तिकरण के एक नए युग का प्रारंभ मध्य प्रदेश में हम गौरव दिवस मनाते हैं, तब जितने मध्य प्रदेश में उस गांव के रहने वाले, शहर के रहने वाले उनको करंट प्राइस एज पे और कोई ना 19.76% है देश में सबसे जड़ों के लिए, अपनी मातृभूमि के लिए। भारत की जीएसडीपी में हमारा योगदान पहले 3.6% हुआ करता था, 4.6 हमारे जो बेटा बेटी पढ़ रहे हैं। अब भारत में बहुत लोग फूड बास्केट है मध्य प्रदेश हिंदुस्तान का, भी जाते हैं गेहूं के उत्पादन में हमने पंजाब को पीछे छोड़ दिया है, मध्य प्रदेश नंबर 1 पर पहुंच गया। हेल्प डेस्क बना ले, एक नहीं अनेकों उपलब्धियां हैं, विस्तार में नहीं जाऊंगा। जो अगर कोई कठिनाई बच्चों को आए तो उनको सहयोग करे। खेती के मामले में हमारा सही बासमती राइस, हमारा दाना और गेहूं जरूर भेजना लोगों को। चिन्ह और चावल अभी भी घूम के ही जाना, एकदम मत चले जाना। मध्य प्रदेश महाकाल, महालोक, मांडवगढ़, महेश्वर, मध्य प्रदेश लगातार आगे बढ़ रहा है। और इसलिए चीता देखने भी फरवरी में बुलाऊंगा। जाते जाते फरवरी से हमें अलाउ कर रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नामीबिया से चीता बुलाए, दक्षिण अफ्रीका की चीता और आने वाले हैं। मध्य प्रदेश को भूलना, एशिया महाद्वीप में खत्म हो गए थे, अब मध्य प्रदेश के कूनो पालपुर में निवेश में जो योगदान हो बहनों और भाइयों, कई लोग मुझसे मिले हैं, मैं तो कुछ लोगों को कह रहा हूँ रुक जाओ, अभी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट भी है कल और परसों के अलावा भी मध्य प्रदेश कई लोगों ने बहुत अच्छे प्रस्ताव दिए। और अब आप खुद भी निवेश कीजिए, हुए मन भारी है, और अगर आपको नहीं करना हो तो और कोई से भी करवाइए। अच्छा हम में और आपको कोई दूरी नहीं है, हमने फ्रेंड्स ऑफ एमपी पोर्टल बनाया है, हृदय में फ्रेंड्स ऑफ एमपी मध्य प्रदेश के दोस्त बनिए, चले जाओगे www फ्रेंड्स ऑफ एमपी गव इन पोर्टल है, आप पोर्टल पे प्रस्ताव भेजिए, तुरंत बिल लागेगा, मिलेगा, देर नहीं लगेगी। तुम बिन लागेगा, राजवाड़ा सुना सुना, अगर निवेश नहीं करना तुम बिन लागेगी, 56 दुकान सुनी सुनी बाहर दूसरे प्रदेश से भी, और तुम बिन लागेगा सराफा सुना सुना, जरूर अपने गांव या शहर। तुम बिन लागेगा इंदौर सुना सुना, मध्य प्रदेश में हम गौरव दिवस मनाते हैं, तब जितने मध्य प्रदेश में उस गांव के रहने वाले, शहर के रहने वाले उनको बुलाते हैं। सितारों को आंखों में योगदान जरूर देना, अपनी महफूज रखना जड़ों के लिए, अपनी मातृभूमि बड़ी दूर तक रात ही रात होगी, मुसाफिर हो तुम भी, मुसाफिर है हम भी, बेटा बेटी पढ़ रहे हैं मोड़ पर। अब भारत में बहुत लोग पढ़ने आ रहे हैं, लेकिन बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की उन बच्चों के लिए। और अंत में अगर एक हेल्प डेस्क बना ले, कसर तो नहीं छोड़, एक हेल्प डेस्क बन जाए, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री अगर कोई कठिनाई बच्चों को आए तो उनको सहयोग करे कि हाल छोटा पड़ गया, और निवेश ना करो तो ना सही, मध्य प्रदेश घूमने दोनों हाथ जाना और घूमने जरूर भेजना। अगर कोई असुविधा हुई तो अभी भी घूम के जाना, एकदम मत चले जाना। महाकाल, महालोक, मांडवगढ़, महेश्वर, हमारे प्यार को हृदय में रख के जाइए और हमें क्षमा कीजिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, प्रणाम, नमस्कार। देखिए भी फरवरी में बुलाऊंगा, फरवरी से हमें अलाउ कर रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नामीबिया से चीता बुलाए, दक्षिण अफ्रीका की चीता और आने वाले हैं। एशिया महाद्वीप में खत्म हो गए थे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
मध्य प्रदेश के
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मध्य प्रदेश। एक धागा है जो हम सबको बांधे रखता है, वो है हिंदुस्तानियत का धागा। एक रंग है जो कभी नहीं बदलता, कभी नहीं बदलता, वो है हिंदुस्तानियत का गहरा रंग। और यही है हमारा सच्चा रंग, यही है हमारा पक्का रंग। भारत माता की ऊर्जा, क्षमता और संस्कृति की सार्थकता से पूरी दुनिया को रूबरू करा रहे हैं हमारे प्रवासी भारतीय। और जहाँ पर वो हैं, वहाँ के समाज, वहाँ की संस्कृति को भी अपनापन दे रहे हैं।
जब तुम चले ले जाओगे।
विदेशों में
याद
विभिन्न कार्य
बहुत
क्षेत्रों में
आओगे।
उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन करने वाले प्रवासी भारतीयों को अब माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया के कर कमलों द्वारा सम्मानित किया जाएगा।
तुम बिन लागेगा
May I
कन्वेंशन
request
सेंटर
the
सुना,
Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi
तुम
Murmu
बिन
ji,
लागेगा
to kindly
राजवाड़ा सुना
present the
सुना,
प्रवासी भारतीय सम्मान awards
तुम बिन लागेगी
2023.
56 दुकान सुनी सुनी, और तुम बिन लागेगा सराफा सुना सुना।
Professor Jagdish Chennupati from Australia in the field of science, technology and education. जोरदार तालियों से
सितारों को
हमारे
आंखों
प्रवासी
में
भारतीयों का सम्मान करें।
महफूज रखना, बड़ी दूर तक रात ही रात होगी। मुसाफिर हो तुम भी, मुसाफिर हैं हम भी, किसी मोड़
Professor
पर
Sanjeev
फिर
Mehta from
मुलाकात।
Bhutan in the field of education.
बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की। और अंत में अगर कसर तो नहीं छोड़ी, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी की लोकप्रियता ऐसी थी कि हाथ
Professor
छोड़ना पड़
Dilip Launto from Brazil, art,
मैं दोनों
culture,
हाथ जोड़ के आपसे
education.
माफी मांगता हूं, अगर कोई असुविधा हुई तो दोनों हाथ जोड़ के आपसे माफी मांगता हूं।
तालियां आपकी
हमारे
शुभकामनाओं
प्यार
की
को
तरह
हृदय
हैं,
में रख
इन्हें
के
देते
जाइए
रहिए।
और हमें क्षमा कीजिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, प्रणाम,
Dr.
नमस्कार।
Alexander Mariakel John from Brunei in the field of medicine. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मध्य प्रदेश। एक धागा है जो हम सबको बांधे रखता है, वो है हिंदुस्तानियत का धागा। एक रंग है जो कभी नहीं बदलता, कभी नहीं बदलता, वो है हिंदुस्तानियत का गहरा रंग। In the field of community welfare, सच्चा रंग, यही है हमारा पक्का रंग। भारत माता की ऊर्जा, क्षमता और संस्कृति की सार्थकता से पूरी दुनिया को रूबरू करा रहे हैं हमारे प्रवासी भारतीय। और जहाँ पर वो हैं, वहाँ के समाज, वहाँ की संस्कृति को भी अपनापन दे रहे हैं। From Croatia, art, culture, education. विदेशों में विभिन्न कार्य क्षेत्रों में उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन करने वाले प्रवासी भारतीयों को अब माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया के कर कमलों द्वारा सम्मानित किया जाएगा। May I request the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji, to kindly present the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Awards 2023. Professor Ramji Prasad from Denmark in the field of information technology. Professor Jagdish Chennupati from Australia in the field of science, technology and education. जोरदार तालियों से हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों का सम्मान करें। Dr. Kannan Ambalam from Ethiopia in the field of community welfare. Professor Sanjeev Mehta from Bhutan in the field of education. Dr. Amar Kumar Mukhopadhyay, Germany, Community Welfare, Medicine. Professor Dilip Launto from Brazil, Art, Culture, Education. तालियां आपकी शुभकामनाओं की तरह हैं, इन्हें देते रहिए। Now, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Alexander Mariakel John from Brunei, Guyana, in the field of medicine, community welfare. Dr. Vekuntam Iyer, Miss Reena Vinod from Canada, from Israel, in the field of community welfare. Mr. Joginder Singh Nijjar from Croatia, Art, Culture, Education. Dr. Maksuda Sarfi Shiodani from Japan in the field of education. Professor Ramji Prasad from Denmark in the field of information technology. Dr. Raja Gopal from Mexico in the field of education. Dr. Kannan Ambalam from Ethiopia in the field of community welfare. Mr. Amit Kailash Chandra Lat from Poland, business community welfare. Dr. Amar Kumar Mukhopadhyay, Germany, community welfare, medicine. Mr. Parmanand Sukumal Daswani from Republic of Congo, community welfare. Now, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Irfan Ali from Singapore, politics, community welfare. Mr. Mohanlal Hira from South Africa, community welfare. Miss Reena Vinod Pushkarna from Israel, business community welfare. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Shivabhai Patel from South Sudan in the field of business community welfare. Dr. Maqsuda Sarfi Shiodani from Japan in the field of education. Mr. Sivakumar Nadesan from Sri Lanka, community welfare. Dr. Raja Gopal from Mexico in the field of education. Dr. Devan Chandrebose Sarman, Suriname, community welfare. Mr. Amit Kailash Chandra Lat from Poland, business community welfare. Dr. Archana Sharma from Switzerland in the field of science and technology. Mr. Parmanand Sukumal Daswani from Republic of Congo, community welfare. Justice Frank Arthur Sri Prasad, Trinidad and Tobago, community welfare, education. Mr. Piyush Gupta from Singapore in the field of business. Mr. Siddharth Balachandran from UAE, business community welfare. Mr. Mohanlal Hira from South Africa, community welfare. Mr. Chandrakant Babubhai Patel from UK in the field of media. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Shivabhai Patel from Darshan Singh Dhaliwal from the USA, business community welfare. Mr. Sivakumar Nadesan from Sri Lanka, Mr. Community Welfare. Kumar Tiwari from Uzbekistan in the field of business. Dr. Devun Chandrebose Sarman, Suriname Community Welfare. Thank you so much, Honorable President, and heartiest congratulations to all the award winners. बहुत बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया. Dr. Archana Sharma from Switzerland in the field of science and technology. Dr. Archana Sharma to render the acceptance speech, please.
Namaskar. The Honorable President Murmu, Honorable Minister Jaishankar,
Justice Frank Arthur
Ministers of State,
Sri Prasad,
fellow awardees,
Trinidad and Tobago, Community Welfare Education.
स्वागत के लिए इंदौर का बहुत बहुत आभार और धन्यवाद. I bring to you very warm regards, not only from my Karm Bhumi, Switzerland, but also from the
Mr.
world.
Siddharth
as a
Balachandran from
Madam
UAE
President,
Business
we are
Community
profoundly
Welfare.
humbled and deeply honored to receive this award bestowed upon us from the Government of India. Coming from all corners of the world, this gathering represents a vivid range of countries and backgrounds. With the recognition given
Mr.
today,
Chandrakant
to those of us who
Babubhai
have made
Patel from
contributions
UK
several
in the
diverse
field of
fields,
media.
ranging from civil society, government to sciences, we sincerely thank the people of India and the Indian government for this generous gesture. This award is a testament to our commitment and
Dr.
dedication
Darshan
towards
Singh
making
Dhaliwal from
positive
USA
contributions.
Business
It
Community
also
Welfare.
serves as an inspiration to us as we continue striving to make a lasting impact on society. In each of the societies in which we live, we have worked together to promote peace and development for all citizens, regardless of ethnicity or background. This has emerged from our strong Indian roots and our commitment to the philosophy of Vasudev Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Together, we have recognized our mutual need for respect, understanding, cooperation in order to build a better world for everyone. Our efforts have fostered strong national bonds that recognize diverse identities while maintaining the unity of our people in pursuit of a common goal, a better future for all. We are united by a commitment to justice and fairness, striving towards progress through collective action and support for one another. We have emerged as a nation that the world looks up to for solutions and dialogue. We are now leading the world with our presidency of the G20. We are contributing to an effective dialogue for and with the global South. This moment is history, and it is a paradigm-shifting moment. It is a moment of great pride, great honor, because as we speak for India, we not only speak for ourselves, we are the voice of the entire post-colonial developing world. And with the much pride and honor, this is also a moment of great responsibility. The deliberation that the future belongs to India, a debate that emerged at the turn of the century, has become a fact, that the future is India. In the words of Louis Pasteur, the future will belong to those who have done the most for the sake of suffering humanity. The compassion of India, rooted in our ancient and diverse culture, has brought this leadership to India, not only because India has served, but also because India has been resilient and has endured. I remember Prime Minister exhorting that science and technology can remove national barriers, unify the world, and advance peace. This is a message of optimism for science and a message of hope for the world. Children born into the world today are brought up in a time of promise and optimism. They have been gifted with something invaluable, and that's science, an immeasurable resource that we can use to propel not only our great nation, but the entire developing world forward and become global leaders. Science presents us with a vast, boundless realm of possibilities where ideas can be cultivated and progress made. It is only by embracing this new frontier that we will be able to break free from archaic ways of thinking and move towards a brighter future for India and for the world. Our unique sense of modernity, which is unlike that of any other nation in the world, draws its strength from both our ancient culture and the vigor and dynamism of science. We take pride in our ability to embrace the core truth of reality and are not afraid to explore it with an open mind. Our culture has instilled in us such precious values that have enabled us to create a balance between tradition and modernity. This combination has allowed us to be at par with other nations of the world while still retaining our own identity. We continue to strive towards progress while staying rooted in our culture. My mentor and Nobel laureate George Sharpak used to say, "Si on veut faire quelque chose, il faut donc s'occuper de l'éducation." If we want to do something, we must deal with education. I am so glad to note that education in India is being remodeled with the new Science, Technology and Innovation Policy, the National Education Policy, and support to engage with science, technology, industry, and education is an immense effort that our Honorable Prime Minister has dedicatedly put forward, and this definitely would lead to sustained development. As I close this, on behalf of all the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman awardees of 2023, I am reminded of the Rig Vedic verse, Yatra Vishwam Bhavyati Ek Niram. Where the world meets is one nest. This is our nest, and the world is meeting us here. Namaste, Jai Hind.
बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. And may I now call upon all the award recipients to kindly come up onto the stage for the photo op with the Honorable President and our esteemed guests on the dais. कृपया ग्रुप फोटो के लिए मंच पर पधारें. सबसे पहले 2023 के जो अवॉर्डीज हैं उनका फोटो ऑप होगा और उसके बाद 2021 के अवॉर्डीज मंच पर पधारेंगे. और इसके बाद 21 के अवॉर्डीज तैयार रहें. These are the memorable moments जो कभी भूलने नहीं वाले हैं और हृदय में कैद होने के साथ साथ अब कैमरे में भी कैद हो रहे हैं. Awardees for 2023. जोरदार तालियां सभी अवॉर्डीज के लिए, प्रवासी भारतीयों के लिए. और अब 21 के अवॉर्डीज मंच पर पधारेंगे फोटो ऑप के लिए. ये 2021 के अवार्ड विनर्स हैं. आप लोग यथास्थान जहाँ पर आप अपनी अपनी जगह है वहाँ पर खड़े हो जाइए और माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया और सभी एस्टीम्ड डिग्निटरीज हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं. ये स्मृतियाँ हमेशा के लिए संजो के अब जहाँ भी रहते हैं उस देश
जी लेंगे सरकार तेरी सरकारी में, जी लेंगे सरकार तेरी सरकार हमें रख लेना श्री श्याम तेरी दरबारी में, जी लेंगे सरकार तेरी सरकारी में, जी लेंगे सरकार तेरी सरकारी में, हमें रख लेना श्री श्याम तेरी दरबारी में, जी लेंगे सर।
थैंक यू।
ना आए कभी दोनों में जरा भी
सुनहरी यादें जो कैमरे में कैद हैं सबको प्रेरणा दे। एक बस जोरदार तालियां।
जी लेंगे सरकार तेरी सरकारी में, जी लेंगे सरकार तेरी सरकारी में, हमें रख लेना श्री श्याम तेरी दरबारी में, जी लेंगे सरकार।
His Excellency Dr. Mohammad
प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द कोस्ट गान होगा।
President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname, Shri Mangu Bhai Patel, Governor of Madhya Pradesh, Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Union Minister of External Affairs, Shri Jyotiraj Scindia, Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Shri V. Muralidharan, Union Minister of State for External Affairs, distinguished guests and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. I am delighted to be present at the 70th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas convention and deliver the valedictory address. I am very pleased to meet you all personally, especially because this convention is being held physically after a long interval of 4 years. I take this opportunity to wish you all a happy and productive new year. I am pleased to welcome His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, as the chief guest in this year's convention. He has his roots in Bihar, and his presence has made this event even more special. I also welcome His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname, who was our chief guest at the 16th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas,
सचमुच में
set to be held virtually due to the pandemic. I am also happy to note that one of the youngest Indian diaspora leaders, Ms. Jatena Mas Karen Haas, Member of Parliament Australia, has also participated in the convention as guest of honor for the Youth Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian diaspora today has become an important and unique force in the global system. It has grown into an energetic and confident community in every region and is making sheltered contributions to world affairs in leadership positions. Our diaspora has exhibited extraordinary dedication and hard work and has overcome many challenges to achieve excellence in all walks of life, including art, literature, politics, sports, business, academics, philanthropy, science and technology. Your achievements give us immense pride and joy. The Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Awards symbolize the nation's highest recognition of the diaspora members for their contributions to India and in their home countries. These awards are significant as they not only show our appreciation and acknowledgement of the achievements of the Pravasis, but also reflect our faith in their resolve to keep India's flag flying high in the world. Our Our previous awardees have continued to achieve greater heights and win praise for their good work even after receiving the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman. I congratulate this year's winners and hope that these awards will encourage you to scale even greater heights in the future. Over the last 2 decades, the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas Convention has served as a unique platform to enable fruitful engagement between government, people of India, and the diaspora. We started this tradition of celebrating our bonds with the diaspora on 9th January to mark the day when Mahatma Gandhi, a pioneer among Pravasis, embarked upon the revival of Indians' freedom movement against colonial rule on returning to India. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the nation is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav on completion of 75 years of independence. These celebrations are dedicated to those who have played a key role in India's progress up to the present times, and also to those who are instrumental in realizing our vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Therefore, there could not have been a better time to commemorate contributions made by the Indian diaspora. The theme of this year's convention, Diaspora, Reliable Partners for India's Progress in Amrit Kal, also reflects our desire to make you a partner in the achievements of our national developmental goals. In recent years, the government has undertaken several initiatives for the benefit of our diaspora. These are not only aimed towards welfare of those residential abroad, but also towards enabling you all to engage in the tasks of nation building. The overseas citizen of India and person of Indian origin card scheme have been merged, and the visas for the OCI cardholders have been made lifelong. We are also taking steps to enhance safe, orderly, and ethical legal migration of Indian youth for overseas employment. Now, digital platforms are being used to address grievances and to help distressed Indian nationals, especially women and migrant workers. We have also undertaken massive evacuation exercise to repatriate India's and Pravasis from crisis situations, including most recently in Operation Ganga in Ukraine. Your ideas and suggestions presented during the thematic discussions over the last 3 days will be immensely valuable in charting the path ahead. The plenary session discussing women diaspora entrepreneurs is particularly notable, as it shows the potential of our sister entrepreneurs and business women in the diaspora in shaping the entrepreneurial spirit of our women in all sectors of the economy here in India. In addition, our young diaspora achievers can play a significant role in fostering the spirit of innovation and development of new technologies among the youth of India. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing challenging times today, with economic and geopolitical upheaval all around us. Amid all these challenges, India is engaging with the world with greater self-confidence and a wider goal of securing national interest. This can be seen in our strong relations with all major countries and our leadership on various global platforms. As you know, India is presiding over the G20 this year with the theme One Earth, One Family, One Future. This theme, inspired by our ancient philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, reflects India's commitment to just and equitable growth for all in the world. In the next 25 years, India is going to embark on an ambitious journey of collective hard work, sacrifice, and intensive development to transform into a self-reliant world leader by 2047, when we will be celebrating the centenary of our independence. Your collective power and potential will be a force multiplier in the nation's inclusive development. I invite each and every member of our diaspora family to become a full partner in this journey. You can contribute with your energy, your experience, your ideas, your business acumen, your investments, your technical expertise and knowledge sharing to enhance our capabilities and capacities to fulfill the vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. The call of the soil of the motherland is something that transcends the barriers of time and distance. While you have built enriching and productive lives in your adopted homes in different corners of the world, our diaspora brothers and sisters will always hold a special place in our hearts, not only as extended family members, but as responsible stakeholders in India's development. I once again convey my best wishes to the distinguished gathering here and wish you all a happy and prosperous years ahead. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji. I now invite Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs, Shri V. Muralidharan, to kindly propose words of thanks. Kripya आभार प्रकट करें.
Namaskaram and good evening to everyone. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks at this valedictory session of the 17th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas Convention. I express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Rashtrapati ji for sparing her valuable time and joining us today and delivering a truly inspiring valedictory address and highlighting how India envisions a multifaceted and enduring relationship with its diaspora. My congratulations to the PBSA winners who have received their awards from Rashtrapati ji. It is said that well begun is half done. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji inaugurating the event yesterday and his inspirational address set the positive tone for the PBD. I express my sincere thanks to Honorable Prime Minister for being a motivational force for furthering our connection with the diaspora and sharing his vision for Atmanirbhar Bharat during this Amrit Kal. I express my deep appreciation to the Chief Guest, His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Irfan Ali, President of Guyana, for joining us. His presence has been an inspiration to this convention and all our diaspora participants. I also extend my warm gratitude to the special guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santoki, President of Suriname. His presence highlights the strong and enduring relations between Suriname and India. I am grateful to the participation of Ms. Zeneta Mascarenas, Member of Parliament Australia, for being the guest of honor for Youth Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. I also thank the Honorable Foreign Minister from Panama and Suriname, ministers from Mauritius, Malaysia, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, Suriname and Guyana, and other esteemed guests at this PBD for their gracious presence. I am grateful to our Honorable Minister for External Affairs, Dr. S. Jaishankarji, for providing guidance and encouragement at every step. His vision and ambition to involve diaspora in nation's development are noteworthy. I thank Honorable Governor of Madhya Pradesh, Shri Mangubhai Patel ji, for his gracious presence here and his leadership for the PBD. I am deeply thankful to the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji, for his leadership in successful conduct of this PBD. We have been able to witness the warm and effusive hospitality of the people of Madhya Pradesh under your leadership. I thank Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, Minister of Finance, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji, Minister of Health, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, Minister of Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji, who is present here, the Minister of Civil Aviation, for significant contributions, including in the plenary sessions. I also thank my colleagues, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi ji and Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh ji, for their excellent contributions in plenary sessions. I express my gratitude to Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji, for his valuable contribution at the Youth Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. I place my appreciation for the lively cultural performances by the cultural troops and for the exceptional digital exhibition put together for the first time on the contribution of diaspora in India's freedom struggle. It's an excellent tribute to our overseas freedom heroes. I thank all the diaspora members and our guests who have come here from different parts of the world and for their enthusiastic participation. I am sure there are many who have contributed for the success of this PBD, but for want of time, I am unable to mention every name, but I thank everyone involved. With this, I conclude and wish you all a very happy new year and a pleasant stay in India. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. आप सभी से निवेदन है कि कृपया राष्ट्रगान को सम्मान देने के लिए अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं। धन्यवाद माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया. Thank you, His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Irfan Ali, President of Cooperative Republic of Guyana.
का तो बाहर देश के and
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Prasad Sandukhi, President of the Republic of Suriname. Thank you, the esteemed dignitaries on the dais. May I request you all to kindly remain at your respective places till the time Honorable President and the distinguished dignitaries are there. A very warm and hearty welcome to the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji. और अब राष्ट्रगान होगा। We extend a very hearty and warm welcome to Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji. His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname. We also extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Governor of Madhya Pradesh, Shri Bangubhai Patel, Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Honorable Minister of External Affairs, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia, and Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs, Shri V. Muralidharan. कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की कविता से कर रही हूँ, जो प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस के जन्मदाता थे। ये कविता आप सभी को समर्पित है। विदेश में देश की शान बनाई, विदेश में देश की शान बनाई, भारत की पहचान सदा हमारे दिल में बसते, कैसे कहें मेहमान। देवी माता अहिल्याबाई के आशीर्वाद से आज भारत की माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया स्वयं अपनी शुभकामनाओं के साथ पधारी हैं स्वच्छता के सिरमौर इंदौर में। I now request Honorable Minister of External Affairs, Dr. S. Jaishankar, to kindly address the august gathering and give the welcome remarks.
Honorable President of India, His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of Suriname, Honorable Governor Shri Bangubhai Patel ji, Honorable Chief Minister Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji, Minister of Civil Aviation, Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji, Minister of State, Shri Muralidharan ji, my diaspora brothers and sisters, friends. It gives me great pleasure to commence the valedictory session of the 17th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas in the august presence of the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu. I am grateful to the Honorable President for gracing the occasion and agreeing to confer the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Awards. Her presence this day means so much to all of us. We deeply appreciate the presence of His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, who's been the chief guest of this convention. I thank His Excellency Shri Chandrika Prasad Santokhi ji, President of Suriname, for his distinguished presence at this event. Friends, representing the best of Indian talent and creativity in foreign lands, our diaspora has demonstrated exceptional qualities of dedication, commitment, and perseverance in many fields. Their contributions, achievements, and successes have earned them an enviable reputation in their respective societies. They are not only harbingers of change in their own worlds, but regarded as an authentic connection to that in India. Each of them has done us proud, and the awards being presented today are a reflection of that sentiment. From the discussion during this convention, it is clear that the global demand for Indian talent, skills, products, services, and practices will only increase with time. So too will mobility and migration, facilitated by the initiatives that the Modi government is taking with various partners. All this will only make the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas more meaningful and salient in the coming years. This convention takes place as we celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and enter the Amrit Kal. It is time to recognize the sacrifices and achievements of the past, even as we prepare for the ambitions of the future. The digital exhibition at this venue was an endeavor in that regard. The Youth PBD was similarly an effort to capture the optimism of the coming generations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address gave us the vision and guidance for the journey that we embark on. And the counsel of the presidents of Guyana and Suriname and the warm sentiments that they expressed convey the good wishes of our family abroad in this regard. 5 union ministers and 3 ministers of state have also spared their valuable time to interact with our overseas brothers and sisters. And Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji and his team have been truly effective partners in making this convention so successful. The valedictory session today is a culmination of the 3-day Pravasi Bharatiya Divas Convention. The Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Award, to be conferred by the Honorable President of India, is the highest honor given to overseas Indians. Since 2003, a total of 269 such Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Awards have been conferred. Today's award ceremony aims to recognize the achievements of 27 such remarkable persons from our diaspora and acknowledge their successes. I join you all in congratulating them and cherishing this opportunity to reaffirm that for India, the world is indeed one family. Thank you. Jai Hind.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका माननीय नागर विमानन मंत्री श्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी मध्य प्रदेश की गौरव माटी के ही बेटे हैं और जन सेवा से पूर्ण निष्ठा से जुड़े हुए हैं. We now request the Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation श्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी to kindly address us.
हमारे इस मंच पर विराजमान भारत की राष्ट्रपति महामहिम परम आदरणीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, आज इस मंच पर हमारे साथ विराजमान गायना के राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय डॉक्टर मोहम्मद इरफान अली साहब, सूरीनाम के हमारे राष्ट्रपति महोदय आदरणीय चंद्रिका प्रसाद संतोखी जी, हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के राज्यपाल आदरणीय मांगू भाई पटेल साहेब, मध्य प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी, देश के यशस्वी विदेश मंत्री आदरणीय जयशंकर साहेब जी, विदेश राज्य मंत्री आदरणीय मुरलीधरन साहेब और हमारे सामने बैठे हुए भारत के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जगत में चमकते हुए हमारे सभी नवरत्न हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों को मैं झुककर प्रणाम करता हूं। आज इस मंच पर हम भारत के राष्ट्रपति महोदया, गायना के राष्ट्रपति महोदया, सूरीनाम के राष्ट्रपति महोदय और आप सबका मध्य प्रदेश के मां अहिल्याबाई की नगरी में जो इतिहास, परंपरा, संस्कृति, अध्यात्म और आधुनिकता सभी का एक संगम है, इस इंदौर में आपका तहे दिल से हम स्वागत करते हैं। और हमें विश्वास है कि पिछले 2 दिनों में इस अतुल्य संगम का एहसास आपको जरूर हुआ होगा। एक लोकतंत्र में असली ताकत लोक माने जनता होती है, और वैसे ही किसी भी व्यक्ति की पहचान उसकी माटी और उसके देश से सदैव होती है। भारत के संदर्भ में एक पुरानी कहावत है, देयर इज एन एज ओल्ड एडिज दैट यू कैन टेक एन इंडियन आउट ऑफ इंडिया बट यू कैन नेवर टेक इंडिया आउट ऑफ एनी इंडियन। और भारत का कोई भी सपूत, कोई भी पुत्र पुत्री विश्व के किसी भी कोने में रहे हों, वो भारत का सपूत, पुत्र पुत्री कभी भी भारतीयता से जुदा नहीं हो सकता। और इसी सोच और विचार को भांपकर भारत के इतिहास में पहली बार भारत के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने 2002 में प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस की शुरुआत की। और उस समय से जब प्रवासी भारतीयों का एक अहम भूमिका रही, 1998 में जब भारत ने पहली बार पोखरण में परमाणु ब्लास्ट किए थे, और उस समय में जो अनेक देशों ने भारत के विरुद्ध सैंक्शन किए थे, अगर विश्व स्तर पर वो रुख बदलने का कार्य किसी ने किया था भारत के प्रति, तो हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों ने जग जग में, देश देश में किया था। और आज 21 साल बाद मेरे भाइयों और बहनों, जब 17वीं प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस हम मनाने जा रहे हैं, यह केवल एक तारीख तक सीमित नहीं है। इट इज नॉट लिमिटेड टू एन इवेंट, इट इज नॉट लिमिटेड टू अ डेट। लेकिन 2014 से जब से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कार्यभार संभाला है, इसी संबंध को एक वैश्विक और एक नई सोच और विचारधारा और एक नई रिश्ता और एक नई रूप देने के लिए संकल्पित रूप से उन्होंने कार्य किया है। और एक सेतु का स्थान हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों को सशक्त करने के लिए उनकी अहमियत और उनकी कोशिश और उनकी पूर्ण कोशिश रही। और इसके आधार पर जब हम आज देखें कि भारत का छाप हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों ने कहां नहीं छोड़ा है, चाहे हम कोई मल्टीनेशनल कॉरपोरेशन देखें, चाहे हम देश के नेतृत्व करने वाले लोगों को देखें, चाहे हम विशेषज्ञों को देखें, चाहे हम एक एक सेक्टर में डॉक्टर्स, इंजीनियर्स को देखें, चाहे यूके के प्रधानमंत्री ऋषि सुनक जी हों, चाहे हमारे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के सीईओ सत्य नडेला हों, चाहे गूगल के सीईओ सुंदर पिचाई हों, चाहे आयरलैंड के राष्ट्रपति लियो वार्डकार जी हों, यह अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी अगर हम कहें कि भारत और भारतीयों को उभारने का काम प्रवासी भारतीयों ने किया है, और अकेले नहीं, अपने साथ पूरे विश्व को उठाने का कार्य भी हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों ने किया। और इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि भारत की जनसंख्या केवल 135 करोड़ तक सीमित नहीं है। भारत की जनसंख्या 138 करोड़ है, जिसमें 3 करोड़ हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों की जनसंख्या है। आपकी भागीदारी भारत को विकसित बनाने के लिए अनिवार्य है। आपकी भागीदारी और आपकी साझेदारी भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए अनिवार्य है। और इसी दृश्य के पीछे एक शिल्पकार अगर रहा है इस देश में, तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं, जिन्होंने अपनी सोच और विचारधारा के साथ और विदेश नीति जयशंकर जी के साथ, सारे देशों के साथ कूटनीतिक संबंधों के साथ बनाकर हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों को एक नया सम्मान का स्थान बनाने का संकल्प लिया है। और इसी के फलस्वरूप चाहे यूके में हम देखें, पिछले बार जब बैठक हुई थी, हर साल यह तय किया गया कि 3000 भारत के हमारे विद्यार्थियों को वर्क वीजा यूके में दिया जाएगा। जब पहले बार कोविड आया, वैश्विक महामारी आई, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने खाड़ी देशों के सभी राष्ट्रपति या प्रधानमंत्रियों को फोन करके हमारे सारे प्रवासी भारतीयों को उस क्षेत्र में उनका हालत और उनकी स्वास्थ्य सुविधा सुनिश्चित करवाई। और अभी जब यूक्रेन और रूस के बीच में लड़ाई हुई, प्रधानमंत्री ने ऑपरेशन गंगा के आधार पर 23,000 प्रवासी हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को वापस घर लाने की पहल लगाकर उनको संगठित और सुरक्षित रूप से घर लाने का कार्य किया। तो इसलिए मेरे भाई और बहनों, हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों का सुरक्षा, उनकी सहूलियत और उनकी समृद्धि, ये 3 पॉइंटेड कार्यक्रम प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की है। भले हमारे प्रवासी भाई और बहन देश में न रह रहे हों, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की और उनकी सरकार के दिल में सदैव रहते हैं, यह विश्वास आपको हम दिलाना चाहते हैं। सदैव हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों ने भारत का सहयोग किया है, भारत के विकास में सहयोग दिया है। 1991 में जब इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस पूरे विश्व में आई थी, उस समय जो रेमिटेंस देश में एक एक प्रवासी भारतीय ने भेजा था, आज हमारे जीडीपी का भाग का 3.5% हो चुका है। और मैं विटनेस हूं कि जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हम लोगों को भेजा था यूक्रेन और रूस से हमारे विद्यार्थियों को सुरक्षित वापस लाने के लिए, हमारे एक एक प्रवासी भारतीय ने, मुझे रोमानिया भेजा गया था, वहां बैठकर न दिन देखा न रात देखा, सेवा भाव के आधार पर कोई गाड़ी चला रहा है, कोई टेंट लगा रहा है, कोई खाने पका रहा है। हमारे एक एक विद्यार्थी को लाने के लिए दिन रात हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों ने कार्य किया। तो आज आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपको मैं सलाम करता हूं। आज के दिवस पर प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच और विचारधारा है, और विश्व में यह ऐलान हो चुका है कि भारत के बिना विश्व आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता। और विश्व की एकीकरण के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो सोच और विचारधारा है, जहां एक तरफ इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस, वन सन वन वर्ल्ड और वन ग्रिड, जिस कार्यक्रम में बोरिस जॉनसन जी तत्कालीन राष्ट्रपति यूके के, उन्होंने कहा था इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस, वन सन वन वर्ल्ड वन ग्रिड एंड वन मोदी। जिस प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस वर्ष G20 की अध्यक्षता भारत कर रहा है, आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के वर्ष में भारत आज विश्व पटल पर उजागर हो रहा है मेरे भाई और बहनों। और वो G20 की अध्यक्षता किस सोच और विचारधारा के साथ? वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली एंड वन फ्यूचर। वासुदेव कुटुंबक की सोच, पूरा विश्व एक परिवार है। आज आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के वर्ष में, जो 2013-14 में भारत आर्थिक स्थिति में विश्व में 13 नंबर की शक्ति थी, आज भारत 5वें नंबर की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था विश्व में बन चुकी है, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। और 2030 तक भारत विश्व की तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगी, जर्मनी और जापान से भी आगे निकलकर, मेरे भाई और बहन। तो आज के इस दिवस पर आप सब लोगों से निवेदन है कि भारत की इंडियन ग्रोथ स्टोरी में भागीदार बने, प्रधानमंत्री जी के संकल्प को मजबूत करें, अपने जन्मभूमि से जुड़े रहें और हमारे युवाओं को जो बाहर, देश के बाहर कार्य कर रहे हैं, मेरा एक ही मंत्र है, एक ही संदेश है, LER, लर्न, अर्न, लर्न, अर्न एंड डू रिटर्न। Learn, earn and do return because your destiny is here with Mother India. मुझे विश्वास है कि आपकी भागीदारी के साथ भारत की यह सदी होगी। इसी भावना के साथ भारत माता की धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय आपका। अपने ऐतिहासिक कार्यकाल में मध्य प्रदेश का चेहरा बदल देने वाले, न्यू इंडिया की विकास गति के साथ साथ मध्य प्रदेश का हर कदम बढ़ाने वाले मध्य प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी से हमारा निवेदन है कि कृपया सभा को संबोधित करें। नाउ द ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश विल एड्रेस द गैदरिंग।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। भारत की महामहिम राष्ट्रपति, हमारे देश की गौरव माननीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, गुयाना के राष्ट्रपति, महामहिम राष्ट्रपति डॉक्टर मोहम्मद इरफान अली जी, सूरीनाम के महामहिम राष्ट्रपति श्री चंद्रिका प्रसाद संतोखी जी, मध्य प्रदेश के कर्मठ गवर्नर आदरणीय मंगूभाई पटेल जी, हमारे प्रिय विदेश मंत्री, कल जिनका जन्मदिन भी हमने मनाया, तुम जियो हजारों साल, आदरणीय जयशंकर जी, हमारे सिविल एविएशन मिनिस्टर श्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी, हमारे विदेश राज्य मंत्री श्री वी मुरलीधरन जी, और मेरे प्रिय प्रवासी बहनों, भाइयों, भांजे, भांजियों, एक बार फिर मध्य प्रदेश का प्रणाम, इंदौर का प्रणाम और मामा का प्रणाम। यह दुर्लभ अवसर है, आज एक मंच पे 3 महामहिम राष्ट्रपति विराजमान है। एक बार ताली बजा के स्वागत कीजिए भारत के राष्ट्रपति जी का, गुयाना के राष्ट्रपति जी का, सूरीनाम के राष्ट्रपति जी का। मेरा मन आज भाव विभोर है, आनंद और प्रसन्नता से भरा हुआ है, लेकिन दिल के किसी कोने में गंभीर उदासी भी छा रही है। 3 दिन तक आपका साथ रहा, इंदौर आपसे एक रूप हो गया। सचमुच में इंदौर ने तैयारी वैसी की जैसे बेटी की शादी की तैयारी करते हैं। अपनी बेटी की शादी जैसा इंदौर का स्वागत सत्कार, लेकिन जब बेटी की विदाई होती है तो फिर मन में तकलीफ भी होती है। 3 दिन आनंद के, उत्सव के, उमंग के 3 दिन कैसे कट गए पता ही नहीं चला। और अब मन सोच के भारी हो रहा है कि आप चले जाओगे। अरे यहीं रह जाओ ना। जो बात इस जगह है कहीं पे नहीं। मेरे प्रिय बहनों और भाइयों, कल मैं गया था पधारो मारे घर कार्यक्रम में, होम स्टे, वहां संस्मरण सुना रहे थे। एक बहन ने सुना कि पहले तो मैं डर रही थी, दूसरे घर कैसे जाऊं कि नहीं जाऊं, लेकिन उस घर में रह के उस घर की हो गई। भाव विभोर थे प्रवासी हमारे सारे, और उनसे ज्यादा भाव विभोर थे मेहमान से ज्यादा मेजबान। ऐसे लगा कि 2 परिवार नहीं मिले हो, 2 देशों को जोड़ दिया हो। सचमुच में 3 दिन से सब तरफ इंदौर की चर्चा हो रही है, मध्य प्रदेश की चर्चा हो रही है, भारत की चर्चा हो रही है। और मैं सच कहता हूं, यह कार्यक्रम केवल सरकार का कार्यक्रम नहीं था। जयशंकर जी की टीम लगी थी, विदेश मंत्रालय, मध्य प्रदेश की टीम लगी थी, लेकिन इंदौर की जनता ने जी जान से जुड़ के यह कार्यक्रम किया। इंदौर की जनता ने, प्रधानमंत्री जी कह रहे थे इंदौर स्वच्छता की राजधानी, इंदौर स्वाद की राजधानी, लेकिन मैं एक चीज और जोड़ रहा हूं, इंदौर जन भागीदारी और जन सहभागिता की भी राजधानी है। और जाने के पहले हमने आपसे पेड़ लगवाए ग्लोबल गार्डन में। हर देश के प्रतिनिधियों ने पेड़ लगाया। आपको हमने प्रेम के बंधन से तो बांध ही था, पेड़ के बंधन से भी बांध लिया। ये पेड़ सदैव आपकी याद दिलाएंगे। और जिनने पेड़ लगाए उनको QR कोड भी हम दे रहे हैं। आप स्कैन करेंगे तो आपका लगाए हुआ पेड़ आपको दिखेगा। उस पेड़ को हम बढ़ाते रहेंगे, वो पेड़ आपको हमारी याद दिलाता रहेगा। आज और सच में जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो मंत्र दिया वसुदैव कुटुंबकम का, भारत का मंत्र है धर्म की जय हो, अधर्म का नाश हो, प्राणियों में सद्भाव ना हो और विश्व का कल्याण हो। विश्व के कल्याण के साथ, विश्व का कल्याण तब होगा जब पर्यावरण बचे। और इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पंचामृत दिया है दुनिया को, इसलिए हमने भी पर्यावरण के लिए एक पेड़ लगवाया है आपके से। ये पेड़ हमें यह भी याद दिलाता रहेगा कि भारत का संदेश है, प्रधानमंत्री का संदेश है, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मां कश्चित् दुर्भाग् भवेत्। सब सुखी हो, सब निरोग हो, सबका मंगल हो, सबका कल्याण हो। यह भारत का संदेश पूरे विश्व में फैलाइए। आज भारतीय समुदाय का कल्याण का काम करने वालों को महामहिम राष्ट्रपति पुरस्कृत करेंगी। उन सबको मैं बधाई देता हूं। आज सवेरे एक सत्र और हुआ था महिला उद्यमियों का राष्ट्र के निर्माण में उनकी भूमिका पर। आज मैं एक योजना जरूर आपको मध्य प्रदेश की बताना चाहूंगा, और वो योजना है लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना। हम बेटियों, हम कोई भी कार्यक्रम शुरू करते हैं तो बेटियों की पूजन से। और मध्य प्रदेश में थोड़ा सेक्स रेशियो गड़बड़ा रहा था, बेटे ज्यादा पैदा हो रहे थे, बेटियां कम पैदा हो रही थी। तो हमने योजना बनाई लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना, और उसमें तय कर दिया कि बेटी अगर पैदा होगी तो 30,000 रुपए के बचत पत्र उसके नाम से खरीद के हम रख लेंगे, और जब बेटी 5वीं पास करके 6वीं में जाएगी तो 2000, 8वीं पास करके 9वीं में जाएगी तो 4000, 10वीं पास करके 11वीं में जाएगी तो 7500, 11वीं और 12वीं में 6,000 रुपया और जैसे 21 साल की होगी तो सीधे 1 लाख रुपया और उसको मिल जाएंगे। मध्य प्रदेश की धरती पर बेटी लखपति पैदा होगी। ये लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना, बेटी पैदा हो तो लाडली लक्ष्मी, स्कूल जाए तो किताबें निःशुल्क, साइकिल निःशुल्क, और अब तो लाडली लक्ष्मी 2 में हमने जोड़ दिया है, मेडिकल इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में भी अगर एडमिशन हो जाएगा तो इस प्राइवेट में हो चाहे सरकारी में हो, उन बेटियों की फीस मम्मी पापा नहीं भरवाएंगे, मामा ही भरवाएगा, प्रदेश की सरकार भरवाएगी। महिला सशक्तिकरण के एक नए युग का प्रारंभ मध्य प्रदेश की धरती पर किया। और मैं एक बात और बता दूं, मध्य प्रदेश की ग्रोथ रेट करंट प्राइजेज पे 19.76% है, देश में सबसे ज्यादा। भारत की जीएसडीपी में हमारा योगदान पहले 3.6% हुआ करता था, 4.6% है। और आज फूड बास्केट है मध्य प्रदेश हिंदुस्तान का। गेहूं के उत्पादन में हमने पंजाब को पीछे छोड़ दिया है, मध्य प्रदेश नंबर 1 पे पहुंच गया है। एक नहीं, अनेकों उपलब्धियां हैं, विस्तार में नहीं जाऊंगा, लेकिन अद्भुत राज्य मध्य प्रदेश। खेती के मामले में हमारा बासमती राइस, हमारा सरबती गेहूं, चिन्नौर चावल, ड्यूरम व्हीट, मध्य प्रदेश की अलग पहचान है। गुड गवर्नेंस में, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में मध्य प्रदेश लगातार आगे बढ़ रहा है। और इसलिए जाते जाते मध्य प्रदेश के प्रथम सेवक के नाते आपसे कुछ निवेदन कर रहा हूं, मध्य प्रदेश को भूलना मत। भूलेंगे तो नहीं ना? एक तो निवेश में जो योगदान हो सकता है, कई लोग मुझसे मिले हैं, मैं तो कुछ लोगों को कह रहा हूं रुक जाओ, अभी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट भी है कल और परसों। कई लोगों ने बहुत अच्छे प्रस्ताव दिए, आप खुद भी निवेश कीजिए, और अगर आपको नहीं करना हो तो और कोई से भी करवाइए ना। अच्छा, हम में और आप में कोई दूरी नहीं है। हमने एक फ्रेंड्स ऑफ एमपी पोर्टल बनाया है, फ्रेंड्स ऑफ एमपी। मध्य प्रदेश के दोस्त बनिए ना, www.friendsofmp.gov.in पोर्टल है। आप पोर्टल पर प्रस्ताव भेजिए, तुरंत आपको रिस्पांस मिलेगा, देर नहीं लगेगी। मेरे प्रिय मित्रों, अगर निवेश नहीं करना हो तो जहां के हो आप, मध्य प्रदेश में या मध्य प्रदेश के बाहर दूसरे प्रदेश से भी, तो मेरी अपील है साल में एक बार जरूर अपने गांव या शहर आना। मध्य प्रदेश में हम गौरव दिवस मनाते हैं, तब जितने मध्य प्रदेश में उस गांव के रहने वाले हैं, शहर के रहने वाले हैं, उनको बुलाते हैं और कोई ना कोई छोटा मोटा योगदान जरूर देना अपनी माटी के लिए, अपनी जड़ों के लिए, अपनी मातृभूमि के लिए। और एक अपील और है, हमारे जो बेटा बेटी पढ़ रहे हैं, अब भारत में बहुत लोग पढ़ने आ रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारे बच्चे भी जाते हैं पढ़ने अलग अलग देशों में। आपके देश में उन बच्चों के लिए एक हेल्प डेस्क बना लेना, एक हेल्प डेस्क बन जाए, जो अगर कोई कठिनाई बच्चों को आए तो उनको सहयोग करे। और निवेश ना करो तो ना सही, मध्य प्रदेश घूमने जरूर आना और घूमने जरूर भेजना लोगों को। अभी भी घूम के ही जाना, एकदम मत चले जाना। महाकाल, महालोक, मांडवगढ़, माहेश्वर, टाइगर रिजर्व और चीता देखने भी फरवरी में बुलाऊंगा आपको। फरवरी से हमें अलाउ कर रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नामीबिया से चीता बुलाए, दक्षिण अफ्रीका की चीता और आने वाले हैं। एशिया महाद्वीप में खत्म हो गए थे, अब मध्य प्रदेश के कूनो पालपुर में आ गए। मेरे बहनों और भाइयों, ये सचमुच में ऐतिहासिक अवसर है। समिट के अलावा भी मध्य प्रदेश आते रहें। और अब कहते हुए मन भारी है, लेकिन विदाई की बेला आ गई है। इंदौर की यादों को लेकर विदा, मध्य प्रदेश की पावन स्मृतियों को लेकर विदा, हृदय में हमारे प्रेम को लेकर विदा। जब तुम चले जाओगे तो याद बहुत आओगे। तुम बिन लागेगा कन्वेंशन सेंटर सुना, तुम बिन लागेगा राजवाड़ा सुना सुना, तुम बिन लागेगी 56 दुकान सुनी सुनी, और तुम बिन लागेगा सराफा सुना सुना, तुम बिन लागेगा इंदौर सुना सुना, और तुम बिन लागेगा हृदय घट सुना सुना। सितारों को आंखों में महफूज रखना, बड़ी दूर तक रात ही रात होगी। मुसाफिर हो तुम भी, मुसाफिर हैं हम भी, किसी मोड़ पर फिर मुलाकात होगी। बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की। और अंत में अगर कसर तो नहीं छोड़ी, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी की लोकप्रियता ऐसी थी कि हाल छोटा पड़ गया। मैं दोनों हाथ जोड़ के आपसे माफी मांगता हूं, अगर कोई असुविधा हुई तो दोनों हाथ जोड़ के आपसे माफी मांगता हूं। हमारे प्यार को हृदय में रख के जाइए और हमें क्षमा कीजिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, प्रणाम, नमस्कार।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मध्य प्रदेश। एक धागा है जो हम सबको बांधे रखता है, वो है हिंदुस्तानियत का धागा। एक रंग है जो कभी नहीं बदलता, कभी नहीं बदलता, वो है हिंदुस्तानियत का गहरा रंग। और यही है हमारा सच्चा रंग, यही है हमारा पक्का रंग। भारत माता की ऊर्जा, क्षमता और संस्कृति की सार्थकता से पूरी दुनिया को रूबरू करा रहे हैं हमारे प्रवासी भारतीय। और जहाँ पर वो हैं, वहाँ के समाज, वहाँ की संस्कृति को भी अपनापन दे रहे हैं। विदेशों में विभिन्न कार्य क्षेत्रों में उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन करने वाले प्रवासी भारतीयों को अब माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया के कर कमलों द्वारा सम्मानित किया जाएगा। May I request the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji, to kindly present the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Awards 2023. Professor Jagdish Chennupati from Australia in the field of science, technology and education. जोरदार तालियों से हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों का सम्मान करें। Professor Sanjeev Mehta from Bhutan in the field of education. Professor Dilip Launto from Brazil, Art, Culture, Education. तालियां आपकी शुभकामनाओं की तरह हैं, इन्हें देती रहिए। Dr. Alexander Mariakel John from Brunei in the field of medicine. Dr. Vekuntam Iyer Lakshmanan from Canada in the field of community welfare. Mr. Joginder Singh Nijjar from Croatia, Art, Culture, Education. Professor Ramji Prasad from Denmark in the field of information technology. Dr. Kannan Ambalam from Ethiopia in the field of community welfare. Dr. Amar Kumar Mukhopadhyay, Germany, community welfare, medicine. Now, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali, Guyana, politics, community welfare. Miss Reena Vinod Pushkarna from Israel, business, community welfare. Dr. Maqsuda Sarfi Shiodani from Japan in the field of education. Dr. Raja Gopal from Mexico in the field of education. Mr. Amit Kailash Chandra Lat from Poland, business, community welfare. Mr. Parmanand Sukumal Daswani from Republic of Congo, community welfare. Mr. Piyush Gupta from Singapore in the field of business. Mr. Mohanlal Hira from South Africa, community welfare. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Shivabhai Patel from South Sudan in the field of business, community welfare. Mr. Sivakumar Nadesan from Sri Lanka, community welfare. Dr. Devun Chandrebose Sarman, Suriname Community Welfare. Dr. Archana Sharma from Switzerland in the field of science and technology. Justice Frank Arthur Sri Prasad, Trinidad and Tobago, Community Welfare Education. Mr. Siddharth Balachandran from UAE, Business Community Welfare. Mr. Chandrakant Babubhai Patel from UK in the field of media. Dr. Darshan Singh Dhaliwal from USA, Business Community Welfare. Mr. Ashok Kumar Tiwari from Uzbekistan in the field of business. Thank you so much, Honorable President, and heartiest congratulations to all the award winners. बहुत बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया. And now may I call upon the awardee, one of the awardees, Dr. Archana Sharma, to render the acceptance speech. Please.
Namaskar. The Honorable President Murmu, Honorable Minister Jaishankar, Ministers of State, fellow awardees, distinguished guests. सबसे पहले तो तहे दिल स्वागत के लिए इंदौर का बहुत बहुत आभार और धन्यवाद. I bring to you very warm regards, not only from my Karm Bhumi, Switzerland, but also from the world as a scientist. Madam President, we are profoundly humbled and deeply honored to receive this award bestowed upon us from the Government of India. Coming from all corners of the world, this gathering represents a vivid range of countries and backgrounds. With the recognition given today to those of us who have made contributions in several diverse fields, ranging from civil society, government, to sciences, we sincerely thank the people of India and the Indian government for this generous gesture. This award is a testament to our commitment and dedication towards making positive contributions. It also serves as an inspiration to us as we continue striving to make a lasting impact on society. In each of the societies in which we live, we have worked together to promote peace and development for all citizens, regardless of ethnicity or background. This has emerged from our strong Indian roots and our commitment to the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Together, we have recognized our mutual need for respect, understanding, cooperation in order to build a better world for everyone. Our efforts have fostered strong national bonds that recognize diverse identities while maintaining the unity of our people in pursuit of a common goal, a better future for all. We are united by a commitment to justice and fairness, striving towards progress through collective action and support for one another. We have emerged as a nation that the world looks up to for solutions and dialogue. We are now leading the world with our presidency of the G20. We are contributing to an effective dialogue for and with the global South. This moment is history, and it is a paradigm-shifting moment. It is a moment of great pride, great honor, because as we speak for India, we not only speak for ourselves, we are the voice of the entire post-colonial developing world. And with the much pride and honor, this is also a moment of great responsibility. The deliberation that the future belongs to India, a debate that emerged at the turn of the century, has become a fact, that the future is India. In the words of Louis Pasteur, the future will belong to those who have done the most for the sake of suffering humanity. The compassion of India, rooted in our ancient and diverse culture, has brought this leadership to India, not only because India has served, but also because India has been resilient and has endured. I remember Prime Minister exhorting that science and technology can remove national barriers, unify the world, and advance peace. This is a message of optimism for science and a message of hope for the world. Children born into the world today are brought up in a time of promise and optimism. They have been gifted with something invaluable, and that's science, an immeasurable resource that we can use to propel not only our great nation, but the entire developing world forward and become global leaders. Science presents us with a vast, boundless realm of possibilities where ideas can be cultivated and progress made. It is only by embracing this new frontier that we will be able to break free from archaic ways of thinking and move towards a brighter future for India and for the world. Our unique sense of modernity, which is unlike that of any other nation in the world, draws its strength from both our ancient culture and the vigor and dynamism of science. We take pride in our ability to embrace the core truth of reality and are not afraid to explore it with an open mind. Our culture has instilled in us such precious values that have enabled us to create a balance between tradition and modernity. This combination has allowed us to be at par with other nations of the world while still retaining our own identity. We continue to strive towards progress while staying rooted in our culture. My mentor and Nobel laureate George Sharpak used to say, "Si on veut faire quelque chose, il faut donc s'occuper de l'éducation." If we want to do something, we must deal with education. I am so glad to note that education in India is being remodeled with the new Science, Technology and Innovation Policy, the National Education Policy, and support to engage with science, technology, industry and education is an immense effort that our Honorable Prime Minister has dedicatedly put forward, and this definitely would lead to sustained development. As I close this, on behalf of all the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman awardees of 2023, I am reminded of the Rig Vedic verse, Yatra Vishwam Bhavyati Ek Niram. Where the world meets is one nest. This is our nest, and the world is meeting us here. Namaste, Jai Hind.
बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. And may I now call upon all the award recipients to kindly come up onto the stage for the photo op with the Honorable President and our esteemed guests on the dais. कृपया ग्रुप फोटो के लिए मंच पर पधारें। सबसे पहले 2023 के जो अवॉर्डीज हैं उनका फोटो ऑप होगा और उसके बाद 2021 के अवॉर्डीज मंच पर पधारेंगे। एंड हिज एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स श्री
मोहम्मद इरफान अली।
सभी नवरत्न हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों को मैं झुककर प्रणाम करता हूं। आधुनिकता का एहसास किसी भी व्यक्ति की पहचान और भारत का कोई भी सपूत
जो कभी भूलने नहीं वाले हैं
और इसी सोच और विचार
कैद होने के साथ साथ
और उस समय से
कैद हो रहे हैं
संभाला है। जब हम आज देखें कि भारत का छाप, और इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि भारत की जनसंख्या प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने खाड़ी देशों के सभी दिल में सदैव रहते हैं।
फॉर 2023
सन वन वर्ल्ड।
जोरदार तालियां सभी अवॉर्डीज के लिए, प्रवासी भारतीयों के लिए।
भारत सूरी नाम के विभोर है। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः। खेती के मामले में हमारा
फोटो आपके लिए।
तो मेरी अपील है, साल किसी मोड़ पर
एक धागा है,
महफूज रखना। मुसाफिर हो तुम भी,
मुलाकात
हो। तारों को आंखों में तुम बिन लागेगा इंदौर से।
आप लोग
तुम बिन लागेगा कन्वेंशन सेंटर सुना।
वहां पर खड़े हो जाइए।
तुम बिन लागेगा राजवाड़ा।
राष्ट्रपति महोदया और सभी एस्टीम्ड
फरवरी से हमें अलाउ कर रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने
मौजूद हैं। ये स्मृतियां हमेशा के लिए संजो के अब जहां भी रहते हैं उस देश, उस शहर लेकर ये जाएंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
नामीबिया से चीता बुलाए, दक्षिण अफ्रीका की चीता और आने वाले हैं। एशिया महाद्वीप में खत्म हो गए थे, अब मध्य प्रदेश के कूनोपालपुर में आ गए।
सुनहरी यादें जो कैमरे में कैद हैं,
बहनों और भाइयों,
उन्हें ये अपने घर में सजाएंगे।
ये सचमुच में ऐतिहासिक अवसर है।
We are deeply overwhelmed by the gracious
रहे।
presence of the Honorable President of India, श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी।
मन भारी है।
हम माननीय आज अभिभूत हैं,
लेकिन विदाई की बेला आ गई।
आज आपकी अत्यंत गरिमामय उपस्थिति हम सबका
इंदौर की यादों को
वर्धन कर रही है। माननीय हमारी करबद्ध प्रार्थना है आपसे कि कृपया हम सबका मार्गदर्शन करें, हम सबको प्रेरणा दें। बस जोरदार तालियां माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया के लिए।
चले जाओगे तो याद बहुत आओगे। तुम बिन लागेगा कन्वेंशन सेंटर सुना। तुम बिन लागेगा राजवाड़ा सुना सुना। तुम बिन लागेगी 56 दुकान सुनी सुनी। और तुम बिन लागेगा सराफा सुना सुना। तुम बिन लागेगा इंदौर सुना सुना। और तुम बिन लागेगा हृदय घट सुना सुना।
श्री मंगू भाई पटेल,
सितारों को आंखों में
मध्य प्रदेश
महफूज रखना।
सिंह चौहान,
बड़ी दूर तक रात ही रात होगी। मुसाफिर हो तुम भी, मुसाफिर है हम भी। किसी मोड़ पर फिर मुलाकात हो।
श्री
नमस्कार।
विराज सिंधिया, यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ सिविल एविएशन। श्री
Ministers of State,
यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट दिस इयर्स कन्वेंशन, distinguished guests and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. I am delighted to be present at the 70th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas convention and deliver the obligatory address. I am very pleased to meet you all personally especially because this convention is being held physically after a long interval of 4 years. To wish you all a happy and productive new year. I am pleased to welcome His Excellency Dr. Mohammad इरफान अली,
इंदौर में एनआरआई सम्मेलन के तीसरे दिन राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू पहुंची। यहां राष्ट्रपति ने प्रवासी भारतीयों को अवार्ड देकर सम्मानित किया।
Our diaspora brothers and sisters will always hold a special place in our hearts. I also welcome
इससे पहले कि
His Excellency Mr. our diaspora Santoki, President of the Republic of Suriname, our diaspora who was our chief guest.
इससे पहले केंद्रीय मंत्री सीतारमण ने कहा कि भारत ग्लोबल ग्रोथ का सबसे पावरफुल इंजन है। पिछले साल की तरह इस साल भी हमारी इकोनॉमी सबसे तेजी से बढ़ेगी। तीसरे दिन विदेश मंत्री एस जयशंकर, ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया और केंद्रीय
मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट ऑस्ट्रेलिया हैज आल्सो पार्टिसिपेटेड इन द कन्वेंशन
किया। तीसरे दिन विदेश मंत्री एस जयशंकर, ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया और केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान भी पहुंचे।
मेरा एक ही मंत्र है, एक ही संदेश। मेरा एक ही मंत्र है, एक ही संदेश।
and confident community in every
LER.
region and is making
Learn,
shelter contributions
earn,
to world affairs
learn,
and leadership
earn,
positions.
and do return.
Our
सीएम
diaspora
शिवराज ने एनआरआई सम्मेलन के तीसरे दिन
dedication and hard work
सीएम शिवराज
and has overcome many challenges to achieve excellence in all walks of life, including art, literature, politics, sports, business, academics, philanthropy, science and technology. Your achievements give us immense pride and joy. The Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Awards symbolize the nation's highest recognition of the diaspora members for their contributions.
सुबह सीएम शिवराज ने ग्लोबल गार्डन में
These awards are significant as they not only show our appreciation and acknowledgement of the achievements of the Pravasis, but also reflect our faith in their region.
इंदौर में एनआरआई सम्मेलन के
India's flag flying high in the world. Our previous awardees have continued to achieve greater heights and win praise for their good work even after receiving the Pravasi
कार्यक्रम की
Bharatiya
शुरुआत
Samman.
श्रद्धेय अटल
I
बिहारी वाजपेयी
congratulate this year's winners and hope that these awards will encourage
और
you
अब
to scale even greater
Honorable
heights
President
in
of
the
India.
future.
We extend a very warm and hearty welcome to the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji.
Convention has served as a unique platform to enable fruitful engagement between government, people of India and the diaspora. We started this tradition of celebrating our bonds with the diaspora on 9th January to mark the day when Mahatma Gandhi, a pioneer among Pravasis, embarked upon the revival of Indians' freedom movement against colonial rule on returning to India.
मेरा एक ही मंत्र है, एक ही
Ladies and
संदेश।
gentlemen, as you all know, the
LER.
nation is celebrating Azadi Ka
Learn,
Amrit Mahotsav
Earn,
on completion of
learn,
75
earn,
years
and
of
do return.
independence. These celebrations are dedicated to those who have played a key role in India's progress
यज्ञदत्त
up to
परसाई
the
दैनिक
present times, and also to those who are instrumental in realizing
इंदौर में एनआरआई
our
सम्मेलन के
vision
तीसरे
of
दिन राष्ट्रपति ने प्रवासी भारतीयों को अवार्ड देकर सम्मानित किया।
There could not have been a better time to commemorate contributions made by the Indian diaspora.
राष्ट्रपति
Theme of this year's convention, Diaspora, Reliable Partners for India's Progress in our hearts. Amrit Kal also reflects our desire to make you a partner in the achievements of our national developmental goals. In our diaspora brothers and sisters, the government has undertaken several initiatives in our benefit of our diaspora. These are not only aimed towards welfare of those
यहाँ राष्ट्रपति ने प्रवासी भारतीयों को अवार्ड देखा,
but also towards enabling you all to engage in the tasks of nation building.
यहाँ राष्ट्रपति ने
and person of Indian origin hold a special place have been merged
द्रौपदी
and the visas for the OCI our diaspora brothers have been made in our lifelong.
एक ही मंत्र है, एक
We are so taking steps to enhance safe, orderly and ethical legal migration of Indian youth for overseas employment. Now digital platforms are being used to address grievances and to help distressed Indian nationals, especially women and migrant workers. We have also undertaken massive evacuation exercise to repatriate
All of
India's
you already
and
know
Pravasi
Pareshwar Mandir.
from crisis situations, including most recently in Konga. Your ideas and suggestions presented during the thematic discussions over the last 3 days will be immensely valuable in charting the path ahead. The plenary session discussing women diaspora entrepreneurs is particularly important, and it shows the potential of our sister entrepreneurs and business women in the diaspora in shaping the entrepreneurial spirit of our women in all sectors of the economy here in India. In addition, our young diaspora achievers can play a significant role in fostering the spirit of innovation and development of new technologies among the youth of India. Ladies and gentlemen, diaspora brothers and sisters will always hold a special place in our hearts. With economic and geopolitical upheaval all around us. Amid all these challenges, India is engaging with the world with greater self-confidence and a wider goal of securing national interest. This can be seen in our strong relations with all major countries and our leadership in various global platforms.
यज्ञदत्त परसाई, दैनिक भास्कर इंदौर।
Presiding over the G20 this year with the theme One Earth, One Family, One Future. This theme, inspired by our ancient philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, reflects India's commitment to just and equitable growth for all in the world. In the next 25 years, India is going to embark on an ambitious journey of collective hard work, sacrifice, and intensive development to transform into a self-reliant world leader by 2047, when we will be celebrating the centenary of our independence. Your collective power and potential will be a force multiplier in the nation's inclusive development. I invite each member of our diaspora family to become a full partner in this journey. You can contribute with your energy, your experience, your ideas, your business acumen, your investments, your technical expertise and knowledge sharing to enhance our capabilities and capacities to fulfill the vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. For diaspora brothers and sisters, the soil of the motherland